Chapter 19 of The Three Clerks by Anthony Trollope. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Stevens. The Three Clerks by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 19. A Day with One of the Navvies. Afternoon. The Banks of Jordan was a public house in the city, which from its appearance did not seem to do a very thriving trade. But as it was carried on from year to year in the same dull, monotonous, dead-alive sort of fashion, it must be surmised that someone found an interest in keeping it open. Charlie, when he entered the door punctually at 2 o'clock, saw that it was, as usual, nearly deserted. One long, lanky, middle-aged man, seedy as to his outward vestments, and melancholy in countenance, sat at one of the tables. But he was doing very little good for the establishment. He had no refreshment of any kind before him, and was intent only on a dingy pocket-book, in which he was making entries with a pencil. You enter the Banks of Jordan by 2 folding doors in a corner of a very narrow alley behind the Exchange. As you go in, you observe on your left a little glass partition, something like a large cage, inside which, in a bar, are 4 or 5 untempting-looking bottles. And also inside the cage, on a chair, is to be seen a quiet-looking female, who is invariably engaged in the manufacture of some white article of inward clothing. Anything less like the flashily dressed barmaidens of the western gin palaces it would be difficult to imagine. To this encaged sempstress no one ever speaks, unless it be to give a rare order for a mutton chop or pint of stout. And even for this she hardly stays her sewing for a moment, but touches a small bell, and the ancient waiter, who never shows himself but when called for, and who is the only other inhabitant of the place ever visible, receives the order from her through an open pane in the cage, as quietly as she received it from her customer. The floor of the single square room of the establishment is sanded, and the tables are ranged round the walls, each table being fixed to the floor and placed within wooden partitions, by which the occupier is screened from any inquiring eyes on either side. Such was Mr. Jabesh Maruhan's house of call in the city, and of many a mutton chop and many a pint of stout had Charlie partaken there while waiting for the man of money. To him it seemed to be inexcusable to sit down in a public inn and call for nothing. He perceived, however, that the large majority of the frequenters of the Banks of Jordan so conducted themselves. He was sufficiently accustomed to the place to know how to give his orders without troubling that diligent barmaid, and had done so about 10 minutes, when Jabesh, more punctual than usual, entered the place. This Charlie regarded as a promising sign of forthcoming cash. It very frequently happened that he waited there an hour, and that after all Jabesh would not come, and then the morning visit to Mecklenburgh Square had to be made again, and so poor Charlie's time, or rather the time of his poor office, was cut up, wasted, and destroyed. "A mutton chop," said Mr. Maruhan, looking at Charlie's banquet. "A very nice thing indeed in the middle of the day. I don't mind if I have one myself." And so Charlie had to order another chop and more stout. "They have a very nice sherry here, excellent sherry," said Mr. Maruhan. "The best, I think, in the city. That's why I come here." "Upon my honour, Mr. Maruhan, I shan't have money to pay for it until I get some from you," said Charlie, as he called for a pint of sherry. "Never mind, John, never mind the sherry to-day," said Mr. Maruhan. "Mr. Tudor is very kind, but I'll take beer." And the little man gave a laugh and twisted his head, and ate his chop and drank his stout, as though he found that both were very good indeed. When he had finished, Charlie paid the bill and discovered that he was left with 9pence in his pocket. And then he produced the bill stamp. "Waiter," said he, "pen and ink," and the waiter brought pen and ink. "Not to-day," said Jabesh, wiping his mouth with the tablecloth. "Not to-day, Mr. Tudor. I really haven't time to go into it to-day, and I haven't brought the other bills with me. I quite forgot to bring the other bills with me, and I can do nothing without them." And Mr. Maruhan got up to go. But this was too much for Charlie. He had often before bought bill stamps in vain, and in vain had paid for mutton chops and beer for Mr. Maruin's dinner. But he had never before, when doing so, been so hard pushed for money as he was now. He was determined to make a great attempt to gain his object. "Nonsense," said he, getting up and standing so as to prevent Mr. Maruin from leaving the box. "That's damned nonsense." "Oh, don't swear," said Mr. Maruin. "Pray don't take God's name in vain. I don't like it. I shall swear, and to some purpose too, if that's your game. Now look here. Let me get up, and we'll talk of it as we go to the bank. You are so unpunctual, you know." "Damn your punctuality." "Oh, don't swear, Mr. Tudor. Look here. If you don't let me have this money to-day, by all that is holy, I will never pay you a farthing again, not 1 farthing. I'll go into the court, and you may get your money as you can." "But, Mr. Tudor, let me get up, and we'll talk about it in the street, as we go along." "There's the stamp," said Charlie. "Fill it up, and then I'll go with you to the bank." Mr. Maruin took the bit of paper, and twisted it over and over again in his hand, considering the while whether he had yet squeezed out of the young man all that could be squeezed with safety, or whether by an additional turn, by giving him another small advancement, he might yet get something more. He knew that Tudor was in a very bad state, that he was tottering on the outside edge of the precipice, but he also knew that he had friends. Would his friends, when they came forward to assist their young pickle out of the mire, would they pay such bills as these, or would they leave poor Jabesh to get his remedy at law? That was the question which Mr. Maruin had to ask and to answer. He was not one of those noble vultures who fly at large game, and who are willing to run considerable risk in pursuit of their prey. Mr. Maruin avoided courts of law as much as he could, and preferred a small safe trade, one in which the fall of a single customer could never be ruinous to him, in which he need run no risk of being transported for forgery, incarcerated for perjury, or even, if possibly it might be avoided, gibbeted by some lawyer or judge for his malpractices. "But you are so unpunctual," he said, having at last made up his mind that he had made a very good thing of Charlie, and that probably he might go a little further without much danger. "I wish to oblige you, Mr. Tudor, but pray do be punctual." And so saying, he slowly spread the little document before him, across which Scatterall had already scrawled his name, and slowly began to write in the date. Slowly, with his head low down over the table, and continually twisting it inside his cravat, he filled up the paper, and then, looking at it with the air of a connoisseur in such matters, he gave it to Charlie to sign. "But you haven't put in the amount," said Charlie. Mr. Maruin twisted his head and laughed. He delighted in playing with his game as a fisherman does with a salmon. "Well, no, I haven't put in the amount yet. Do you sign it, and I'll do that at once." "I'll do it," said Charlie. "I'll say £15, and you'll give me £10 on that." "No, no, no," said Jabesh, covering the paper over with his hands. "You young men know nothing of filling bills. Just sign it, Mr. Tudor, and I'll do the rest." And so Charlie signed it, and then Maruin, again taking the pen, wrote in £15 as the recognised amount of the value of the document. He also took out his pocket-book and filled a cheque, but he was very careful that Charlie should not see the amount there written. "And now," said he, "we will go to the bank." As they made their way to the house in Lombard Street, which Mr. Maruin honoured by his account, Charlie insisted on knowing how much he was to have for the bill. Jabesh suggested £3 10s. Charlie swore he would take nothing less than £8. But by the time they had arrived at the bank, it had been settled that £5 was to be paid in cash, and that Charlie was to have the 3 seasons for the balance whenever he chose to send for them. When Charlie, as he did at first, positively refused to accede to these terms, Mr. Maruin tendered him back the bill, and reminded him with a plaintive voice that he was so unpunctual, so extremely unpunctual. Having reached the bank, which the money-lender insisted on Charlie entering with him, Mr. Maruin gave the cheque across the counter, and wrote on the back of it the form in which he would take the money, whereupon a note and 5 sovereigns were handed to him. The cheque was for £15, and was payable to C. Tudor, Esquire, so that proof might be forthcoming at a future time, if necessary, that he had given to his customer full value for the bill. Then, in the outer hall of the bank, unseen by the clerks, he put, one after another, slowly and unwillingly, 4 sovereigns into Charlie's hand. "The other? Where's the other?" said Charlie. Jabesh smiled sweetly and twisted his head. "Come, give me the other," said Charlie, roughly. 4 is quite enough for what you want, and remember my time, Mr. Tudor. You should remember my time." "Give me the other sovereign," said Charlie, taking hold of the front of his coat. Well, you shall have 10 shillings, but I want the rest for a purpose." "Give me the sovereign," said Charlie, "or I'll drag you in before them all in the bank and expose you. Give me the other sovereign, I say." "Ha, ha, ha!" laughed Mr. Merewin. "I thought you liked a joke, Mr. Tudor. Well, here it is. And now do be punctual, pray do be punctual, and I'll do anything I can for you." And then they parted, Charlie going westward towards his own haunts, and Merewin following his daily pursuits in the city. Charlie had engaged to pull up to Avis's at Putney with Harry Norman, to dine there, take a country walk, and row back in the cool of the evening, and he had promised to call at the Weights and Measures with that object punctually at 5. "You can get away in time for that, I suppose?" said Harry. "Well, I'll try and manage it," said Charlie, laughing. Nothing could be kinder, nay, more affectionate, than Norman had been to his fellow lodger during the last year and a half. It seemed as though he had transferred to Alaric's cousin all the friendship which he had once felt for Alaric, and the deeper were Charlie's sins of idleness and extravagance, the wider grew Norman's forgiveness, and the more sincere his efforts to befriend him. As one result of this, Charlie was already deep in his debt. Not that Norman had lent him money, or even paid bills for him, but the lodgings in which they lived had been taken by Norman, and when the end of the quarter came, he punctually paid his landlady. Charlie had once, a few weeks before the period of which we are now writing, told Norman that he had no money to pay his long arrear, and that he would leave the lodgings and shift for himself as best he could. He had said the same thing to Mrs. Richards, the landlady, and had gone so far as to pack up all his clothes. But his back was no sooner turned than Mrs. Richards, under Norman's orders, unpacked them all, and hid away the portmanteau. It was well for him that this was done. He had bespoken for himself a bedroom at the public house in Norfolk Street, and had he once taken up his residence there, he would have been ruined for ever. He was still living with Norman, and ever increasing his debt. In his misery at this state of affairs, he had talked over with Harry all manner of schemes for increasing his income, but he had never told him a word about Mr. Merewin. Why his salary, which was now £150 per annum, should not be able to support him, Norman never asked. Charlie, the while, was very miserable, and the more miserable he was, the less he found himself able to rescue himself from his dissipation. What moments of ease he had were nearly all spent in Norfolk Street, and such being the case, how could he abstain from going there? "Well, Charlie, and how do Crinoline and Macassar go on?" said Norman, as they sauntered away together up the towing path above Putney. Now there were those who had found out that Charlie Tudor, in spite of his wretched, idle, vagabond mode of life, was no fool. Indeed, that there was that talent within him which, if turned to good account, might perhaps redeem him from ruin and set him on his legs again. At least so thought some of his friends, among whom Mrs. Woodward was the most prominent. She insisted that if he would make use of his genius, he might employ his spare time to great profit by writing for magazines or periodicals. And, inspirited by so flattering a proposition, Charlie had got himself introduced to the editor of a newly projected publication. At his instance he was to write a tale for approval, and Crinoline and Macassar was the name selected for his first attempt. The affair had been fully talked over at Hampton, and it had been arranged that the young author should submit his story, when completed, to the friendly criticism of the party assembled at Surbiton Cottage, before he sent it to the editor. He had undertaken to have Crinoline and Macassar ready for perusal on the next Saturday, and in spite of Mr. Merewin and Nora Geraghty, he had really been at work. "Will it be finished by Saturday, Charlie?" said Norman. "Yes, at least I hope so. But if that's not done, I have another all complete." "Another? And what is that called?" "Oh, that's a very short one," said Charlie, modestly. "But, short as it is, it must have a name, I suppose. What's the name of the short one?" Why, the name is long enough. It's the longest part about it. The editor gave me the name, you know, and then I had to write the story. It's to be called Sir Anthony Dale and the Baron of Ballyporeen." "Oh, two rival knights in love with the same lady, of course," and Harry gave a gentle sigh, as he thought of his own still unhealed grief. "The scene is laid in Ireland, I presume?" "No, not in Ireland, at least not exactly. I don't think the scene is laid anywhere in particular. It's up in a mountain, near a castle. There isn't any lady in it, at least not alive." "Heavens, Charlie, I hope you're not dealing with dead women." "No, that is, I have to bring them to life again. I'll tell you how it is. In the first paragraph, Sir Anthony Dale is lying dead, and the Baron of Ballyporeen is standing over him with a bloody sword. You must always begin with an incident now, and then hark back for your explanation and description. That's what the editor says is the great secret of the present day, and where we beat all the old fellows that wrote 20 years ago." "Oh, yes, I see. They used to begin at the beginning. That was very humdrum." "A devilish bore, you know, for a fellow who takes up a novel because he's dull. Of course he wants his fun at once. If you begin with a long history of who's who and all that, why, he won't read 3 pages. But if you touch him up with a startling incident or two at the first go off, then give him a chapter of horrors, then another of fun, then a little love or a little slang or something of that sort, why, you know, about the end of the first volume you may describe as much as you like, and tell everything about everybody's father and mother for just as many pages as you want to fill. At least that's what the editor says. Meliager ab ovo may be introduced with safety when you get as far as that," suggested Norman. "Yes, you may bring him in too if you like," said Charlie, who was somewhat oblivious of his classicalities. "Well, Sir Anthony is lying dead, and the Baron is standing over him, when out come Sir Anthony's retainers." "Out? Out of what?" "Out of the castle. That's all explained afterwards. Out come the retainers, and pitch into the Baron till they make mincemeat of him. They don't kill him too. Don't they, though? I rather think they do, and no mistake." "And so both your heroes are dead in the first chapter?" "First chapter? Why, that's only the second paragraph. I'm only to be allowed 10 paragraphs for each number, and I am expected to have an incident for every other paragraph for the first 4 days." "That's 20 incidents." "Yes, it's a great bother finding so many. I'm obliged to make the retainers come by all manner of accidents, and I should never have finished the job if I hadn't thought of setting the castle on fire. And now forked tongues of liquid fire and greedy lambent flames burst forth from every window of the devoted edifice. The devouring element—" "That's the best passage in the whole affair." "This is for the Daily Delight, isn't it?" "Yes, for the Daily Delight. It is to begin on the 1st of September with the partridges. We expect a most tremendous sale. It will be the first halfpenny publication in the market, and as the retailers will get them for 6pence a score, 24 to the score, they'll go off like wildfire." "Well, Charlie, and what do you do with the dead bodies of your 2 heroes?" "Of course I needn't tell you that it was not the Baron who killed Sir Anthony at all." "Oh, wasn't it?" "Oh dear, that was a dreadful mistake on the part of the retainers. But as natural as life. You see, these 2 grandees were next door neighbours, and there had been a feud between the families for 7 centuries, a sort of Capulet and Montague affair. One Aldegetha, the daughter of the Thane of Dale, there were Thanes in those days, you know, was betrothed to the eldest son of Sir Waldemar de Ballyporeen. This gives me an opportunity of bringing in a succinct little account of the conquest, which will be beneficial to the lower classes. The editor peremptorily insists on that kind of thing." "Omne tulit punctum," said Norman. "Yes, I dare say," said Charlie, who was now too intent on his own new profession to attend much to his friend's quotation. "Well, where was I? Oh, the eldest son of Sir Waldemar went off with another lady, and so the feud began. There is a very pretty scene between Aldegetha and her lady's maid." "What, 7 centuries before the story begins?" "Why not? The editor says that the unities are altogether thrown over now, and that they are regular bosh. Our game is to stick in a good bit whenever we can get it. I got to be so fond of Aldegetha that I rather think she's the heroine. But doesn't that take off the interest from your dead grandees?" "Not a bit. I take it chapter and chapter about. Well, you see, the retainers had no sooner made mincemeat of the Baron, a very elegant young man was the Baron, just returned from the Continent, where he had learnt to throw aside all prejudices about family feuds and everything eke, and had just come over in a friendly way to say as much to Sir Anthony, when, as he crossed the drawbridge, he stumbled over the corpse of his ancient enemy. Well, the retainers had no sooner made mincemeat of him than they perceived that Sir Anthony was lying with an open bottle in his hand, and that he had taken poison. "Having committed suicide?" asked Norman. "No, not at all. The editor says we must always have a slap at some of the iniquities of the times. He gave me 3 or 4 to choose from. There was the adulteration of food, and the want of education for the poor, and street music, and the miscellaneous sale of poisons. And so you chose poisons and killed the knight?" "Exactly. At least I didn't kill him, for he comes all right again after a bit. He had gone out to get something to do him good after a hard night, a Seidlitz powder or something of that sort, and an apothecary's apprentice had given him prussic acid in mistake." "And how is it possible he should have come to life after taking prussic acid?" "Why, there I have a double rap at the trade. The prussic acid is so bad of its kind that it only puts him into a kind of torpor for a week. Then we have the trial of the apothecary's boy. That is an excellent episode, and it gives me a grand hit at the absurdity of our criminal code." "Why, Charlie, it seems to me that you are hitting at everything." Right and left, that's the game for us authors. The press is the only censor morum going now, and who so fit? Set a thief to catch a thief, you know. Well, I have my hit at the criminal code, and then Sir Anthony comes out of his torpor. But how did it come to pass that the Baron's sword was all bloody? There was the difficulty. I saw that at once. It was necessary to bring in something to be killed, you know. I thought of a stray tiger out of Wombwell's menagerie, but the editor says that we must not trespass against the probabilities, so I have introduced a big dog. The Baron had come across a big dog, and seeing that the brute had a wooden log tied to his throat, thought he must be mad, and so he killed him. And what's the end of it, Charlie? Why, the end is rather melancholy. Sir Anthony reforms, leaves off drinking, and takes to going to church every day. He becomes a Puseyite, puts up a memorial window to the Baron, and reads the tracts. At last he goes over to the Pope, walks about in nasty dirty clothes all full of vermin, and gives over his estate to Cardinal Wiseman. Then there are the retainers. They all come to grief, some one way and some another. I do that for the sake of the Nemesis." "I would not have condescended to notice them, I think," said Norman. "Oh, I must. There must be a Nemesis. The editor specifically insists on a Nemesis." The conclusion of Charlie's novel brought them back to the boat. Norman, when he started, had intended to employ the evening in giving good counsel to his friend, and in endeavouring to arrange some scheme by which he might rescue the brand from the burning. But he had not the heart to be severe and sententious while Charlie was full of his fun. It was so much pleasanter to talk to him on the easy terms of equal friendship than turn mentor and preach a sermon. "Well, Charlie," said he, as they were walking up from the boat wharf, Norman to his club and Charlie towards his lodgings, from which route, however, he meant to deviate as soon as ever he might be left alone. "Well, Charlie, I wish you success with all my heart. I wish you could do something. I won't say to keep you out of mischief." "I wish I could, Harry," said Charlie, thoroughly abashed. "I wish I could, indeed I wish I could. But it is so hard to go right when one has begun to go wrong." "It is hard. I know it is. But you can never know how hard, Harry, for you have never tried." And then they went on walking for a while in silence, side by side. "You don't know the sort of place that office of mine is," continued Charlie. "You don't know the sort of fellows the men are. I hate the place. I hate the men I live with. It is all so dirty, so disreputable, so false. I cannot conceive that any fellow put in there as young as I was should ever do well afterwards." "But at any rate you might try your best, Charlie." "Yes, I might do that still, and I know I don't, and where should I have been now if it hadn't been for you?" "Never mind about that. I sometimes think we might have done more for each other if we had been more together. But remember the motto you said you'd choose, Charlie, Excelsior. We can none of us mount the hill without hard labour. Remember that word, Charlie, Excelsior. Remember it now, tonight. Remember how you dream of higher things, and begin to think of them in your waking moments also. And so they parted. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Three Clerks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Stevens. The Three Clerks by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 20. A Day with One of the Nabbies. Evening. Excelsior, said Charlie to himself, as he walked on a few steps towards his lodgings, having left Norman at the door of his club. Remember it now, tonight. Yes, now is the time to remember it, if it is ever to be remembered to any advantage. He went on with stoic resolution to the end of the street, determined to press home and put the last touch to Crinoline and Macassar. But as he went he thought of his interview with Mr. Maroon, and of the 5 sovereigns still in his pocket, and altered his course. Charlie had not been so resolute with the usurer, so determined to get £5 from him on this special day, without a special object in view. His credit was at stake in more than an ordinary manner. He had, about a week since, borrowed money from the woman who kept the public house in Norfolk Street, and having borrowed it for a week only, felt that this was a debt of honour which it was incumbent on him to pay. Therefore, when he had walked the length of one street on his road towards his lodgings, he retraced his steps and made his way back to his old haunts. The house which he frequented was hardly more like a modern London gin palace than was that other house in the city which Mr. Maroon honoured with his custom. It was one of those small tranquil shrines of Bacchus, in which the god is worshipped perhaps with as constant a devotion, though with less noisy demonstrations of zeal, than in his larger and more public temples. None absolutely of the lower orders were encouraged to come thither for oblivion. It had about it nothing inviting to the general eye. No gas illuminations proclaimed its midnight grandeur. No huge folding doors, one set here and another there, gave ingress and egress to a wretched crowd of poverty-stricken midnight revellers. No reiterated assertions in gaudy letters, each a foot long, as to the peculiar merits of the Old Tom or Hodge's cream of the valley, seduced the thirsty traveller. The panelling over the window bore the simple announcement, in modest letters, of the name of the landlady, Mrs. Davis, and the same name appeared with equal modesty on the one gas lamp opposite the door. Mrs. Davis was a widow, and her customers were chiefly people who knew her and frequented her house regularly. Lawyers' clerks, who were either unmarried, or whose married homes were perhaps not so comfortable as the widow's front parlour. Tradesmen, not of the best sort, glad to get away from the noise of their children. Young men who had begun the cares of life in ambiguous positions, just on the confines of respectability, and who, finding themselves too weak in flesh to cling on to the round of the ladder above them, were sinking from year to lower steps, and depths even below the level of Mrs. Davis's public house. To these might be added some few of a somewhat higher rank in life, though perhaps of a lower rank of respectability. Young men who, like Charlie Tudor and his comrades, liked their ease and self-indulgence, and were too indifferent as to the class of companions against whom they might rub their shoulders while seeking it. The Cat and Whistle, for such was the name of Mrs. Davis's establishment, had been a house of call for the young men of the Internal Navigation long before Charlie's time. What first gave rise to the connection it is not now easy to say, but Charlie had found it and had fostered it into a close alliance, which greatly exceeded any amount of intimacy which existed previously to his day. It must not be presumed that he, in an ordinary way, took his place among the lawyers' clerks and general run of customers in the front parlour. Occasionally he condescended to preside there over the quiet revels, to sing a song for the guests, which was sure to be applauded to the echo, and to engage in a little skirmish of politics with a retired lamp-maker and a silversmith's foreman from the Strand, who always called him Sir, and received what he said with the greatest respect. But, as a rule, he quaffed his Falernian in a little secluded parlour behind the bar, in which sat the widow Davis, auditing her accounts in the morning, and giving out orders in the evening to Nora Geraghty, her barmaid, and to an attendant sylph who ministered to the front parlour, taking in goes of gin and screws of tobacco, and bringing out the price thereof with praiseworthy punctuality. Latterly, indeed, Charlie had utterly deserted the front parlour, for there had come there a pestilent fellow, highly connected with the press, as the lamp-maker declared, but employed as an assistant shorthand writer somewhere about the Houses of Parliament, according to the silversmith, who greatly interfered with our navvy's authority. He would not at all allow that what Charlie said was law, entertained fearfully democratic principles of his own, and was not at all the gentleman. So Charlie drew himself up, declined to converse any further on politics with a man who seemed to know more about them than himself, and confined himself exclusively to the inner room. On arriving at this Elysium on the night in question, he found Mrs. Davis usefully engaged in darning a stocking, while Scatterall sat opposite with a cigar in his mouth, his hat over his nose, and a glass of gin and water before him. "I began to think you weren't coming," said Scatterall, "and I was getting so deuced dull that I was positively thinking of going home." "That's very civil of you, Mr. Scatterall," said the widow. "Well, you've been sitting there for the last half-hour without saying a word to me, and it is dull. Looking at a woman mending stockings is dull, ain't it, Charlie?" "That depends," said Charlie, "partly on whom the woman may be, and partly on whom the man may be. Where's Nora, Mrs. Davis?" "She's not very well to-night. She's got a headache. There ain't many of them here to-night, so she's lying down." "A little seedy, I suppose," said Scatterall. Charlie felt rather angry with his friend for applying such an epithet to his lady-love. However, he did not resent it, but sitting down, lighted his pipe and sipped his gin and water. And so they sat for the next quarter of an hour, saying very little to each other. What was the nature of the attraction which induced two such men as Charlie Tudor and Dick Scatterall to give Mrs. Davis the benefit of their society while she was mending her stockings, it might be difficult to explain. They could have smoked in their own rooms as well, and have drunk gin and water there, if they had any real predilection for that mixture. Mrs. Davis was neither young nor beautiful, nor more than ordinarily witty. Charlie, it is true, had an allurement to entice him thither, but this could not be said of Scatterall, to whom the lovely Nora was never more than decently civil. Had they been desired, in their own paternal halls, to sit and see their mother's housekeeper darn the family stockings, they would, probably, both of them have rebelled, even though the supply of tobacco and gin and water should be gratuitous and unlimited. It must be presumed that the only charm of the pursuit was in its acknowledged impropriety. They both understood that there was something fast in frequenting Mrs. Davis's inner parlour, something slow in remaining at home, and so they both sat there, and Mrs. Davis went on with her darning needle, nothing abashed. "Well, I think I shall go," said Scatterall, shaking off the last ash from the end of his third cigar. "Do," said Charlie. "You should be careful, you know. Late hours will hurt your complexion." "It's so deuced dull," said Scatterall. "Why don't you go into the parlour and have a chat with the gentleman?" suggested Mrs. Davis. "There's Mr. Peppermint there now, lecturing about the war. Upon my word, he talks very well." "He's so deuced low," said Scatterall. "He's a bumptious, noisy blackguard too," said Charlie. "He doesn't know how to speak to a gentleman when he meets one." Scatterall gave a great yawn. "I suppose you're not going, Charlie?" said he. "Oh yes, I am," said Charlie, "in about 2 hours." 2 hours! Well, good night, old fellow, for I'm off. 3 cigars, Mrs. Davis, and 2 goes of gin and water, the last cold. Then, having made this little commercial communication to the landlady, he gave another yawn and took himself away. Mrs. Davis opened her little book, jotted down the items, and then, having folded up her stockings and put them into a basket, prepared herself for conversation. But, though Mrs. Davis prepared herself for conversation, she did not immediately commence it. Having something special to say, she probably thought that she might improve her opportunity of saying it by allowing Charlie to begin. She got up and pottered about the room, went to a cupboard and wiped a couple of glasses, and then out into the bar and arranged the jugs and pots. This done, she returned to the little room, and again sat herself down in her chair. "Here's your £5, Mrs. Davis," said Charlie. I wish you knew the trouble I have had to get it for you." To give Mrs. Davis her due, this was not the subject on which she was anxious to speak. She would have been at present well inclined that Charlie should remain her debtor. "Indeed, Mr. Tudor, I'm very sorry you should have taken any trouble on such a trifle. If you're short of money, it will do for me just as well in October." Charlie looked at the sovereigns, and bethought himself how very short of cash he was. Then he thought of the fight he had had to get them, in order that he might pay the money, which he had felt so ashamed of having borrowed, and he determined to resist the temptation. "Did you ever know me flush of cash? You had better take them while you can get them." And as he pushed them across the table with his stick, he remembered that all he had left was ninepence. "I don't want the money at present, Mr. Tudor," said the widow. "We're such old friends that there ought not to be a word between us about such a trifle. Now don't leave yourself bare. Take what you want and settle with me at quarter day." "Well, I'll take the sovereign," said he, "for to tell you the truth, I have only the ghost of a shilling in my pocket." And so it was settled. Mrs. Davis reluctantly pocketed 4 of Mr. Maruin's sovereigns, and Charlie kept in his own possession the 5th, as to which he had had so hard a combat in the lobby of the bank. He then sat silent for a while and smoked, and Mrs. Davis again waited for him to begin the subject on which she wished to speak. "And what's the matter with Norah all this time?" he said at last. "What's the matter with her?" repeated Mrs. Davis. "Well, I think you might know what's the matter with her. You don't suppose she's made of stone, do you?" Charlie saw that he was in for it. It was in vain that Norman's last word was still ringing in his ears. Excelsior! What had he to do with Excelsior? What miserable reptile on God's earth was more prone to crawl downwards than he had shown himself to be? And then again a vision floated across his mind's eye of a young sweet angel face, with large bright eyes, with soft delicate skin, and all the exquisite charms of gentle birth and gentle nurture. A single soft touch seemed to press his arm, a touch that he had so often felt, and had never felt without acknowledging to himself that there was something in it almost divine. All this passed rapidly through his mind as he was preparing to answer Mrs. Davis's question touching Norah Geraghty. "You don't think she's made of stone, do you?" said the widow, repeating her words. "Indeed, I don't think she's made of anything but what's suitable to a very nice young woman," said Charlie. "A nice young woman? Is that all you can say for her? I call her a very fine girl." Miss Golightly's friends could not say anything more, even for that young lady. "I don't know where you'll pick up a handsomer or a better conducted one either, for the matter of that." "Indeed she is," said Charlie. "Oh, for the matter of that, no one knows it better than yourself, Mr. Tudor. And she's as well able to keep a man's house over his head as some others that take a deal of pride in themselves." "I'm quite sure of it," said Charlie. "Well, the long and the short of it is this, Mr. Tudor." And as she spoke, the widow got a little red in the face. She had, as Charlie thought, an unpleasant look of resolution about her, a roundness about her mouth, and a sort of fierceness in her eyes. "The long and the short of it is this, Mr. Tudor. What do you mean to do about that girl?" "Do about her?" said Charlie, almost bewildered in his misery. "Yes, do about her. Do you mean to make her your wife? That's plain English, because I'll tell you what, I'll not see her put upon any longer. It must be one thing or the other, and that at once. And if you've a grain of honour in you, Mr. Tudor, and I think you are honourable, you won't back from your word with that girl now." "Back from my word?" said Charlie. "Yes, back from your word," said Mrs. Davis, the floodgates of whose eloquence were now fairly opened. "I'm sure you're too much of the gentleman to deny your own words, and them repeated more than once in my presence. Cheroots, yes, are there none there, child? Oh, they are in the cupboard." These last words were not part of her address to Charlie, but were given in reply to a requisition from the attendant nymph outside. "You're too much of a gentleman to do that, I know. And so, as I'm her natural friend, and indeed she's my cousin not that far off, I think it's right that we should all understand one another." "Oh, quite right," said Charlie. "You can't expect that she should go and sacrifice herself for you, you know," said Mrs. Davis, who, now that she had begun, hardly knew how to stop herself. "A girl's time is her money. She's at her best now, and a girl like her must make her hay while the sun shines. She can't go on fol-lolling with you, and then nothing to come of it. You mustn't suppose she's to lose her market that way." "God knows I should be sorry to injure her, Mrs. Davis." "I believe you would, because I take you for an honourable gentleman, as will be as good as your word. Now there's Peppermint there." "What, that fellow in the parlour? And an honourable gentleman he is. Not that I mean to compare him with you, Mr. Tudor, nor yet doesn't Nora, not by no means. But there he is. Well, he comes with the most honourablest proposals, and will make her Mrs. Peppermint to-morrow, if so be that she'll have it." "You don't mean to say that there has been anything between them?" said Charlie, who, in spite of the intense desire which he had felt a few minutes since to get the lovely Nora altogether off his hands, now felt an acute pang of jealousy. "You don't mean to say that there has been anything between them?" "Nothing as you have any right to object to, Mr. Tudor. You may be sure I wouldn't allow of that, nor yet wouldn't Nora demean herself to it." "Then how did she get talking to him?" "She didn't get talking to him, but he has eyes in his head, and you don't suppose but what he can see with them. If a girl is in the public line, of course any man is free to speak to her. If you don't like it, it is for you to take her out of it. Not but what for a girl that is in the public line, Nora Geraghty keeps herself to herself as much as any girl you ever set your eyes on." "What the devil has she to do with this fellow, then?" "Why, he's a widower, and has 3 young children, and he's looking out for a mother for them, and he thinks Nora will suit. There, now you have the truth, and the whole truth." "Damn his impudence!" said Charlie. "Well, I don't see that there's any impudence. He has a house of his own, and the means to keep it. Now I'll tell you what it is. Nora can't abide him." Charlie looked a little better satisfied when he heard this declaration. "Nora can't abide the sight of him, nor won't of any man as long as you are hanging after her. She's as true as steel, and proud you ought to be of her." Proud, thought Charlie, as again he muttered to himself, "Excelsior!" "But, Mr. Tudor, I won't see her put upon. That's the long and the short of it. If you like to take her, there she is. I don't say she's just your equal as to breeding, though she's come of decent people too, but she's good as gold. She'll make a shilling go as far as any young woman I know, and if £100 or £150 are wanting for furniture or the like of that, why I've that regard for her that shan't stand in the way. Now, Mr. Tudor, I've spoke honest, and if you're the gentleman as I takes you to be, you'll do the same." To do Mrs. Davis justice, it must be acknowledged that in her way she had spoken honestly. Of course she knew that such a marriage would be a dreadful misalliance for young Tudor. Of course she knew that all his friends would be heartbroken when they heard of it. But what had she to do with his friends? Her sympathies, her good wishes, were for her friend. Had Nora fallen a victim to Charlie's admiration, and then been cast off to eat the bitterest bread to which any human being is ever doomed, what then would Charlie's friends have cared for her? There was a fair fight between them. If Nora Geraghty, as a reward for her prudence, could get a husband in a rank of life above her, instead of falling into utter destruction, as might so easily have been the case, who could do other than praise her and her clever friend who had so assisted her in her struggle? Dolus and virtus. Had Mrs. Davis ever studied the classics, she would have thus expressed herself. Poor Charlie was altogether thrown on his beam ends. He had altogether played Mrs. Davis's game in evincing jealousy at Mr. Peppermint's attentions. He knew this, and yet for the life of him he could not help being jealous. He wanted to get rid of Miss Geraghty, and yet he could not endure that any one else should lay claim to her favour. He was very weak. He knew how much depended on the way in which he might answer this woman at the present moment. He knew that he ought now to make it plain to her that however foolish he might have been, however false he might have been, it was quite out of the question that he should marry her barmaid. But he did not do so. He was worse than weak. It was not only the disinclination to give pain, or even the dread of the storm that would ensue, which deterred him, but an absurd dislike to think that Mr. Peppermint should be graciously received there as the barmaid's acknowledged admirer. "Is she really ill now?" said he. "She's not so ill but what she shall make herself well enough to welcome you, if you'll say the word that you ought to say. The most that ails her is fretting at the long delay." "Bolt the door, child, and go to bed. There will be no one else here now. Go up and tell Miss Geraghty to come down. She hasn't got her clothes off yet, I know." Mrs. Davis was too good a general to press Charlie for an absolute, immediate, fixed answer to her question. She knew that she had already gained much by talking thus of the proposed marriage, by setting it thus plainly before Charlie, without rebuke or denial from him. He had not objected to receiving a visit from Nora, on the implied understanding that she was to come down to him as his affianced bride. He had not agreed to this in words, but silence gives consent, and Mrs. Davis felt that should it ever hereafter become necessary to prove anything, what had passed would enable her to prove a good deal. Charlie puffed at his cigar and sipped his gin and water. It was now 12 o'clock, and he thoroughly wished himself at home and in bed. The longer he thought of it, the more impossible it appeared that he should get out of the house without the scene which he dreaded. The girl had bolted the door, put away her cups and mugs, and her step upstairs had struck heavily on his ears. The house was not large or high, and he fancied that he heard mutterings on the landing-place. Indeed, he did not doubt but that Miss Geraghty had listened to most of the conversation which had taken place. "Excuse me a minute, Mr. Tudor," said Mrs. Davis, who was now smiling and civil enough. "I will go upstairs myself. The silly girl is shamefaced, and does not like to come down." And up went Mrs. Davis to see that her barmaid's curls and dress were nice and jaunty. It would not do now, at this moment, for Nora to offend her lover by any untidiness. Charlie for a moment thought of the front door. The enemy had allowed him an opportunity for retreating. He might slip out before either of the women came down, and then never more be heard of in Norfolk Street again. He had his hand in his waistcoat pocket, with the intent of leaving the sovereign on the table. But when the moment came, he felt ashamed of the pusillanimity of such an escape, and therefore stood, or rather sat, his ground, with a courage worthy of a better purpose. Down the two women came, and Charlie felt his heart beating against his ribs. As the steps came nearer the door, he began to wish that Mr. Peppermint had been successful. The widow entered the room first, and at her heels the expectant beauty. We can hardly say that she was blushing, but she did look rather shamefaced, and hung back a little at the door, as though she still had half a mind to think better of it, and go off to her bed. "Come in, you little fool," said Mrs. Davis. "You needn't be ashamed of coming down to see him. You have done that often enough before now." Nora simpered and sidled. "Well, I'm sure now," said she. "Here's a start, Mr. Tudor, to be brought downstairs at this time of night, and I'm sure I don't know what it's about." And then she shook her curls, and twitched her dress, and made as though she were going to pass through the room to her accustomed place at the bar. Nora Geraghty was a fine girl. Putting her in comparison with Miss Golightly, we are inclined to say that she was the finer girl of the two, and that, barring position, money, and fashion, she was qualified to make the better wife. In point of education, that is, the effects of education, there was not perhaps much to choose between them. Nora could make an excellent pudding, and was willing enough to exercise her industry and art in doing so. Miss Golightly could copy music, but she did not like the trouble, and could play a waltz badly. Neither of them had ever read anything beyond a few novels. In this respect, as to the amount of labour done, Miss Golightly had certainly far surpassed her rival competitor for Charlie's affections. Charlie got up and took her hand, and as he did so he saw that her nails were dirty. He put his arms round her waist and kissed her, and as he caressed her, his olfactory nerves perceived that the pomatum in her hair was none of the best. He thought of those young lustrous eyes that would look up so wondrously into his face. He thought of the gentle touch, which would send a thrill through all his nerves. And then he felt very sick. "Well, upon my word, Mr. Tudor," said Miss Geraghty, "you're making very free to-night." She did not, however, refuse to sit down on his knee, though while sitting there she struggled and tossed herself, and shook her long ringlets in Charlie's face, till he wished her safe at home in Mr. Peppermint's nursery. "And is this what you brought me down for, Mrs. Davis?" said Nora. "Well, upon my word, I hope the door's locked. We shall have all the world in here else." If you hadn't come down to him, he'd have come up to you, said Mrs. Davis. Would he though? Said Nora. I think he knows a trick worth two of that. And she looked as though she knew well how to defend herself, if any over-zeal on the part of her lover should ever induce him to violate the sanctum of her feminine retirement. There was no over-zeal now about Charlie. He ought to have been happy enough, for he had his charmer in his arms. But he showed very little of the ecstatic joy of a favoured lover. There he sat with Nora in his arms, and as we have said, Nora was a handsome girl. But he would much sooner have been copying the Kennet and Avon Canal Lock entries in Mr. Snape's room at the Internal Navigation. "Lawks, Mr. Tudor, you needn't hold me so tight," said Nora. "He means to hold you tight enough now," said Mrs. Davis. "He's very angry because I mentioned another gentleman's name." "Well, now, you didn't," said Nora, pretending to look very angry. "Well, I just did, and if you'd only seen him! You must be very careful what you say to that gentleman, or there'll be a row in the house." "I?" said Nora. "What I say to him? It's very little I have to say to the man, but I shall tell him this. He'd better take himself somewhere else if he's going to make himself troublesome." All this time Charlie had said nothing, but was sitting with his hat on his head, and his cigar in his mouth. The latter appendage he had laid down for a moment when he saluted Miss Geraghty, but he had resumed it, having at the moment no intention of repeating the compliment. "So you were jealous, were you?" said she, turning round and looking at him. "Well, now, some people might have more respect for other people than to mix up their names that way, with the names of any men that choose to put themselves forward. What would you say if I was to talk to you about Miss—" Charlie stopped her mouth. It was not to be borne that she should be allowed to pronounce the name that was about to fall from her lips. "So you were jealous, were you?" said she, when she was again able to speak. "Well, my!" "Mrs. Davis told me flatly that you were going to marry the man," said Charlie. "So what was I to think?" "Doesn't matter what you think now," said Mrs. Davis, "for you must be off from this. Do you know what o'clock it is? Do you want the house to get a bad name? Come, you two understand each other now, so you may as well give over billing and cooing for this time. It's all settled now, isn't it, Mr. Tudor?" "Oh yes, I suppose so," said Charlie. "Well, and what do you say, Nora?" "Oh, I'm sure I'm agreeable if he is. Ha, ha, ha! I only hope he won't think me too forward. He, he, he!" And then, with another kiss, and very few more words of any sort, Charlie took himself off. "I'll have nothing more to do with him," said Nora, bursting into tears as soon as the door was well bolted after Charlie's exit. "I'm only losing myself with him. He don't mean anything, and I said he didn't all along. He'd have pitched me to old scratch while I was sitting there on his knee, if he'd have had his own way, so he would." And poor Nora cried heartily, as she went to her work in her usual way among the bottles and taps. "Why, you fool, what do you expect? You don't think he's going to jump down your throat, do you? You can but try it on, and then if it don't do, why there's the other one to fall back on. Only if I had the choice, I'd rather have young Tudor too." "So would I," said Nora. "I can't abide that other fellow." "Well, there, that's how it is, you know. Beggars can't be choosers. But come, make us a drop of something hot. A little drop will do yourself good. But it's better not to take it before him, unless when he presses you." So the two ladies sat down to console themselves, as best they might, for the reverses which trade and love so often bring with them. Charlie walked off a miserable man. He was thoroughly ashamed of himself, thoroughly acknowledged his own weakness, and yet, as he went out from the Cat and Whistle, he felt sure that he should return there again to renew the degradation from which he had suffered this night. Indeed, what else could he do now? He had, as it were, solemnly plighted his troth to the girl before a third person who had brought them together, with the acknowledged purpose of witnessing that ceremony. He had, before Mrs. Davis and before the girl herself, heard her spoken of as his wife, and had agreed to the understanding that such an arrangement was a settled thing. What else had he to do now but to return and complete his part of the bargain? What else but that, and be a wretched, miserable, degraded man for the rest of his days? Lower, viler, more contemptible, infinitely lower even than his brother clerics at the office, whom in his pride he had so much despised. He walked from Norfolk Street into the Strand, and there the world was still alive, though it was now nearly 1 o'clock. The debauched misery, the wretched outdoor midnight revelry of the world was there, streaming in and out from gin palaces, and bawling itself hoarse with horrid, discordant, screech-owl slang. But he went his way unheeding and uncontaminated. Now that it was useless, he was thinking of the better things of the world. Nothing now seemed worth his grasp, nothing now seemed pleasurable, nothing capable of giving joy, but what was decent, good, reputable, cleanly, and polished. How he hated now that lower world which he had for the last 3 years condescended to pass so much of his time. How he hated himself for his own vileness. He thought of what Alaric was, of what Norman was, of what he himself might have been, he that was praised by Mrs. Woodward for his talent, he that was encouraged to place himself among the authors of the day. He thought of all this, and then he thought of what he was, the affianced husband of Nora Geraghty. He went along the Strand, over the crossing under the statue of Charles on horseback, and up Pall Mall East, till he came to the opening into the park under the Duke of York's column. The London night world was all alive as he made his way. From the Opera colonnade shrill voices shrieked out at him as he passed, and drunken men coming down from the night supper-houses in the Haymarket saluted him with affectionate cordiality. The hoarse waterman from the cab-stand, whose voice had perished in the night air, croaked out at him the offer of a vehicle, and one of the night beggar-women who cling like burrs to those who roam the street at these unhallowed hours still stuck to him, as she had done ever since he had entered the Strand. "Get away with you," said Charlie, turning at the wretched creature in his fierce anger. "Get away, or I'll give you in charge." "That you may never know what it is to be in misery yourself," said the miserable Irishwoman. "If you follow me a step farther, I'll have you locked up," said Charlie. "Oh, then, it's you that have the hard heart," said she, "and it's you that will suffer yet." Charlie looked round, threw her the odd halfpence which he had in his pocket, and then turned down towards the column. The woman picked up her prize, and with a speedy blessing took herself off in search of other prey. His way home would have taken him up Waterloo Place, but the space round the column was now deserted and quiet, and sauntering there, without thinking of what he did, he paced up and down between the clubs and the steps leading into the park. There, walking to and fro slowly, he thought of his past career, of all the circumstances of his life, since his life had been left to his own control, and of the absence of all hope for the future. What was he to do? He was deeply, inextricably in debt. That wretch Maruin had his name on bills which it was impossible that he should ever pay. Tradesmen held other bills of his which were either now overdue or would very shortly become so. He was threatened with numerous writs, any one of which would suffice to put him in jail. From his poor father, burdened as he was with other children, he knew that he had no right to expect further assistance. He was in debt to Norman, his best, he would have said his only friend, had it not been that in all his misery he could not help still thinking of Mrs. Woodward as his friend. And yet how could he venture to think longer of her, contaminated as he now was with the horrid degradation of his acknowledged love at the Cat and Whistle? No, he must think no more of the Woodwards. He must dream no more of those angel eyes which in his waking moments had so often peered at him out of heaven, teaching him to think of higher things, giving him higher hopes than those which had come to him from the working of his own unaided spirit. Ah, lessons taught in vain, vain hopes, lessons that had come all too late, hopes that had been cherished only to be deceived. It was all over now. He had made his bed, and he must lie on it. He had sown his seed, and he must reap his produce. There was now no excelsior left for him within the bounds of human probability. He had promised to go to Hampton with Harry Norman on Saturday, and he would go there for the last time. He would go there and tell Mrs. Woodward so much of the truth as he could bring himself to utter. He would say farewell to that blessed abode. He would take Linda's soft hand in his for the last time. For the last time he would hear the young, silver-ringing, happy voice of his darling Katy. For the last time look into her bright face. For the last time play with her as with a child of heaven. And then he would return to the Cat and Whistle. And having made this resolve, he went home to his lodgings. It was singular that in all his misery the idea hardly once occurred to him of setting himself right in the world by accepting his cousin's offer of Miss Golightly's hand and fortune. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of the Three Clerks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Strigley, Charlottesville, Virginia, USA. The Three Clerks by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 21. Hampton Court Bridge. Before the following Saturday afternoon, Charlie's spirits had somewhat recovered their natural tone. Not that he was in a happy frame of mind. The united energies of Mr. Emruan and Mrs. Davis had been too powerful to allow of that. Not that he had given over his projected plan of saying a long farewell to Mrs. Woodward, or at any rate of telling her something of his position. He still felt that he could not continue to live on terms of close intimacy both with her daughters and with Nora Geraghty. But the spirits of youth are ever buoyant, and the spirits of no one could be endowed with more natural buoyancy than those of the young navvy. Charlie, therefore, in spite of his misfortunes, was ready with his manuscript when Saturday afternoon arrived, and, according to agreement, met Norman at the railway station. Only one evening had intervened since the night in which he had ratified his matrimonial engagement, and in spite of the delicate nature of his position, he had for that evening allowed Mr. Peppermint to exercise his eloquence on the heart of the fair Nora without interruption. He the while had been engaged in completing the memoirs of Crinoline and Macassar. "Well, Charlie," they asked, one and all, as soon as he reached the cottage, "have you got the story? Have you brought the manuscript? Is it all finished and ready for that dreadful editor?" Charlie produced a roll, and Linda and Katy instantly pounced upon it. "Oh, it begins with poetry," said Linda. "I'm so glad," said Katy. "Is there much poetry in it, Charlie? I do so hope there is." "Not a word of it," said Charlie. "That which Linda sees is a song that the heroine is singing, and it isn't supposed to be written by the author at all." "I'm so sorry that there's no poetry," said Katy. "Can't you write poetry, Charlie?" "At any rate, there's lots of love in it," said Linda, who was turning over the pages. "Is there?" said Katy. "Well, that's the next best, but they should go together. You should have put all your love into verse, Charlie, and then your prose would have done for the funny parts." "Perhaps it's all fun," said Mrs. Woodward. "But come, girls, this is not fair. I won't let you look at the story till it's read in full committee." And so saying, Mrs. Woodward took the papers from her daughters, and tying them up, deposited them safe in custody. "We'll have it out when the tea things are gone." But before the tea things had come, an accident happened which had been like to dismiss Crinoline and Macassar altogether from the minds of the whole of the Woodward family. The young men had as usual dined in town, and therefore they were all able to spend the long summer evening out of doors. Norman's boat was down at Hampton, and it was therefore determined that they should row down as far as Hampton Court Park and back. Charlie and Norman were to row, and Mrs. Woodward agreed to accompany her daughters. Uncle Bat was left at home to his nap and rum and water. Norman was so expert a Thames waterman that he was quite able to manage the boat without a steersman, and Charlie was nearly his equal. But there is some amusement in steering, and Katy was allowed to sit between the tiller ropes. "I can steer very well, mamma, can't I, Harry? I always steer when we go to the island, and we run the boat straight up into the little creek, only just broad enough to hold it." Katy's visits to the island, however, were not so frequent as they had heretofore been, for she was approaching to 16 years of age, and wet feet and draggled petticoats had lost some of their charms. Mrs. Woodward, trusting more to the experience of her 2 knights than to the skill of the lady at the helm, took her seat, and they went off merrily down the stream. All the world knows that it is but a very little distance from Hampton Church to Hampton Court Bridge, especially when one has the stream with one. They were very soon near to the bridge, and as they approached it they had to pass a huge barge that was lazily making its way down to Brentford. "There's lots of time for the big arch," says Charlie. "Pull away then," said Harry. They both pulled hard and shot alongside and passed the barge. But the stream was strong, and the great ugly mass of black timber moved behind them quicker than it seemed to do. "It will be safer to take the one to the left," said Harry. "Oh, there's lots of time," said Charlie. "No," said Harry, "do as I tell you, and go to the left. Pull your left hand a little, Katie." Charlie did as he was bid, and Katie intended to do the same, but unfortunately she pulled the wrong hand. They were now very near the bridge, and the barge was so close to them as to show that there might have been danger in attempting to get through the same arch with her. "Your left hand, Katie, your left," shouted Norman, "your left string." Katie was confused, and gave first a pull with her right, and then a pull with her left, and then a strong pull with her right. The 2 men backed water as hard as they could, but the effort of Katie's steering was to drive the nose of the boat right into one of the wooden piers of the bridge. The barge went on its way, and luckily made its entry under the arch before the little craft had swung round into the stream before it. As it was, the boat, still clinging by its nose, came round with its stern against the side of the barge, and as the latter went on, the timbers of Norman's wherry cracked and crumpled in the rude encounter. The ladies should all have kept their seats. Mrs. Woodward did do so. Linda jumped up, and being next to the barge, was pulled up into it by one of the men. Katie stood bolt upright, with the tiller rope still in her hand, awe-struck at the misfortune she had caused. But while she was so standing, the stern of the boat was lifted nearly out of the water by the weight of the barge, and Katie was pitched behind her mother's back, head foremost into the water. Norman at the moment was endeavouring to steady the boat and shove it off from the barge, and had also lent a hand to assist Linda in her escape. Charlie was on the other side, standing up and holding on by the piers of the bridge, keeping his eyes on the ladies, so as to be of assistance to them when assistance might be needed. And now assistance was sorely needed, and luckily had not to be long waited for. Charlie, with a light and quick step, passed over the thwarts, and disregarding Mrs. Woodward's scream, let himself down over the gunwale behind her seat into the water. Katie can hardly be said to have sunk at all. She had at least never been so much under the water as to be out of sight. Her clothes kept up her light body, and when Charlie got close to her, she had been carried up to the piers of the bridge, and was panting with her head above water, and beating the stream with her little hands. She was soon again in comparative safety. Charlie had her by one arm, as he held on with the other to the boat, and kept himself afloat with his legs. Mrs. Woodward leaned over and caught her daughter's clothes, while Linda, who had seen what had happened, stood shrieking on the barge as it made its way on, heedless of the ruin it left behind. Another boat soon came to their assistance from the shore, and Mrs. Woodward and Katie were got safely into it. Charlie returned to the battered wherry, and assisted Norman in extricating it from its position, and a third boat went to Linda's rescue, who would otherwise have found herself in rather an uncomfortable position the next morning at Brentford. The hugging and kissing to which Katie was subjected when she was carried up to the inn near the boat slip on the Surrey side of the river may be imagined, as may also the faces she made at the wine-glass full of stiff brandy and water which she was desired to drink. She was carried home in a fly, and by the time she arrived there had so completely recovered her life and spirits as to put a vehement negative on her mother's proposition that she should at once go to bed. "And not hear dear Charlie's story?" said she, with tears in her eyes. "And, mamma, I can't and won't go to bed without seeing Charlie. I didn't say one word yet to thank him for jumping into the water after me." It was in vain that her mother told her that Charlie's story would amuse her twice as much when she should read it printed. It was in vain that Mrs. Woodward assured her that Charlie should come up to her room door and hear her thanks as he stood in the passage with the door ajar. Katey was determined to hear the story read. It must be read, if read at all, that Saturday night, as it was to be sent to the editor in the course of the week, and reading Crinoline and Macassar out loud on a Sunday was not to be thought of at Surbiton Cottage. Katey was determined to hear the story read, and to sit very near the author too during the reading, to sit near him and to give him such praise as even in her young mind she felt that an author would like to hear. Charlie had pulled her out of the river, and no one, as far as her efforts could prevent it, should be allowed to throw cold water on him. Norman and Charlie, wet as the latter was, contrived to bring the shattered boat back to Hampton. When they reached the lawn at Surbiton College they were both in high spirits. An accident, if it does no material harm, is always an inspiriting thing, unless one feels that it has been attributable to one's own fault. Neither of them could in this instance attach any blame to himself, and each felt that he had done what in him lay to prevent the possible ill effect of the mischance. As for the boat, Harry was too happy to think that none of his friends were hurt to care much about that. As they walked across the lawn, Mrs. Woodward ran out to them. "My dear, dear Charlie," she said, "what am I to say to thank you?" It was the first time Mrs. Woodward had ever called him by his Christian name. It had hitherto made him in a certain degree unhappy that she never did so, and now the sound was very pleasant to him. "Oh, Mrs. Woodward," said he, laughing, "you mustn't touch me, for I'm all mud." "My dear, dear Charlie, what can I say to you? And dear Harry, I fear we've spoilt your beautiful new boat." "I fear we've spoilt Katey's beautiful new hat," said Norman. Mrs. Woodward had taken and pressed a hand of each of them in spite of Charlie's protestations about the mud. "Oh, you're in a dreadful state," said she. "You had better take something at once. You'll catch your death of cold." "I'd better take myself off to the inn," said Charlie, "and get some clean clothes. That's all I want. But how is Katey? And how is Linda?" And so, after a multitude of such inquiries on both sides, and of all manner of affectionate greetings, Charlie went off to make himself dry, preparatory to the reading of the manuscript. During his absence, Linda and Katey came down to the drawing room. Linda was full of fun as to her journey with the bargeman, but Katey was a little paler than usual, and somewhat more serious and quiet than she was wont to be. Norman was the first in the drawing room, and received the thanks of the ladies for his prowess in assisting them, and Charlie was not slow to follow him, for he was never very long at his toilet. He came in with a jaunty, laughing air, as though nothing particular had happened, and as if he had not a care in the world. And yet, while he had been dressing, he had been thinking almost more than ever of Nora Geraghty. Oh, that she and Mrs. Davis with her, and Jabez M'Ruan with both of them, could be buried 10 fathom deep, out of his sight and out of his mind. When he entered the room, Katey felt her heart beat so strongly that she hardly knew how to thank him for saving her life. A year ago she would have got up and kissed him innocently, but a year makes a great difference. She could not do that now, so she gave him her little hand and held his till he came and sat down at his place at the table. "Oh, Charlie, I don't know what to say to you," said she, and he could see and feel that her whole body was shaking with emotion. "Then I'll tell you what to say. Charlie, here is your tea, and some bread, and some butter, and some jam, and some muffin. For I'll tell you what, my evening bath has made me as hungry as a hunter. I hope it has done the same for you." Katey, still holding his hand, looked up into his face, and he saw that her eyes were suffused with tears. She then left his side, and running round the room, filled a plate with all the things he had asked for, and bringing them to him, again took her place beside him. "I wish I knew how to do more than that," said she. "I suppose, Charlie, you'll have to make an entry about that barge on Monday morning, won't you?" said Linda. "Mind you put in how beautiful I looked sailing through the arch." "Yes, and how very gallant the bargeman was," said Norman. "Yes, and how much you enjoyed the idea of going down the river with him while we came back to the cottage," said Charlie. "We'll put it all down at the navigation, and old Snape shall make a special minute about it." Katy drank her tea in silence, and tried to eat, though without much success. When chatting voices and jokes were to be heard at the cottage, the sound of her voice was usually the foremost. But now she sat demure and quiet. She was realizing the danger from which she had escaped, and, as is so often the case, was beginning to fear it now that it was over. "Ah, Katy, my bonny bird," said her mother, seeing that she was not herself, and knowing that the excitement and overpowering feelings of gratitude were too much for her, "come here. You should be in bed, my foolish little puss, should you not?" "Indeed she should," said Uncle Bat, who was somewhat hard-hearted about the affair of the accident, and had been cruel enough, after hearing an account of it, to declare that it was all Katy's fault. "Indeed she should, and if she had gone to bed a little earlier in the evening, it would have been all the better for Master Norman's boat." "Oh, mamma, don't send me to bed," said she, with tears in her eyes. "Pray don't send me to bed now. I'm quite well, only I can't talk because I'm thinking of what Charlie did for me." And so saying, she got up, and hiding her face on her mother's shoulder, burst into tears. "My dearest child," said Mrs. Woodward, "I'm afraid you'll make yourself ill. We'll put off the reading, won't we, Charlie? We have done enough for one evening." "Of course we will," said he. "Reading a stupid story will be very slow work after all we've gone through to day." "No, no, no," said Katy. "It shan't be put off. There won't be any other time for hearing it. And, mamma, it must be read. And I know it won't be stupid. Oh, mamma, dear mamma, do let us hear it read. I'm quite well now." Mrs. Woodward found herself obliged to give way. She had not the heart to bid her daughter go away to bed, nor had she done so would it have been of any avail. Katy would have only lain and sobbed in her own room, and very probably had gone into hysterics. The best thing for her was to try to turn the current of her thoughts, and thus by degrees tame down her excited feelings. "Well, darling, then we'll have the story, if Charlie will let us. Go and fetch it, dearest." Katy raised herself from her mother's bosom, and going across the room, fetched the roll of papers to Charlie. As he prepared to take it, she took his hand in hers, and bending her head over it, tenderly kissed it. "You mustn't think," said she, "that because I say nothing, I don't know what it is that you have done for me. But I don't know how to say it." Charlie was at any rate as ignorant what he ought to say as Katy was. He felt the pressure of her warm lips on his hand, and hardly knew where he was. He felt that he blushed, and looked abashed, and dreaded, fearfully dreaded, lest Mrs. Woodward should surmise that he estimated at other than its intended worth her daughter's show of affection for him. "I shouldn't mind doing it every night," said he, "in such weather as this. I think it rather good fun going into the water with my clothes on." Katy looked up at him through her tears, as though she would say that she well understood what that meant. Mrs. Woodward saw that if the story was to be read, the sooner they began it the better. "Come, Charlie," said she, "now for the romance. Katy, come and sit by me." But Katy had already taken her seat a little behind Charlie, quite in the shade, and she was not to be moved. "But I won't read it myself," said Charlie. "You must read it, Mrs. Woodward." "Oh yes, Mrs. Woodward, you are to read it," said Norman. "Oh yes, do read it, mamma," said Linda. Katy said nothing, but she would have preferred that Charlie should have read it himself. "Well, if I can," said Mrs. Woodward. "Snape says I write the worst hand in all Somerset House," said Charlie, "but still I think you'll be able to manage it." "I hate that Mr. Snape," said Katy, sotto voce, and then Mrs. Woodward unrolled the manuscript and began her task. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of the Three Clerks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Srigley, Charlottesville, Virginia, USA. The Three Clerks, by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 22. Crinoline and Macassar; or, My Aunt's Will. "Well, Linda was right," said Mrs. Woodward. "It does begin with poetry." "It's only a song," said Charlie apologetically. "And after all there is only one verse of that. And then Mrs. Woodward began. Crinoline and Macassar. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the name of Mr. Charles Tudor's new novel. Crinoline and Macassar, said Uncle Bat. Are they intended for human beings' names? They are heroine and hero, as I take it, said Mrs. Woodward, and I presume them to be human, unless they turn out to be celestial. I never heard such names in my life, said the captain. At any rate, uncle, they are as good as Sir Jib Boom and Captain Hardaport, said Katey pertly. We won't mind about that, said Mrs. Woodward. I'm going to begin, and I beg I may not be interrupted. Crinoline and Macassar. The lovely Crinoline was sitting alone at a lattice window on a summer morning, and as she sat she sang with melancholy cadence the first part of the now celebrated song, which had then lately appeared from the distinguished pen of Sir G. H. Who is Sir G. H., Charley? Oh, it wouldn't do for me to tell that, said Charley. That must be left to the tact and intelligence of my readers. Oh, very well, said Mrs. Woodward. We will abstain from all impertinent questions. From the distinguished pen of Sir G. H., the ditty which she sang ran as followed. My heart's at my office, my heart is always there. My heart's at my office, docketing with care, docketing the papers and copying all day. My heart's at my office, though I be far away. Ah me, said the Lady Crinoline. What, is she a peer's daughter? said Uncle Bat. Not exactly, said Charley. It's only sort of a semi-poetic way one has of speaking of one's heroine. Ah me, said the Lady Crinoline, his heart, his heart. I wonder whether he has got a heart. And then she sang again in a low, plaintive voice, the first line of the song, suiting the cadence to her own case. His heart is at his office, his heart is always there. It was evident that the Lady Crinoline did not repeat the words in the feeling of their great author, who, when he wrote them, had intended to excite to high deeds of exalted merit that portion of the British youth which is employed in the civil service of the country. Crinoline laid down her lute, it was in fact an accordion, and gazing listlessly over the rails of the balcony, looked out at the green foliage which adorned the enclosure of the square below. It was Tavistock Square. The winds of March and the showers of April had been successful in producing the buds of May. Ah, Charley, that's taken from an old song, said Katey, only you've put buds instead of flowers. That's quite allowable, said Mrs. Woodward. Successful in producing the buds of May, the sparrows chirped sweetly on the housetop, and the coming summer gladdened the hearts of all except poor Crinoline. I wonder whether he has a heart, said she, and if he has, I wonder whether it is at his office. As thus she soliloquized, the door was opened by a youthful page, on whose well-formed breast buttons seemed to grow like mushrooms in the meadows in August. Mr. Macassar Jones, said the page, and having so said, he discreetly disappeared. He was in his line of life a valuable member of society. He had brought from his last place a 12-months character that was creditable alike to his head and heart. He was now found to be a trustworthy assistant in the household of the Lady Crinoline's mother, and was the delight of his aged parents, to whom he regularly remitted no inconsiderable portion of his wages. Let it always be remembered that the life even of a page may be glorious. All honour to the true and brave. Goodness, Charley, how very moral you are, said Linda. Yes, said he, that's indispensable. It's the intention of the Daily Delight always to hold up a career of virtue to the lower orders as the thing that pays. Honesty, high wages, and hot dinners, those are our principles. You'll have a deal to do before you'll bring the lower orders to agree with you, said Uncle Bat. We have a deal to do, said Charley, and we'll do it. The power of the cheap press is unbounded. As the page closed the door, a light, low, melancholy step was heard to make its way across the drawing-room. Crinoline's heart had given one start when she had heard the announcement of the well-known name. She had once glanced with eager inquiring eyes toward the door, but not in vain to her had an excellent mother taught the proprieties of elegant life. Long before Macassar Jones was present in the chamber she had snatched up the tambour frame that lay beside her, and when he entered she was zealously engaged on the fox's head that was to ornament the toe of a left foot slipper. Who shall dare to say that those slippers were intended to grace the feet of Macassar Jones? "But I suppose they were," said Katey. "You must wait and see," said her mother. "For my part, I am not at all so sure about that." "Oh, but I know they must be, for she's in love with him," said Katey. "Oh, Mr. Macassar," said the Lady Crinoline, when he had drawn nigh to her, "and how are you to-day?" This mention of his Christian name betrayed no undue familiarity, as the two families were intimate, and Macassar had 4 elder brothers. "I am so sorry mamma is not at home. She will regret not seeing you amazingly." Macassar had his hat in his hand, and he stood a while gazing at the fox in the pattern. "Won't you sit down?" said Crinoline. "Is it very dusty in the street to-day?" asked Crinoline, and as she spoke she turned upon him a face wreathed in the sweetest smiles, radiant with elegant courtesy, and altogether expressive of extreme gentility, unsullied propriety, and a very high tone of female education. "Is it very dusty in the street to-day?" Charmed by the involuntary grace of her action, Macassar essayed to turn his head towards her as he replied. He could not turn it much, for he wore an all-rounder, but still he was enabled by a side glance to see more of that finished elegance than was perhaps good for his peace of mind. "Yes," said he, "it is dusty. It certainly is dusty rather, but not very, and then in most streets they've got the water carts." "Oh, I love those water carts," said Crinoline. "The dust, you know, is so trying." "To the complexion?" suggested Macassar, again looking round as best he might over the bulwark of his collar. Crinoline laughed slightly. It was perhaps hardly more than a simper, and turning her lovely eyes from her work, she said, "Well, to the complexion, if you will. What would you gentlemen say if we ladies were to be careless of our complexions?" Macassar merely sighed gently. Perhaps he had no fitting answer. Perhaps his heart was too full for him to answer. He sat with his eye fixed on his hat, which still dangled in his hand, but his mind's eye was far away. "Is it in his office?" thought Crinoline to herself, "or is it here? Is it anywhere?" "Have you learnt the song I sent you?" said he at last, waking as it were from a trance. "Not yet," said she. "That is, not quite, that is. I could not sing it before strangers yet." "Strangers!" said Macassar, and he looked at her again with an energy that produced results not beneficial either to his neck or his collar. Crinoline was delighted at this expression of feeling. "At any rate it is somewhere," said she to herself, "and it can hardly be all at his office." "Well, I will not say strangers," she said out loud. It sounds, I don't know how it sounds, but what I mean is, that as yet I've only sung it before mamma." "I declare I don't know which is the biggest fool of the two," said Uncle Bat very rudely. "As for him, if I had him on the forecastle of a man of war for a day or two, I'd soon teach him to speak out." "You forget," said Charlie, "he's not a sailor. He's only in the civil service. We're all very bashful in the civil service." "I think he is rather spoony, I must say," said Katey, whereupon Mrs. Woodward went on reading. "It's a sweet thing, isn't it?" said Macassar. "Oh, very," said Crinoline, with a rapturous expression which pervaded her whole head and shoulders as well as her face and bust. "Very sweet, and so new." "It quite comes home to me," said Macassar, and he sighed deeply. "Then it is at his office," said Crinoline to herself, and she sighed also. They both sat silent for a while, looking into the square. Crinoline was at one window and Macassar at the other. "I must go now," said he. "I promised to be back at 3." "Back where?" said she. "At my office," said he. Crinoline sighed. After all, it was at his office. It was too evident that it was there, and nowhere else. Well, and why should it not be there? Why should not Macassar Jones be true to his duty and to his country? What had she to do with his heart? Why should she wish it elsewhere? 'Twas thus she tried to console herself, but in vain. Had she had an office of her own, it might perhaps have been different. But Crinoline was only a woman, and often she sighed over the degradation of her lot. "Good morning, Miss Crinoline," said he. "Good morning, Mr. Macassar," said she. "Mamma will so regret that she has lost the pleasure of seeing you." And then she rung the bell. Macassar went downstairs, perhaps somewhat slower, with perhaps more of melancholy than when he entered. The page opened the hall door with alacrity, and shut it behind him with a slam. All honour to the true and brave. Crinoline again took up the note of her sorrow, and with her lute in hand she warbled forth the line which stuck like a thorn in her sweet bosom. "His heart is in his office, his heart is always there." "There," said Mrs. Woodward, "that's the end of the first chapter." "Well, I like the page the best," said Linda, "because he seems to know what he is about." "Oh, so does the lady," said Charlie; "but it wouldn't at all do if we made the hero and heroine go about their work like humdrum people. You'll see that the Lady Crinoline knows very well what's what." "Oh, Charlie, pray don't tell us," said Katy. "I do so like Mr. Macassar. He is so spoony. Pray go on, mamma." "I'm ready," said Mrs. Woodward, again taking up the manuscript. Chapter 2. The lovely Crinoline was the only daughter of fond parents, and though they were not what might be called extremely wealthy, considering the vast incomes of some residents in the metropolis, and were not perhaps wont to mix in the highest circles of the Belgravian aristocracy, yet she was enabled to dress in all the elegance of fashion, and contrived to see a good deal of that society which moves in the highly respectable neighbourhood of Russell Square and Gower Street. Her dresses were made at the distinguished establishment of Madame Matalini in Hanover Square. At least she was in the habit of getting one dress there every other season, and this was quite sufficient among her friends to give her a reputation for dealing in the proper quarter. Once she had got a bonnet direct from Paris, which gave her ample opportunity of expressing a frequent opinion not favourable to the fabricators of a British article. She always took care that her shoes had within them the name of a French cordonnier, and her gloves were made to order in the Rue du Bac, though usually bought and paid for in Tottenham Court Road. "What a false creature!" said Linda. "False!" said Charlie. "And how is a girl to get along if she be not false? What girl could live for a moment before the world if she were to tell the whole truth about the get-up of her wardrobe, the patchings and make-believes, the chipped ribbons and turned silks, the little bills here and the little bills there? How else is an allowance of £20 a year to be made compatible with an appearance of unlimited income? How else are young men to be taught to think that in an affair of dress money is a matter of no moment whatsoever?" "Oh, Charlie, Charlie, don't be so slanderous," said Mrs. Woodward. "I only repeat what the editor says to me. I know nothing about it myself, only we are requested to hold the mirror up to nature, and to art too, I believe. We are to set those things right, you know." "We? Who are we?" said Katy. "Why, the Daily Delight," said Charlie. "But I hope there's nothing false in patching and turning," said Mrs. Woodward, "for if there be, I'm the falsest woman alive." "To gar the auld clay look amaist as weel's the new," is, I thought, one of the most legitimate objects of a woman's diligence. "It all depends on the spirit of the stitches," said Charlie the censor. "Well, I must say I don't like mending up old clothes a bit better than Charlie does," said Katy. "But pray go on, mamma." So Mrs. Woodward continued to read. On the day of Macassar's visit in Tavistock Square, Crinoline was dressed in a most elegant morning costume. It was a very light barège muslin, extremely full, and which, as she had assured her friend, Miss Manasseh of Keppel Street, had been sent home from the establishment in Hanover Square only the day before. I am aware that Miss Manasseh instantly propagated an ill-natured report that she had seen the identical dress in a milliner's room up 2 pairs back in Store Street, but then Miss Manasseh was known to be envious, and had moreover seen 12 seasons out in those localities, whereas the fair Crinoline, young thing, had graced Tavistock Square only for 2 years, and her mother was ready to swear that she had never passed the nursery door till she came there. The ground of the dress was a light pea green, and the pattern was ivy wreaths entwined with pansies and tulips. Each flounce showed a separate wreath, and there were 9 flounces, the highest of which fairy circles was about 3 inches below the smallest waist that ever was tightly girded in steel and whalebone. Macassar had once declared in a moment of ecstatic energy that a small waist was the chiefest grace in woman. How often had the Lady Crinoline's maid, when in the extreme agony of her labour, put a malediction on his name on account of this speech. It is unnecessary to speak of the drapery of the arms, which showed the elaborate lace of the sleeve beneath, and sometimes also the pearly whiteness of that rounded arm. This was a sight which would almost drive Macassar to distraction. At such moments as that, the hopes of the patriotic poet for the good of the civil service were not strictly fulfilled in the heart of Macassar Jones. Oh, if the Lady Crinoline could but have known! It is unnecessary also to describe the strange and hidden mechanism of that mysterious petticoat which gave such full dimensions, such ample sweeping proportions to the tout ensemble of the lady's appearance. It is unnecessary, and would perhaps be improper, and as far as I am concerned, is certainly impossible. Here Charlie blushed as Mrs. Woodward looked at him from over the top of the paper. Let it suffice to say that she could envelop a sofa without the slightest effort, throw her draperies 1.5 yards from her on either side without any appearance of stretching, completely fill a carriage, or, which was more frequently her fate, entangle herself all but inextricably in a cab. A word, however, must be said of those little feet that peeped out now and again so beautifully from beneath the artistic constructions above alluded to, of the feet, or perhaps rather of the shoes. But yet what can be said of them successfully? That French name, so correctly spelt, so elaborately accented, so beautifully finished in gold letters, which from their form, however, one would say that the cordonnier must have imported from England, was only visible to those favoured knights who were occasionally permitted to carry the shoes home in their pockets. But a word must be said about the hair, dressed à l'impératrice, redolent of the sweetest patchouli, disclosing all the glories of that ingenious but perhaps too open brow. A word must be said, but alas, how inefficacious to do justice to the ingenuity so wonderfully displayed! The hair of the Lady Crinoline was perhaps more lovely than abundant. To produce that glorious effect, that effect which is now symbolized among English lasses, the headdress à l'impératrice, as the one idea of feminine beauty, every hair was called on to give its separate aid. As is the case with so many of us who are anxious to put our best foot forward, everything was abstracted from the rear in order to create a show in the front. Then, to complete the garniture of the head, to make all perfect, to leave no point of escape for the susceptible admirer of modern beauty, some dorsal appendage was necessary of mornings as well as in the more fully bedizened period of evening society. Everything about the sweet Crinoline was wont to be green. It is the sweetest and most innocent of colours, but alas, a colour dangerous for the heart's ease of youthful beauty. Hanging from the back of her head were to be seen moss and fennel, and various grasses, ryegrass and timothy, trefoil and cinquefoil, vetches and clover, and here and there young fern. A story was told, but doubtless false, as it was traced to the mouth of Miss Manasseh, that once while Crinoline was reclining in a paddock at Richmond, having escaped with the young Macassar from the heat of a neighbouring drawing-room, a cow had attempted to feed from her head. "Oh, Charlie, a cow!" said Katey. "Well, but you see I don't give it as true," said Charlie. "I shall never get it done if Katey won't hold her tongue," said Mrs. Woodward. But perhaps it was when at the seaside in September, at Broadstairs, Herne Bay, or Dover, Crinoline and her mamma invigorated themselves with the sea breezes of the ocean. Perhaps it was there that she was enabled to assume that covering for her head in which her soul most delighted. It was a Tom and Jerry hat turned up at the sides, with a short but knowing feather, velvet trimmings, and a steel buckle blinking brightly in the noonday sun. Had Macassar seen her in this, he would have yielded himself her captive at once, quarter or no quarter. It was the most marked and perhaps the most attractive peculiarity of the Lady Crinoline's face, that the end of her nose was a little turned up. This charm, in unison with the upturned edges of her cruel-hearted hat, was found by many men to be invincible. We all know how dreadful is the spectacle of a Saracen's head as it appears, or did appear, painted on a huge board at the top of Snow Hill. From that we are left to surmise with what tremendous audacity of countenance, with what terror-striking preparations of the outward man, an Eastern army is led to battle. Can any men so fearfully bold in appearance ever turn their backs and fly? They look as though they could destroy by the glance of their ferocious eyes. Who could withstand the hirsute horrors of those fiery faces? There is just such audacity, a courage of a similar description, perhaps we may say an equal invincibility, in the charms of those Tom and Jerry hats when duly put on, over a face of the proper description, over such a face as that of the Lady Crinoline. They give to the wearer an appearance of concentration of pluck. But as the Eastern array does quail before the quiet valor of Europe, so we may perhaps say does the open, quick audacity of the Tom and Jerry tend to less powerful results than the modest, enduring patience of the bonnet. So ends the second chapter. Bravo, Charley, said Mrs. Woodward. In the name of the British female public, I beg to thank you for your exertions. The editor said I was to write down turned-up hats, said Charley. I rather like them myself. I hope my new slouch is not an audacious Saracen's head, said Linda. Or mine, said Katy. But you may say what you like about them now, for mine is drowned. Come, girls, there are 4 more chapters, I see. Let me finish it, and then we can discuss it afterwards. Chapter 3. Having thus described the Lady Crinoline. You haven't described her at all, said Linda. You haven't got beyond her clothes yet. There is nothing beyond them, said Charley. You haven't even described her face, said Katy. You've only said that she had a turned-up nose. There is nothing further that one can say about it, said Charley. Having thus described the Lady Crinoline, continued Mrs. Woodward, it now becomes our duty, as impartial historians, to give some account of Mr. Macassar Jones. We are not prepared to give the exact name of the artist by whom Mr. Macassar Jones was turned out to the world so perfectly dressed a man. Were we to do so, the signal service done to one establishment by such an advertisement would draw down on us the anger of the trade at large, and the tailors of London would be in league against the Daily Delight. It is sufficient to remark that the artist's offices are not 100 miles from Pall Mall, nor need we expressly name the bootmaker to whom is confided the task of making those feet small by degrees and beautifully less. The process, we understand, has been painful, but the effect is no doubt remunerative. In 3 special walks of dress has Macassar Jones been more than ordinarily careful to create a sensation, and we believe we may assert that he has been successful in all. We have already alluded to his feet. Ascending from them, and ascending not far, we come to his coat. It is needless to say that it is a frock, needless to say that it is a long frock, long as those usually worn by younger infants, and apparently made so for the same purpose. But look at the exquisitely small proportions of the collar, look at the grace of the long sleeves, the length of back, the propriety, the innate respectability, the perfect decorum, we had almost said the high moral worth of the whole. Who would not willingly sacrifice any individual existence that he might become the exponent of such a coat? Macassar Jones was proud to do so. But he had bestowed perhaps the greatest amount of personal attention on his collar. It was a matter more within his own grasp than those great and important articles to which attention has been already drawn, but one nevertheless on which he was able to expend the whole amount of his energy and genius. Some people may think that an all-rounder is an all-rounder, and that if one is careful to get an all-rounder, one has done all that is necessary. But so thought not Macassar Jones. Some men wear collars of 2 plies of linen, some men of 3. But Macassar Jones wore collars of 4 plies. Some men, some sensual, self-indulgent men, appear to think that the collar should be made for the neck. But Macassar Jones knew better. He who never spared himself when the cause was good, he knew that the neck had been made for the collar. It was at any rate evident that such was the case with his own. Little can be said of his head, except that it was small, narrow, and genteel. But his hat might be spoken of, and perhaps with advantage. Of the loose but studied tie of his inch-wide cravat, a paragraph might be made, but we would fain not be tedious. We will only further remark that he always carried within him a wonderful representation of himself, like to him to a miracle, only smaller in its dimensions, like as a duodecimo is to a folio, a babe, as it were, of his own begetting, a little alter ego in which he took much delight. It was his umbrella. Look at the delicate finish of its lower extremity. Look at the long, narrow, and well-made coat in which it is enveloped from its neck downward, without speck or blemish or wrinkle. Look at the little wooden head, nicely polished, with the effigy of a human face on one side of it. Little eyes it has, and a sort of nose. Look closer at it, and you will perceive a mouth, not expressive indeed, but still it is there, a mouth and chin, and is it, or is it not, an attempt at a pair of whiskers? It certainly has a moustache. Such were Mr. Macassar Jones and his umbrella. He was an excellent clerk, and did great credit to the important office to which he was attached, namely that of the Episcopal Audit Board. He was much beloved by the other gentlemen who were closely connected with him in that establishment, and may be said for the first year or 2 of his service to have been not exactly the life and soul, but we may perhaps say with more propriety the pervading genius of the room in which he sat. But alas, at length a cloud came over his brow. At first it was but a changing shadow, but it settled into a dark veil of sorrow, which obscured all his virtues, and made the worthy senior of his room shake his thin grey locks once and again. He shook them more in sorrow than in anger, for he knew that Macassar was in love, and he remembered the days of his youth. Yes, Macassar was in love. He had seen the lovely crinoline. To see was to admire. To admire was to love. To love, that is to love her, to love crinoline, the exalted, the sought after, the one so much in demand, as he had once expressed himself to one of his bosom friends. To love her was to despair. He did despair, and despairing sighed, and sighing was idle. But he was not all idle. The genius of the human man had that within it which did not permit itself to evaporate in mere sighs. Sighs with the high-minded force themselves into the guise of poetry, and so it had been with him. He got leave of absence for a week, and shut himself up alone in his lodgings. For a week in his lodgings, during the long evenings of winter, did he remain unseen and unheard of. His landlady thought that he was in debt, and his friends whispered abroad that he had caught scarlatina. But at the end of the 7 days he came forth, pale indeed, but with his countenance lighted up by ecstatic fire, and as he started for his office he carefully folded and put into his pocket the elegantly written poem on which he had been so intently engaged. "I am so glad we are to have more poetry," said Katy. "Is it another song?" "You'll see," said Mrs. Woodward. Macassar had many bosom friends at his office, to all of whom, one by one, he had confided the tale of his love. For a while he doubted to which of them he should confide the secret of his inspiration, but genius will not hide its head under a bushel, and thus, before long, did Macassar's song become the common property of the Episcopal Audit Board. Even the bishop sang it. So Macassar was assured by one of his brother clerks, who was made of a coarser clay than his colleague. Even the bishop sang it when they met in council together on their own peculiar bench. It would be useless to give the whole of it here, for it contained 10 verses. The last 2 were those which Macassar was wont to sing to himself as he wandered lonely under the elms of Kensington Gardens. "Oh, how she walks, and how she talks, and sings like a bird serene! But of this be sure, while the world shall endure, the loveliest lady that'll ever be seen will still be the Lady Crinoline, the lovely Lady Crinoline. With her hair done all à l'imperatrice, sweetly done with the best of grease, she looks like a goddess or queen, and so I declare, and solemnly swear, that the loveliest lady that ever was seen is still the Lady Crinoline, the lovely Lady Crinoline." "And so ends the 3rd chapter," said Mrs. Woodward. Both Katy and Linda were beginning to criticize, but Mrs. Woodward repressed them sternly, and went on with chapter 4. It was a lovely day towards the end of May that Macassar Jones, presenting himself before the desk of the senior clerk at 1 o'clock, begged for permission to be absent for 2 hours. The request was preferred with meek and hesitating voice, and with downcast eyes. The senior clerk shook his grey locks sadly. Sadly he shook his thin grey locks, for he grieved at the sight which he saw. 'Twas sad to see the energies of this young man thus sapped in his early youth by the all-absorbing strength of a hopeless passion. Crinoline was now, as it were, a household word at the Episcopal Audit Board. The senior clerk believed her to be cruel, and as he knew for what object these 2 hours of idleness were requested, he shook his thin grey locks in sorrow. "I'll be back at 3, sir, punctual," said Macassar. "But, Mr. Jones, you are absent nearly every day for the same period." "To-day shall be the last. To-day shall end it all," said Macassar, with a look of wretched desperation. What would Sir Gregory say?" said the senior clerk. Macassar Jones sighed deeply. Nature had not made the senior clerk a cruel man, but yet this allusion was cruel. The young Macassar had drunk deeply of the waters that welled from the fountain of Sir Gregory's philosophy. He had been proud to sit humbly at the feet of such a Gamaliel, and now it rent his young heart to be thus twitted with the displeasure of the great master whom he so loved and so admired. "Well, go, Mr. Jones," said the senior clerk. "Go, but as you go, resolve that to-morrow you will remain at your desk. Now go, and may prosperity attend you." "All shall be decided to-day," said Macassar, and as he spoke an unusual spark gleamed in his eye. He went, and as he went the senior clerk shook his thin grey hairs. He was a bachelor, and he distrusted the charms of the sex. Macassar, returning to his desk, took up his hat and his umbrella and went forth. His indeed was a plight in which that old senior clerk might well shake his thin grey hairs in sorrow, for Macassar was the victim of mysterious circumstances which from his youth upwards had marked him out for a fate of no ordinary nature. The tale must now be told. "Oh dear," said Linda, "is it something horrid?" "I hope it is," said Katy. "Perhaps he's already married to some old hag or witch." "You don't say who his father and mother are, but I suppose he'll turn out to be somebody else's son," said Linda. "He's a very nice young man for a small tea party, at any rate," said Uncle Bat. "The tale must now be told," continued Mrs. Woodward. "In his early years Macassar Jones had had a maiden aunt. This lady died." "Oh, mamma, if you read it that way I shall surely cry," said Katy. "Well, my dear, if your heart is so susceptible you had better indulge it. This lady died and left behind her—" "What?" said Linda. "A diamond ring," said Katy. "A sealed manuscript which was found in a secret drawer," suggested Linda. "Perhaps a baby," said Uncle Bat. "And left behind her a will. Did she leave anything else?" asked Norman. "Ladies and gentlemen, if I am to be interrupted in this way, I really must resign my task," said Mrs. Woodward. "We shall never get to bed." "I won't say another word," said Katy. In his early years Macassar had had a maiden aunt. This lady died and left behind her a will, in which, with many expressions of the warmest affection and fullest confidence, she left £3,000 in the 3 per cents. "What are the 3 per cents?" said Katy. "The 3 per cents is a way in which people get some of their money to spend regularly, when they have got a large sum locked up somewhere," said Linda. "Oh!" said Katy. "Will you hold your tongue, miss?" said Mrs. Woodward. Left £3000 in the 3 per cents. To her nephew, but she left it on these conditions: that he should be married before he was 25, and that he should have a child lawfully born in the bonds of wedlock before he was 26. And then the will went on to state that the interest of the money should accumulate till Macassar had attained the latter age, and that in the event of his having failed to comply with the conditions and stipulations above named, the whole money, principal and interest, should be set aside, and by no means given up to the said Macassar, but applied to the uses, purposes, and convenience of that excellent charitable institution denominated the Prince Charlotte's Lying-in Hospital. Now the nature of this will had been told in confidence by Macassar to some of his brother clerks, and was consequently well known at the Episcopal Audit Board. It had given rise there to a spirit of speculation against which the senior clerk had protested in vain. Bets were made, some in favour of Macassar and some of that of the hospital, but of late the odds were going much against our hero. It was well known that in 3 short months he would attain that disastrous age which, if it found him a bachelor, would find him also denuded of his legacy. And then how short a margin remained for the second event! The odds were daily rising against Macassar, and as he heard the bets offered and taken at the surrounding desk, his heart quailed within him. And the lovely Crinoline, she also had heard of this eccentric will, she and her mother. £3000 with interest arising for some half-score of years would make a settlement by no means despicable in Tavistock Square, and would enable Macassar to maintain a house over which even Crinoline need not be ashamed to preside. But what if the legacy should be lost? She also knew to a day what was the age of her swain. She knew how close upon her was that day which, if she passed it unwedded, would see her resolve to be deaf for ever to the vows of Macassar. Still, if she managed well, there might be time, at any rate, for the marriage. But alas, Macassar made no vows, none at least which the most attentive ear could consider to be audible. Crinoline's ear was attentive, but hitherto in vain. He would come there daily to Tavistock Square. Daily would that true and valiant page lay open the path to his mistress' feet. Daily would Macassar sit there for a while and sigh. But the envious hour would pass away while the wished-for word was still unsaid, and he would hurry back and complete with figures, too often erroneous, the audit of some diocesan balance. "You must help him, my dear," said Crinoline's mamma. "But he says nothing, mamma," said Crinoline in tears. "You must encourage him to speak, my dear." "I do encourage him, but by that time it is always 3 o'clock, and then he has to go away." "You should be quicker, my dear. You should encourage him more at once. Now try to-day. If you can't do anything to-day, I really must get your papa to interfere." Crinoline had ever been an obedient child, and now as ever she determined to obey. But it was a hard task for her. In 3 months he would be 25, in 15 months 26. She, however, would do her best, and then, if her efforts were unavailing, she could only trust to Providence and her papa. With sad and anxious thought did Macassar that day take up his new silk hat, take up also his darling umbrella, and descend the sombre steps of the Episcopal Audit Office. 7 to 1 on the lying-in were the last words which reached his ear as the door of his room closed behind him. His was a dreadful position. What if that sweet girl, that angel whom he so worshipped, what if she, melted by his tale of sorrow, that is, if he could prevail upon himself to tell it, should take pity and consent to be hurried prematurely to the altar of Hymen, and then, if, after all, the legacy should be forfeited? Poverty for himself he could endure, at least he thought so, but poverty for her? Could he bear that? What if he should live to see her deprived of that green headdress, robbed of those copious draperies, reduced to English shoes, compelled to desert that shrine in Hanover Square, and all through him? His brain reeled round, his head swam, his temples throbbed, his knees knocked against each other, his blood stagnated, his heart collapsed. A cold, clammy perspiration covered him from head to foot. He could hardly reach the courtyard, and there obtain the support of a pillar. Dreadful thoughts filled his mind. The Thames, the friendly Thames, was running close to him. Should he not put a speedy end to all his misery? Those horrid words, that 7 to 1 on the lying in, still rang in his ears. Were the chances really 7 to 1 against his getting his legacy? "Oh," said he, "my aunt, my aunt, my aunt, my aunt, my aunt!" But at last he roused the spirit of the man within him. "Faint heart never won fair lady," seemed to be whispered to him from every stone in Somerset House. The cool air blowing through the passages revived him, and he walked forth through the wide portals, resolving that he would return a happy, thriving lover, or that he would return no more that night. What would he care for Sir Gregory, what for the thin locks of the senior clerk, if Crinoline should reject him? It was his custom, as he walked toward Tavistock Square, to stop at a friendly pastry cook's in Covent Garden, and revive his spirits for the coming interview with Banbury tarts and cherry brandy. In the moments of his misery, something about the pastry cook's girl, something that reminded him of Crinoline, it was probably her nose, had tempted him to confide to her his love. He had told her everything. The kind young creature pitied him, and as she ministered to his wants, was wont to ask sweetly as to his passion. "And how was the lovely Crinoline yesterday?" asked she. He had entrusted to her a copy of his poem. "More beauteous than ever," he said, but somewhat indistinctly, for his mouth was clogged with the Banbury tart. "And good-natured, I hope. Indeed, I don't know how she can resist," said the girl. "I'm sure you'll make it all right to day, for I see you've got your winning way with you." Winning way, with 7 to 1 against him? Macassar sighed and spilt some of his cherry brandy over his shirt front. The kind-hearted girl came and wiped it for him. "I think I'll have another glass," said he, with a deep voice. He did take another glass, and also ate another tart. "He'll pop one day, as sure as eggs, now he's taken them 2 glasses of popping powder," said the girl, as he went out of the shop. "Well, it's astonishing to me what the men find to be afraid of." And so Macassar hastened toward Tavistock Square, all too quickly, for as he made his way across Great Russell Street, he found that he was very hot. He leant against the rail, and taking off his hat and gloves, began to cool himself, and wipe away the dust with his pocket handkerchief. "I wouldn't have minded the expense of a cab," said he to himself, "only the chances are so much against me, 7 to 1. But he had no time to lose. He had had but 2 precious hours at his disposal, and 30 minutes were already gone. He hurried on to Tavistock Square, and soon found that well-known door open before him. "The Lady Crinoline sits upstairs alone," said the page, "and is a-thinking of you." Then he added in a whisper, "Do you go at her straight, Mr. Macassar, slip slap, and no mistake. All honour to the true and brave." Chapter 5. As Macassar walked across the drawing-room, Crinoline failed to perceive his presence, although his boots did creak rather loudly. Such at least must be presumed to have been the case, for she made no immediate sign of having noticed him. She was sitting at the open window, with her lute in hand, gazing into the vacancy of the square below, and as Macassar walked across the room, a deep sigh escaped from her bosom. The page closed the door, and at the same moment Crinoline touched her lute, or rather pulled it at the top and bottom, and threw one wild witch note to the wind. As she did so, a line of a song escaped from her lips with a low, melancholy, but still rapturous cadence. "His heart is at the office, his heart is always there." "Oh, Mr. Macassar, is that you?" she exclaimed. She struggled to rise, but finding herself unequal to the effort, she sank back again on a chair, dropped her lute on a soft footstool, and then buried her face in her hands. It was dreadful for Macassar to witness such agony. "Is anything the matter?" said he. "The matter!" said she. "Ah, ah! I hope you are not sick," said he. "Sick?" said she. "Well, I feel I am very sick." "What is it?" said he. "Perhaps only bilious," he suggested. "Oh, oh, oh!" said she. "I see I'm in the way. I think I had better go." And so he prepared to depart. "No, no, no," said she, jumping up from her chair. "Oh, Mr. Macassar, don't be so cruel. Do you wish to see me sink on the carpet before your feet?" Macassar denied the existence of any such wish, and said that he humbly begged her pardon if he gave any offence. "Offence!" said she, smiling sweetly on him, sweetly but yet sadly. "Offence! No, no offence. Indeed, I don't know how you could. But never mind. I am such a silly thing. One's feelings will sometimes get the better of one. Don't you often find it so?" "Oh yes, quite so," said Macassar. "I think it's the heat." "He's a downright noodle," said Crinoline's mamma to her sister-in-law, who lived with them. The two were standing behind a chink in the door which separated the drawing-room from a chamber behind it. "Won't you sit down, Mr. Macassar?" Macassar sat down. "Mamma will be so sorry to miss you again. She's calling somewhere in Grosvenor Square, I believe. She wanted me to go with her, but I could not bring myself to go with her to-day. It's useless for the body to go out when the heart still remains at home. Don't you find it so?" "Oh, quite so," said Macassar. The cherry brandy had already evaporated before the blaze of all that beauty, and he was bethinking himself how he might best take himself off. Let the hospital have the filthy lucre. He would let the money go, and would show the world that he loved for the sake of love alone. He looked at his watch, and found that it was already past 2. Crinoline, when she saw that watch, knew that something must be done at once. She appreciated more fully than her lover did the value of this world's goods, and much as she doubtless sympathized with the wants of the hospital in question, she felt that charity should begin at home, so she fairly burst out into a flood of tears. Macassar was quite beside himself. He had seen her weep before, but never with such frightful violence. She rushed up from her chair, and passing so close to him as nearly to upset him by the waft of her petticoats, threw herself on to an ottoman, hiding her face on the stump in the middle of it, sobbed and screeched till Macassar feared that the buttons behind her dress would crack and fly off. "Oh, oh, oh!" sobbed Crinoline. "It must be the heat," said Macassar, knocking down a flower pot in his attempt to open the window a little wider. "Oh dear, what have I done?" said he. "I think I'd better go." "Never mind the flower pot," said Crinoline, looking up through her tears. "Oh, oh, oh, oh me! Oh, my heart!" Macassar looked at his watch. He had only 45 minutes left for everything. The expense of a cab would, to be sure, be nothing if he were successful, but then what chance was there of that? "Can I do anything for you in the Strand?" said he. "I must be at my office at 3. "In the Strand!" she screeched. "What could he do for me in the Strand?" Heartless, heartless, heartless! Well, go, go, go to your office, Mr. Macassar. Your heart is there, I know. It is always there. Go. Don't let me stand between you and your duties, between you and Sir Gregory. Oh, how I hate that man! Go. Why should I wish to prevent you? Of course I have no such wish. To me it is quite indifferent. Only mamma will be so sorry to miss you. You don't know how mamma loves you. She loves you almost as a son. But go, go, pray go." And then Crinoline looked at him. Oh, how she looked at him! It was as though all the goddesses of heaven were inviting him to come and eat ambrosia with them on a rosy-tinted cloud. All the goddesses, did we say? No, but one goddess, the most beautiful of them all. His heart beat violently against his ribs, and he felt that he was almost mad enough for anything. Instinctively his hand went again to his waistcoat pocket. "You shan't look at your watch so often," said she, putting up her delicate hand and stopping his. "There, I'll look at it for you. It's only just 2, and you needn't go to your office for this hour." And as she squeezed it back into his pocket, he felt her fingers pressing against his heart, and felt her hair, done all à l'impératrice, in sweet contact with his cheek. "There, I shall hold it there," said she, "so that you shan't look at it again." "Will you stay till I bid you go?" said Crinoline. Macassar declared that he did not care a straw for the senior clerk, or for Sir Gregory either. He would stay there for ever, he said. What, for ever in mamma's drawing-room? Said Crinoline, opening wide her lovely eyes with surprise. For ever near to you, said Macassar. Oh, Mr. Macassar, said Crinoline, dropping her hand from his waistcoat and looking bashfully towards the ground, what can you mean? Down went Macassar on his knees, and down went Crinoline into her chair. There was perhaps rather too much distance between them, but that did not much matter now. There he was on both knees, with his hands clasped together, as they were wont to be when he said his prayers, with his umbrella beside him on one side, and his hat on the other, making his declaration in full and unmistakable terms. A yard or two of floor, more or less, between them, was neither here nor there. At first the bashful Crinoline could not bring herself to utter a distinct consent, and Macassar was very nearly up and away in a returning fit of despair. But her good nature came to his aid, and as she quickly said, "I will, I will, I will," he returned to his posture in somewhat nearer quarters, and was transported into the seventh heaven by the bliss of kissing her hand. "Oh, Macassar," said she. "Oh, Crinoline," said he. "You must come and tell papa to-morrow," said she. He readily promised to do so. "You had better come to breakfast before he goes into the city," said she. And so the matter was arranged, and the lovely Lady Crinoline became the affianced bride of the happy Macassar. It was past 3 when he left the house, but what did he care for that? He was so mad with joy that he did not even know whither he was going. He went on straight ahead, and came to no check till he found himself waving his hat over his head in the New Road. He then began to conceive that his conduct must have been rather wild, for he was brought to a standstill in a crossing by 4 or 5 cabmen, who were rival candidates for his custom. "Somerset House, old brick!" he shouted out, as he jumped into a hansom, and as he did so he poked one of the other cabbies playfully in the ribs with his umbrella. "His mamma don't know how he's about, I shouldn't wonder," said the cabsman, and away went Macassar, singing at the top of his voice as he sat in the cab, "The loveliest lady that ever was seen is the lovely Lady Crinoline." The cab passed through Covent Garden on its way. "Stop at the pastry cook's at the corner," said Macassar, up through the little trap door. The cab drew up suddenly. "She's mine! She's mine!" shouted Macassar, rushing into the shop, and disregarding in the ecstasy of the moment the various customers who were quietly eating their ices. "She's mine! She's mine!" With her hair done all à l'impératrice, sweetly done with the best of grease. And now for Somerset House. Arrived at those ancient portals, he recklessly threw 18 pence to the cabman, and ran up the stone stairs which led to his office. As he did so, the clock with iron tongue tolled 4. But what recked he what it tolled? He rushed into his room, where his colleagues were now locking their desk, and waving abroad his hat and his umbrella, repeated the chorus of his song, "She's mine! She's mine! The loveliest lady that ever was seen is the lovely Lady Crinoline, and she's mine! She's mine!" Exhausted nature could no more. He sank into a chair, and his brother clerks stood in a circle around him. Soon a spirit of triumph seemed to actuate them all. They joined hands in that friendly circle, and dancing with joyful glee, took up with one voice the burden of the song. "Oh, how she walks, and how she talks, and sings like a bird serene! But of this be sure, while the world shall endure, the loveliest lady that ever was seen is still the Lady Crinoline, the lovely Lady Crinoline." And that old senior clerk with the thin grey hair, was he angry at this general ebullition of joy? Oh no! The just severity of his discipline was always tempered with genial mercy. Not a word did he say of that broken promise, not a word of the unchecked diocesan balance, not a word of Sir Gregory's anger. He shook his thin grey locks, but he shook them neither in sorrow nor in anger. "God bless you, Macassar Jones," said he. "God bless you." He too had once been young, had once loved, had once hoped and feared, and hoped again, and had once knelt at the feet of beauty. But alas, he had knelt in vain. "May God be with you, Macassar Jones," said he, as he walked out of the office door with his coloured bandana pressed to his eyes. "May God be with you, and make your bed fruitful. For the loveliest lady that ever was seen is the lovely Lady Crinoline, shouted the junior clerk, still dancing in mad glee round the happy lover. We have said that they all joined in this kindly congratulation to their young friend. But no, there was one spirit there whom envy had soured, one whom the happiness of another had made miserable, one whose heart beat in no unison with these jocund sounds. As Macassar's joy was at its height, in the proud moment of his triumph, a hated voice struck his ears, and filled his soul with dismay once more. "There's 2-1 still on the lying in," said this hateful Lucifer, and so Macassar was not all happy even yet as he walked home to his lodgings. Chapter 6. We have but one other scene to record, but one short scene, and then our tale will be told, and our task will be done. And this last scene shall not, after the usual manner of novelists, be that of the wedding, but rather one which in our eyes is of a much more enduring interest. Crinoline and Macassar were duly married in Bloomsbury Church. The dresses are said to have come from the house in Hanover Square. Crinoline behaved herself with perfect propriety, and Macassar went through his work like a man. When we have said that, we have said all that need be said on that subject. But we must beg our readers to pass over the space of the next 12 months, and to be present with us in that front sitting room of the elegant private lodgings which the married couple now prudently occupied in Alfred Place. Lodgings? Yes, they were only lodgings, for not as yet did they know what might be the extent of their income. In this room during the whole of a long autumn day sat Macassar in a frame of mind not altogether to be envied. During the greater portion of it he was alone, but ever and anon some bustling woman would enter and depart without even deigning to notice the questions which he asked. And then after a while he found himself in company with a very respectable gentleman in black who belonged to the medical profession. "Is it coming?" asked Macassar. "Is it coming?" "Well, we hope so, we hope so," said the medical gentleman. "If not to-day, it will be to-morrow. If I should happen to be absent, Mrs. Gamp is all that you could desire. If not to-day, it will certainly be to-morrow." And so the medical gentleman went his way. Now the coming morrow would be Macassar's birthday. On that morrow he would be 26. All alone he sat there till the autumn sun gave way to the shades of evening. Some one brought him a mutton chop, but it was raw and he could not eat. He went to the sideboard and prepared to make himself a glass of negus, but the water was all cold. His water at least was cold, though Mrs. Gamp's was hot enough. It was a sad and mournful evening. He thought he would go out, for he found that he was not wanted, but a low drizzling rain prevented him. Had he got wet he could not have changed his clothes, for they were all in the wardrobe in his wife's room. All alone he sat till the shades of evening were hidden by the veil of night. But what sudden noise is that he hears within the house? Why do those heavy steps press so rapidly against the stairs? What feet are they which are so busy in the room above him? He opens the sitting-room door, but he can see nothing. He has been left there without a candle. He peers up the stairs, but a faint glimmer of light shining through the keyhole of his wife's door is all that meets his eye. "Oh, my aunt, my aunt," he says as he leans against the banisters. "My aunt, my aunt, my aunt." What a birthday will this be for him on the morrow! He already hears the sound of the hospital bells as they ring with joy at the acquisition of their new wealth. He must dash from his lips, tear from his heart, banish forever from his eyes, that vision of a sweet little cottage at Brompton, with a charming dressing-room for himself, and gas laid on all over the house. "Lodgings, I detest lodgings," he said to himself. "Connubial bliss and furnished lodgings are not compatible. My aunt, for what misery hast thou not to answer? Oh, Mrs. Gamp, could you be so obliging as to tell me what o'clock it is?" The last question was asked as Mrs. Gamp suddenly entered the room with a candle. Macassar's watch had been required for the use of one of the servants. "It's just 11:30 this very moment, as is," said Mrs. Gamp, "and the finest boy babby as my eyes, which has seen a many, has ever sat upon." Up to the ceiling went the horsehair cushion of the lodging-house sofa. Up went the footstool after it, and its 4 wooden legs in falling made a terrible clatter on the mahogany loo table. Macassar in his joy got hold of Mrs. Gamp and kissed her heartily, forgetful of the fumes of gin. "Hurrah!" shouted he. "Hurrah! Hurrah! Hurrah! Oh, Mrs. Gamp, I feel so, I really don't know how I feel." He danced round the room with noisy joy, till Mrs. Gamp made him understand how very unsuited were such riotous ebullitions to the weak state of his lady love upstairs. He then gave over, not the dancing, but the noise, and went on capering round the room with suppressed steps, ever and anon singing to himself in a whisper, "The loveliest lady that ever was seen is still the Lady Crinoline." A few minutes afterwards a knock at the door was heard, and the monthly nurse entered. She held something in her embrace, but he could not see what. He looked down pryingly into her arms, and at the first glance thought that it was his umbrella, but then he heard a little pipe, and he knew that it was his child. We will not intrude further on the first interview between Macassar and his heir. "And so ends the romantic story of Crinoline and Macassar," said Mrs. Woodward, "and I am sure, Charley, we are all very much obliged to you for the excellent moral lessons you have given us." "I am so delighted with it," said Katy. "I do so like that Macassar." "So do I," said Linda, yawning, "and the old man with the thin grey hair." "Come, girls, it's nearly 1 o'clock, and we'll go to bed," said the mother. "Uncle Bat has been asleep these 2 hours." And so they went off to their respective chambers. This is the ending of Chapter 22. Reading by Bob Srigley.
Chapter 23 of The Three Clerks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. The Three Clerks by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 23. Surbiton Colloquies. All further conversation in the drawing-room was forbidden for that night. Mrs. Woodward would have willingly postponed the reading of Charlie's story so as to enable Katy to go to bed after the accident, had she been able to do so. But she was not able to do so without an exercise of a species of authority which was distasteful to her, and which was very seldom heard, seen, or felt within the limits of Surbiton Cottage. It would, moreover, have been very ungracious to snub Charlie's manuscript, just when Charlie had made himself such a hero, and she had therefore been obliged to read it. But now that it was done, she hurried Katy off to bed, not without many admonitions. "Good night," she said to Charlie, "and God bless you, and make you always as happy as we are now. What a household we should have had to-night had it not been for you!" Charlie rubbed his eyes with his hand, and muttered something about there not having been the slightest danger in the world. "And remember, Charlie," she said, paying no attention to his mutterings, "we always liked you very much. But liking and loving are very different things. Now you are a dear, dear friend, one of the dearest." In answer to this, Charlie was not even able to mutter, so he went his way to the inn, and lay awake half the night, thinking how Katy had kissed his hand. During the other half he dreamt, first that Katy was drowned, and then that Nora was his bride. Linda and Katy had been so hurried off that they had only been just able to shake hands with Harry and Charlie. There is, however, an old proverb, that though one man may lead a horse to water, 1,000 cannot make him drink. It was easy to send Katy to bed, but very difficult to prevent her talking when she was there. "Oh, Linda," she said, "what can I do for him?" "Do for him?" said Linda. "I don't know that you can do anything for him. I don't suppose he wants you to do anything." Linda still looked on her sister as a child, but Katy was beginning to put away childish things. "Couldn't I make something for him, Linda? Something for him to keep as a present, you know? I would work so hard to get it done." "Work a pair of slippers, as Crinoline did," said Linda. Katy was brushing her hair at the moment, and then she sat still with the brush in her hand, thinking. "No," said she after a while, "not a pair of slippers. I shouldn't like a pair of slippers." "Why not?" said Linda. "Oh, I don't know, but I shouldn't." Katy had said that Crinoline was working slippers for Macassar because she was in love with him, and having said so, she could not now work slippers for Charlie. Poor Katy! She was no longer a child when she thought thus. "Then make him a purse," said Linda. "A purse is such a little thing." "Then work him the cover for a sofa, like what Mamma and I are doing for Gertrude." "But he hasn't got a house," said Katy. "He'll have a house by the time you've done the sofa, and a wife to sit on it too." "Oh, Linda, you are so ill-natured." "Why, child, what do you want me to say? If you were to give him one of those grand long tobacco pipes they have in the shop windows, that's what he'd like the best, or something of that sort. I don't think he cares much for girls' presents, such as purses and slippers." "Doesn't he?" said Katy mournfully. "No, not a bit. You know he's such a rake." "Oh, Linda, I don't think he's so very bad. Indeed I don't. And Mamma doesn't think so, and you know Harry said on Easter Sunday that he was much better than he used to be." "I know Harry is very good-natured to him." "And isn't Charlie just as good-natured to Harry? I'm quite sure he is. Harry is only to ask the least thing, and Charlie always does it. Do you remember how Charlie went up to town for him the Sunday before last?" "And so he ought," said Linda. "He ought to do whatever Harry tells him." "Well, Linda, I don't know why he ought," said Katy. "They're not brothers, you know, nor yet even cousins." "But Harry is so very superior, you know," said Linda. "I don't know any such thing," said Katy. "Oh, Katy, don't you know that Charlie is such a rake?" "But rakes are just the people who don't do whatever they are told, so that's no reason, and I'm quite sure that Charlie is much the cleverer." "And I'm quite sure he is not, nor half so clever, nor nearly so well educated. Why, don't you know the navvies are the most ignorant young men in London? Charlie says so himself." "That's his fun," said Katy. "Besides, he always makes little of himself. I'm quite sure Harry could never have made all that about Macassar and crinoline out of his own head." "No, because he doesn't think of such nonsensical things. I declare, Miss Katy, I think you are in love with Master Charlie." Katy, who was still sitting at the dressing-table, blushed up to her forehead, and at the same time her eyes were suffused with tears. But there was no one to see either of those telltale symptoms, for Linda was in bed. "I know he saved my life," said Katy, as soon as she could trust herself to speak without betraying her emotion. "I know he jumped into the river after me, and very, very nearly drowned himself, and I don't think any other man in the world would have done so much for me besides him." "Oh, Katy, Harry would in a moment." "Not for me. Perhaps he might for you, though I'm not quite sure that he would." It was thus that Katy took her revenge on her sister. "I'm quite sure he would for anybody, even for Sally." Sally was an assistant in the back kitchen. "But I don't mean to say, Katy, that you shouldn't feel grateful to Charlie. Of course you should." "And so I do," said Katy, now bursting into tears, overdone by her emotion and fatigue. "And so I do, and I do love him, and will love him, if he's ever so much a rake. But you know, Linda, that is very different from being in love, and it was very ill-natured of you to say so, very." Linda was out of bed in a trice, and sitting with her arm round her sister's neck. "Why, you darling little foolish child, you, I was only quizzing," said she. "Don't you know that I love Charlie too?" "But you shouldn't quiz about such a thing as that. If you'd fallen into the river and Harry had pulled you out, then you'd know what I mean. But I'm not at all sure that he could have done it." Katy's perverse wickedness on this point was very nearly giving rise to another contest between the sisters. Linda's common sense, however, prevailed, and giving up the point of Harry's prowess, she succeeded at last in getting Katy into bed. "You know Mamma will be so angry if she hears us," said Linda, "and I'm sure you will be ill to-morrow." "I don't care a bit about being ill to-morrow, and yet I do too," she added after a pause, "for it's Sunday. It would be so stupid not to be able to go out to-morrow." "Well, then, try to go to sleep at once," and Linda carefully tucked the clothes around her sister. "I think it should be a purse," said Katy. "A purse will certainly be the best. That is, if you don't like the slippers." And Linda rolled herself up comfortably in the bed. "No, I don't like the slippers at all. It shall be a purse. I can do that the quickest, you know. It's so stupid to give a thing when everything about it is forgotten, isn't it?" "Very stupid," said Linda, nearly asleep. "And when it's worn out I can make another, can't I?" said Linda, quite asleep. And then Katy went to sleep also, in her sister's arms. Early in the morning, that is to say, not very early, perhaps between 7 and 8, Mrs. Woodward came into their room, and having inspected her charges, desired that Katy should not get up for morning church, but lie in bed till the middle of the day. "Oh, mamma, it would be so stupid not going to church after tumbling into the river. People will say that all my clothes are wet." "People will about tell the truth as to some of them," said Mrs. Woodward. "But don't you mind about people, but lie still and go to sleep if you can. Linda, do you come and dress in my room." "And is Charlie to lie in bed too?" said Katy. "He was in the river longer than I was." "It's too late to keep Charlie in bed," said Linda, "for I see him coming along the road now with a towel. He's been bathing." "Oh, I do so wish I could go and bathe," said Katy. Poor Katy was kept in bed till the afternoon. Charlie and Harry, however, were allowed to come up to her bedroom door and hear her pronounce herself quite well. "How do you do, Mr. Macassar?" said she. "And how do you do, my Lady Crinoline?" said Charlie. After that, Katy never called Charlie Mr. Macassar again. They all went to church, and Katy was left to sleep or read or think of the new purse that she was to make, as best she might. And then they dined, and then they walked out, but still without Katy. She was to get up and dress while they were out, so as to receive them in state in the drawing-room on their return. 4 of them walked together, for Uncle Bat now usually took himself off to his friend at Hampton Court on Sunday afternoon. Mrs. Woodward walked with Charlie, and Harry and Linda paired together. "Now," said Charlie to himself, "now would have been the time to have told Mrs. Woodward everything, but for that accident of yesterday. Now I can tell her nothing. To do so now would be to demand her sympathy and to ask for assistance." And so he determined to tell her nothing. But the very cause which made Charlie dumb on the subject of his own distresses made Mrs. Woodward inquisitive about them. She knew that his life was not like that of Harry, steady, sober, and discreet, but she felt that she did not like him or even love him the less on this account. Nay, it was not clear to her that these failings of his did not give him additional claims on her sympathies. What could she do for him? How could she relieve him? How could she bring him back to the right way? She spoke to him of his London life, praised his talents, encouraged him to exertion, besought him to have some solicitude, and above all some respect for himself. And then, with that delicacy which such a woman, and none but such a woman, can use in such a matter, she asked him whether he was still in debt. Charlie, with shame he must own it, had on this subject been false to all his friends. He had been false to his father and his mother, and had never owned to them the half of what he owed. He had been false to Alaric and false to Harry. But now at such a moment as this, he would not allow himself to be false to Mrs. Woodward. "Yes," he said, "he was in debt, rather." Mrs. Woodward pressed him to say whether his debts were heavy, whether he owed much. "It's no use thinking of it, Mrs. Woodward," said he. "Not the least. I know I ought not to come down here, and I don't think I will any more." "Not come down here?" said Mrs. Woodward. "Why not? There's very little expense in that. I dare say you'd spend quite as much in London." "Of course, 3 times as much, perhaps, that is, if I had it, but I don't mean that." "What do you mean?" said she. Charlie walked on in silence, with a melancholy look, very crestfallen, his thumbs stuck into his waistcoat pockets. "Upon my word, I don't know what you mean," said Mrs. Woodward. "I should have thought coming to Hampton might perhaps have kept you, I don't exactly mean out of mischief." That, however, in spite of her denial, was exactly what Mrs. Woodward did mean. "So it does, but—" said Charlie, now thoroughly ashamed of himself. "But what?" said she. "I am not fit to be here," said Charlie. And as he spoke, his manly self-control all gave way, and big tears rolled down his cheeks. Mrs. Woodward, in her woman's heart, resolved that if it might be in any way possible, she would make him fit not only to be there, but to hold his head up with the best in any company in which he might find himself. She questioned him no further then. Her wish now was not to torment him further, but to comfort him. She determined that she would consult with Harry and with her uncle, and take counsel from us as to what steps might be taken to save the brand from the burning. She talked to him as a mother might have done, leaning on his arm as she returned, leaning on him as a woman never leans on a man whom she deems unfit for her society. All this Charlie's heart and instinct fully understood, and he was not ungrateful. But yet he had but little to comfort him. He must return to town on Monday, return to Mr. Snape and the lock entries, to Mr. Maroon and the Three Seasons, to Mrs. Davies, Nora Geraghty, and that horrid Mr. Peppermint. He never once thought of Clementina Golightly, to whom at that moment he was being married by the joint energies of Undy Scott and his cousin Alaric. And what had Linda and Norman been doing all this time? Had they been placing mutual confidence in each other? No, they had not come to that yet. Linda still remembered the pang with which she had first heard of Gertrude's engagement, and Harry Norman had not yet been able to open his seared heart to a second love. In the course of the evening a letter was brought to Captain Cutwater, which did not seem to raise his spirits. "Whom is your letter from, uncle?" said Mrs. Woodward. "From Alaric," said he gruffly, crumpling it up and putting it in his pocket. And then he turned to his rum and water in a manner that showed his determination to say nothing more on the matter. In the morning Harry and Charlie returned to town. Captain Cutwater went up with them, and all was again quiet at Surbiton Cottage. End of chapter 23. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 24 of The Three Clerks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. The Three Clerks by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 24. Mr. Mbuffer accepts the Chiltern Hundreds. It was an anxious hour for the Honourable Undecimus Scott when he first learnt that Mr. Mbuffer had accepted the stewardship of the Chiltern Hundreds. The stewardship of the Chiltern Hundreds. Does it never occur to anyone how many persons are appointed to that valuable situation? Or does anyone ever reflect why a member of Parliament, when he wishes to resign his post of honour, should not be simply gazetted in the newspapers as having done so, instead of being named as the new steward of the Chiltern Hundreds? No one ever does think of it. Resigning and becoming a steward are one and the same thing, with this difference, however, that one of the grand bullocks of the British Constitution is thus preserved. Well, Mr. Mbuffer, who, having been elected by the independent electors of the Tillietudlem burghs to serve them in Parliament, could not, in accordance with the laws of the Constitution, have got himself out of that honourable but difficult position by any scheme of his own, found himself on a sudden a free man, the Queen having selected him to be her steward for the district in question. We have no doubt but that the deed of appointment set forth that Her Majesty had been moved to this step by the firm trust she had in the skill and fidelity of the said Mr. Mbuffer. But if so, Her Majesty's trust would seem to have been somewhat misplaced, as Mr. Mbuffer, having been a managing director of a bankrupt swindle, from which he had contrived to pillage some £30,000 or £40,000, was now unable to show his face at Tillietudlem or in the House of Commons, and in thus retreating from his membership had no object but to save himself from the expulsion which he feared. It was, however, a consolation for him to think that in what he had done the bullocks of the British Constitution had been preserved. It was an anxious moment for Undy. The existing Parliament had still a year and a half, or possibly 2 years and a half, to run. He had already been withdrawn from the public eye longer than he thought was suitable to the success of his career. He particularly disliked obscurity, for he had found that in his case obscurity had meant comparative poverty. An obscure man, as he observed earlier in life, had nothing to sell. Now Undy had once had something to sell, and a very good market he had made of it. He was of course anxious that those halcyon days should return. Fond of him as the electors of Tillietudlem no doubt were, devoted they might be in a general way to his interests still it was possible that they might forget him if he remained too long away from their embraces. Out of sight, out of mind is a proverb which opens to us the worst side of human nature. But even at Tillietudlem, nature's worst side might sometimes show itself. Actuated by such feelings as these, Undy heard with joy the tidings of Mbuffer's stewardship, and determined to rush to the battle at once. Battle he knew there must be. To be brought in for the district of Tillietudlem was a prize which had never yet fallen to any man's lot without a contest. Tillietudlem was no poor pocket borough to be disposed of this way or that way, according to the caprice or venal call of some aristocrat. The men of Tillietudlem knew the value of their votes, and would only give them according to their consciences. The way to win these consciences, to overcome the sensitive doubts of a free and independent Tillietudlem elector, Undy knew to his cost. It was almost a question, as he once told Alaric, whether all that he could sell was worth all that he was compelled to buy. But having put his neck to the collar in this line of life, he was not now going to withdraw. Tillietudlem was once more vacant, and Undy determined to try it again, undaunted by former outlays. To make an outlay, however, at any rate in electioneering matters, it is necessary that a man should have in hand some ready cash. At the present moment Undy had very little, and therefore the news of Mr. Mbuffer's retirement to the German baths for his health was not heard with unalloyed delight. He first went into the city, as men always do when they want money, though in what portion of the city they find it has never come to the author's knowledge. Charley Tudor, to be sure, did get £5 by going to the banks of Jordan, but the supply likely to be derived from such a fountain as that would hardly be sufficient for Undy's wants. Having done what he could in the city, he came to Alaric, and prayed for the assistance of all his friend's energies in the matter. Alaric would not have been, and was not unwilling to assist him to the extent of his own immediate means, but his own immediate means were limited, and Undy's desire for ready cash was almost unlimited. There was a certain railway, or proposed railway, in Ireland, in which Undy had ventured very deeply, more so indeed than he had deemed it quite prudent to divulge to his friend, and in order to gain certain ends he had induced Alaric to become a director of this line. The line in question was the Great West Cork, which was to run from Skibbereen to Bantry, and the momentous question now hotly debated before the Railway Board was on the moot point of a branch to Ballydehob. If Undy could carry the West Cork and Ballydehob branch entire, he would make a pretty thing of it. But if, as there was too much reason to fear, his Irish foes should prevail and leave, as Undy had once said in an eloquent speech at a very influential meeting of shareholders, and leave the unfortunate agricultural and commercial interests of Ballydehob steeped in Cimmerian darkness, the chances were that poor Undy would be well nigh ruined. Such being the case, he had striven, not unsuccessfully, to draw Alaric into the concern. Alaric had bought very cheaply a good many shares, which many people said were worth nothing, and had, by dint of Undy's machinations, been chosen a director on the board. Undy himself, meanwhile, lay by, hoping that fortune might restore him to Parliament, and happily put him on that committee which must finally adjudicate as to the great question of the Ballydehob branch. Such were the circumstances under which he came to Alaric with the view of raising such a sum of money as might enable him to overcome the scruples of the Tillietudlem electors and place himself in the shoes lately vacated by Mr. Mbuffer. They were sitting together after dinner when he commenced the subject. He and Mrs. Val and Clementina had done the Tudors the honour of dining with them, and the ladies had now gone up into the drawing-room and were busy talking over the Chiswick affair, which was to come off the next week, and after which Mrs. Val intended to give a small evening party to the most elite of her acquaintance. "We won't have all the world, my dear," she had said to Gertrude, "but just a few of our own set that are really nice. Clementina is dying to try that new backstep with Monsieur Jacques Tanap, so we won't crowd the room." Such were the immediate arrangements of the Tudor and Scott party. "So Mbuffer is off at last," said Scott, as he seated himself and filled his glass after closing the dining-room door. "He brought his pigs to a bad market after all." "He was an infernal rogue," said Alaric. "Well, I suppose he was," said Undy, "and a fool into the bargain to be found out." "He was a downright swindler," said Alaric. "After all," said the other, not paying much attention to Alaric's indignation, "he did not do so very badly. Why, Mbuffer has been at it now for 13 years. He began with nothing. He had neither blood nor money. God knows he had no social merits to recommend him. He's as vulgar as a hog, as awkward as an elephant, and as ugly as an ape. I believe he never had a friend, and was known at his club to be the greatest bore that ever came out of Scotland. And yet for 13 years he's lived on the fat of the land. For 5 years he's been in Parliament, his wife has gone about in her carriage, and every man in the city has been willing to shake hands with him." "And what has it all come to?" said Alaric, whom the question of Mbuffer's temporary prosperity made rather thoughtful. "Well, not so bad either. He's had his fling for 13 years, and that's something. 13 good years out of a man's life is more than falls to the lot of everyone. And then I suppose he has saved something." "And he is spoken of everywhere as a monster for whom hanging is too good." "Pshaw! They won't hang him. Yesterday he was a god, to-day he's a devil. To-morrow he'll be a man again, that's all." "But you don't mean to tell me, Undy, that the consciousness of such crimes as those which Mbuffer has committed must not make a man wretched in this world, and probably in the next also?" "Judge not, and ye shall not be judged," said Undy. quoting scripture as the devil did before him. "And as for consciousness of crime, I suppose Buffer has none at all. I've no doubt he thinks himself quite as honest as the rest of the world. He firmly believes that all of us are playing the same game and using the same means, and has no idea whatever that dishonesty is objectionable." "And you? What do you think about it yourself?" "I think the greatest rogues are they who talk most of their honesty, and therefore, as I wish to be thought honest myself, I never talk of my own." They both sat silent for a while, Undy bethinking himself what arguments would be most efficacious towards inducing Alaric to strip himself of every available shilling that he had, and Alaric debating in his own mind that great question which he so often debated, as to whether men of the world, the great and best men whom he saw around him, really endeavoured to be honest, or endeavoured only to seem so. Honesty was preached to him on every side, but did he, in his intercourse with the world, find men to be honest, or did it behove him, a practical man like him, a man so determined to battle with the world as he had determined, did it behove such a one as he to be more honest than his neighbours? He always encouraged himself by that mystic word, Excelsior. To him it was a watchword of battle, repeated morning, noon, and night. It was the prevailing idea of his life. Excelsior! Yes, how great, how grand, how all-absorbing is the idea! But what if a man may be going down to Tophet, and yet think the while that he is scaling the walls of heaven? "But you wish to think yourself honest," he said, disturbing Undy, just as that hero had determined on the way in which he would play his present hand of cards. "Oh, I've not the slightest difficulty about that," said Undy, "and I dare say you have none neither. But as to Buffer, his going will be a great thing for us, if, as I don't doubt, I can get his seat." "It will be a great thing for you," said Alaric, who as well as Undy had his parliamentary ambition. "And for you too, my boy. We should carry the Ballydehob branch to a dead certainty, and even if we did not do that, we bring it so near to that expectation it would send the shares up like mercury in fine weather. They're at £2 12s. 6d. now, and if I am in the House next session, they'll be up to £7 10s. Before Easter. And what's more, my dear fellow, if we can't help ourselves in that way, they'll be worth nothing in a very few months." Alaric looked rather blank, for he had invested deeply in this line of which he was now a director of a week's standing, or perhaps we should say sitting. He had sold out all his golden hopes in the Wheel Mary Jane for the sake of embarking his money and becoming a director in this Irish railway, and in one other speculation nearer home, of which Undy had a great opinion, viz., the Limehouse Thames Bridge Company. Such being the case, he did not like to hear the West Cork with the Ballydehob branch spoken of so slightingly. "The fact is, a man can do anything if he's in the House, and he can do nothing if he is not," said Undy. "You know our old Aberdeen saying, 'You scratch me and I'll scratch you.' It's not only what a man may do himself for himself, but it is what others will do for him when he's in a position to help them. Now, there are those fellows, I'm hand in glove with all of them, but there's not one of them would lift a finger to help me as I am now. But let me get my seat again, and they'll do for me just anything I ask them. Vigil moves the new writ tonight. I got a line from him, asking me whether I was ready. There was no good to be got by waiting, so I told him to fire away." "I suppose you'll go down at once," said Alaric. "Well, that as may be. At least, yes, that's my intention. But there's one thing needful, and that is the needful." "Money," suggested Alaric. "Yes, money, cash, rhino, tin, ready, or by what other name the goddess would be pleased to have herself worshipped. Money, sir. There's the difficulty, now as ever. Even at Tillietudlem money will have its weight." "Can't your father assist you?" said Alaric. "My father! I wonder how he'd look if he got a letter from me asking for money. He might as well expect a goose to feed her young with blood out of her own breast, like a pelican, as expect that a Scotch lord should give money to his younger sons like an English duke. What will my father get by being member for Tillietudlem? No, I must look nearer home than my father. What can you do for me?" "I?" "Yes, you," said Undy. "I'm sure you don't mean to say you'll refuse to lend me a helping hand if you can. I must realise by the Ballydehobs if I'm once in the House, and then you'll have your money back at once." "It's not that," said Alaric, "but I haven't got it." "Oh, I'm sure you could lend me half 1,000 or so," said Undy. "I think a couple of thousand would carry it, and I could make out the other myself." "Every shilling I have," said Alaric, "is either in the Ballydehobs or in the Limehouse Bridge. Why don't you sell yourself?" "So I have," said Undy. "Everything that I can without utter ruin. The Ballady Hobs are not saleable, as you know." "What can I do for you, then?" Undy set himself again to think. "I have no doubt I could get 1,000 on our joint names. That blackguard Maroon would do it." "Who is Maroon?" asked Alaric. "Oh, a low blackguard of a discounting Jew Christian. He'd do it, but then heaven knows what he would charge, and he'd make so many difficulties that I shouldn't have the money for the next fortnight." "I wouldn't have my name on a bill in such a man's hand on any account," said Alaric. "Well, I don't like it myself," said Undy. "But what the deuce am I to do? I might as well go to Tillietudlem without my head as without money." "I thought you'd kept a lot of the Mary Janes," said Alaric. "Oh, so I have, but they're gone now. I tell you, I've managed £1,000 myself. It would murder me now if the seat were to go into other hands. I'd get the committee on the Limehouse Bridge, and we should treble our money. Vigil told me he would not refuse the committee, though of course the government won't consent to a grant if they can help it." "Well, Undy, I can let you have £250, and that is every shilling I have at my banker's." "They wouldn't let you overdraw a few hundreds?" suggested Undy. "I certainly shall not try them," said Alaric. "You are so full of scruples, so green, so young," said Undy, almost in an enthusiasm of remonstrance. "What can be the harm of trying them?" "My credit." "Falla, what's the meaning of credit? How are you to know whether you have got any credit if you don't try? Come, I'll tell you how you can do it. Old Cutwater would lend it to you for the asking." To this proposition Alaric at first turned a deaf ear, but by degrees he allowed Undy to talk him over. Undy showed him that if he lost the Tillietudlem burghs on this occasion, it would be useless for him to attempt to stand for them again. In such a case he would have no alternative at the next general election but to stand for the borough of the Strathbogie in Aberdeenshire, whereas if he could secure Tillietudlem as a seat for himself, all the Gaberlunzie interest in the borough of the Strathbogie, which was supposed to be by no means small, should be transferred to Alaric himself. Indeed, Sandy Scott, the eldest hope of the Gaberlunzie family, would in such case himself propose Alaric to the electors. Custalk Cottage, in which the Honourable Sandy lived, and which was on the outskirts of the Gaberlunzie property, was absolutely within the boundary of the borough. Overcome by these and other arguments, Alaric at last consented to ask from Captain Cutwater the loan of £700. That sum Undy had agreed to accept as a sufficient contribution to that desirable public object, the reseating himself for the Tillietudlem borough. And as Alaric on reflection thought that it would be uncomfortable to be left penniless himself, and as it was just as likely that Uncle Bat would lend him £700 as £500, he determined to ask for a loan of the entire sum. He accordingly did so, and the letter, as we have seen, reached the captain while Harry and Charlie were at Surbiton Cottage. The old gentleman was anything but pleased. In the first place, he liked his money, though not with any overweening affection. In the next place, he had done a great deal for Alaric, and did not like being asked to do more, and lastly, he feared that there must be some evil cause for the necessity of such a loan so soon after Alaric's marriage. Alaric, in making his application, had not done so actually without making any explanation on the subject. He wrote a long letter, worded very cleverly, which only served to mystify the captain, as Alaric had intended that it should do. Captain Cutwater was most anxious that Alaric, whom he looked on as his adopted son, should rise in the world. He would have been delighted to think that he might possibly live to see him in Parliament, would probably have made considerable pecuniary sacrifice for such an object. With the design, therefore, of softening Captain Cutwater's heart, Alaric in his letter had spoken about great changes that were coming, of the necessity that there was of his stirring himself, of the great pecuniary results to be expected from a small present expenditure, and ended by declaring that the money was to be used in forwarding the election of his friend Scott for the Tillietudlem district burghs. Now the fact was that Uncle Bat, though he cared a great deal for Alaric, did not care a rope's end for Undy Scott, and could enjoy his rum punch just as keenly if Mr. Scott was in obscurity as he could possibly hope to do, even if that gentleman should be promoted to be a Lord of the Treasury. He was not at all pleased to think that his hard-earning moidures should run down the gullies of the Tillietudlem boroughs in the shape of muddy ale or vitriolic whisky. And yet this was the first request that Alaric had ever made to him, and he did not like to refuse Alaric's first request. So he came up to town himself on the following morning, with Harry and Charlie, determined to reconcile all these difficulties by the light of his own wisdom. In the evening he returned to Surbiton Cottage, having been into the city, sold out stock for £700, and handed over the money to Alaric Tudor. On the following morning Andy Scott set out for Scotland, properly freighted, Mr. Whitwidgell having in due course moved for a new writ for the Tillietudlem borough in the place of Mr. Umbuffer, who had accepted the situation of steward of the Chiltern Hundreds. End of chapter 24. Recording by Simon Evers.
Chapter 25 of the Three Clerks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Barry O'Neill. The Three Clerks by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 25. Chiswick Gardens. The following Thursday was as fine as a Chiswick flower show day ought to be, and so very seldom is. The party who had agreed to congregate there, the party, that is, whom we are to meet, was very select. Linda and Katie had come up to spend a few days with their sister. Mrs. Val, Clementina, Gertrude, and Linda were to go in a carriage, for which Alaric was destined to pay, and which Mrs. Val had hired, having selected it regardless of expense, as one which, by its decent exterior and polished outward graces, conferred on its temporary occupiers an agreeable appearance of proprietorship. The two Miss Neverbends, sisters of Fidus, were also to be with them, and they, with Katie, followed humbly, as became their station, in a cab, which was not only hired, but which very vulgarly told the fact to all the world. Slight as had been the intimacy between Fidus Neverbend and Alaric at Tavistock, nevertheless a sort of friendship had since grown up between them. Alaric had ascertained that Fidus might in a certain degree be useful to him, that the good word of the Aristides of the works and buildings might be serviceable, and that, in short, Neverbend was worth cultivating. Neverbend, on the other hand, when he perceived that Tudor was likely to become a civil service hero, a man to be named with glowing eulogy at all the government boards in London, felt unconsciously a desire to pay him some of that reverence which a mortal always feels for a god. And thus there was formed between them a sort of alliance, which included also the ladies of the family. Not that Mrs. Val or even Mrs. A. Tudor encountered Lactimel and Eugolina Neverbend on equal terms. There is a distressing habitual humility in many unmarried ladies of a certain age, which at the first blush tells the tale against them which they are so painfully anxious to leave untold. In order to maintain their places but yet a little longer in that delicious world of love, sighs, and dancing partners, from which it must be so hard for a maiden, with all her youthful tastes about her, to tear herself for ever away, they smile and say pretty things, put up with the caprices of married women, and play second fiddle, though the doing so in no whit assists them in their task. Nay, the doing so does but stamp them the more plainly with that horrid name from which they would so fain escape. Their plea is for mercy. Have pity on me, have pity on me. Put up with me but for one other short 12 months, and then, if then I shall have still failed, I will be content to vanish from the world for ever. When did such a plea for pity from one woman ever find a real entrance into the heart of another? On such terms, however, the Misses Neverbend were content to follow Mrs. Val to the Chiswick flower show, and to feed on the crumbs which might chance to fall from the rich table of Miss Golightly, to partake of broken meat in the shape of cast-off adorers, and regaled themselves with lukewarm civility from the outsiders in the throng which followed that adorable heiress. And yet the Misses Neverbend were quite as estimable as the divine Clementina, and had once been, perhaps, as attractive as she is now. They had never waltzed, it is true, as Miss Golightly waltzes. It may be doubted, indeed, whether any lady ever did. In the pursuit of that amusement Ugolina was apt to be stiff and ungainly, and to turn herself, or allow herself to be turned, as though she were made of wood. She was somewhat flat in her figure, looking as though she had been uncomfortably pressed into an unbecoming thinness of substance, and a corresponding breadth of surface. And this conformation did not assist her in acquiring a graceful flowing style of motion. The elder sister, Lactimel, was of a different form, but yet hardly more fit to shine in the mazes of the dance than her sister. She had her charms, nevertheless, which consisted of a somewhat stumpy-dumpy comeliness. She was altogether short in stature, and very short below the knee. She had fair hair and a fair skin, small bones, and copious soft flesh. She had a trick of sighing gently in the evolutions of the waltz, which young men attributed to her softness of heart, and old ladies to her shortness of breath. They both loved dancing dearly, and were content to enjoy it whenever the chance might be given to them by the aid of Miss Golightly's crumbs. The two sisters were as unlike in their inward lights as in their outward appearance. Lactimel walked ever on the earth, but Ugolina never deserted the clouds. Lactimel talked prose, and professed to read it. Ugolina read poetry, and professed to write it. Lactimel was utilitarian. Cui bono? Though probably in less classic phrase, was the question she asked as to everything. Ugolina was transcendental, and denied that there could be real good in anything. Lactimel would have clothed and fed the hungry and naked, so that all mankind might be comfortable. Ugolina would have brought mankind back to their original nakedness, and have taught them to feed on the grasses of the field, so that the claims of the body, which so vitally opposed those of the mind, might remain unheeded and despised. They were both a little nebulous in their doctrines, and apt to be somewhat unintelligible in their discourse, when indulged in the delights of unrestrained conversation. Lactimel had a theory that every poor brother might eat of the fat and drink of the sweet, might lie softly and wear fine linen, if only somebody or buddies could be induced to do their duties. And Ugolina was equally strong in a belief that if the mind were properly looked to, all appreciation of human ill would cease. But they delighted in generalizing rather than in detailed propositions, and had not probably, even in their own minds, realized any exact idea as to the means by which the results they desired were to be brought about. They toadied Mrs. Val. Poor young woman, how little they should be blamed for this fault, which came so naturally to them in their forlorn position. They toadied Mrs. Val, and therefore Mrs. Val bore with them. They bored Gertrude, and Gertrude for her husband's sake bore with them also. They were confidential with Clementina, and Clementina, of course, snubbed them. They called Clementina the sweetest creature. Lactimel declared that she was born to grace the position of a wife and mother, and Ugolina swore that her face was perfect poetry. Whereupon Clementina laughed aloud, and elegantly made a grimace with her nose and mouth, as she turned the perfect poetry to her mother. Such were the ladies of the party who went to the Chiswick flower show, and who afterwards were to figure at Mrs. Val's little evening, the dansant, at which nobody was to be admitted who was not nice. They were met at the gate of the gardens by a party of young men, of whom Victoire Jaquetanape was foremost. Alaric and Charlie were to come down there when their office work was done. Undy was by this time in his road to Tillytidlam, and Captain Val was playing billiards at his club. The latter had given a promise that he would make his appearance, a promise, however, which no one expected or wished him to keep. The happy Victoire was dressed up to his eyes. That, perhaps, is not saying much, for he was only a few feet high, but what he wanted in quantity he fully made up in quality. He was a well-made, shining, jaunty little Frenchman, who seemed to be perfectly at ease with himself and all the world. He had the smallest little pair of moustaches imaginable, the smallest little imperial, the smallest possible pair of boots, and the smallest possible pair of gloves. Nothing on earth could be nicer or sweeter or finer than he was. But he did not carry his finery like a hog in armour, as an Englishman so often does when an Englishman stoops to be fine. It sat as naturally on Victoire as though he had been born in it. He jumped about in his best patent leather boots, apparently quite heedless whether he spoilt them or not, and when he picked up Miss Golightly's parasol from the gravel, he seemed to suffer no anxiety about his gloves. He handed out the ladies one after another, as though his life had been passed in handing out ladies, as indeed it probably had, in handing them out and handing them in. And when Mrs. Val's private carriage passed on, he was just as courteous to the Misses Neverbend and Katie in their cab as he had been to the greater ladies who had descended from the more ambitious vehicle. As Katie said afterwards to Linda, when she found the free use of her voice in her own bedroom, he was a darling little duck of a man, only he smelt so strongly of tobacco. But when they were once in the garden, Victoire had no time for any one but Mrs. Val and Clementina. He had done his duty by the Misses Neverbend and those other two insipid young English girls, and now he had his own affairs to look after. He also knew that Miss Golightly had 20,000 pounds of her own. He was one of those butterfly beings who seem to have been created that they may flutter about from flower to flower in the summer hours of such gala times as those now going on at Chiswick, just as other butterflies do. What the butterflies were last winter, or what will become of them next winter, no one but the naturalist thinks of inquiring. How they may feed themselves on flower juice, or on insects small enough to be their prey, is matter of no moment to the general world. It is sufficient that they flit about in the sunbeams and add bright glancing spangles to the beauty of the summer day. And so it was with Victoire Jaquêtanàpe. He did no work. He made no honey. He appeared to no one in the more serious moments of life. He was the reverse of Shylock, who would neither buy with you nor sell with you, but he would eat with you and drink with you. As for praying, he did little of that, either with or without company. He was clothed in purple and fine linen, as butterflies should be clothed, and fared sumptuously every day. But whence came his gay colours, or why people fed him with pâté and champagne, nobody knew, and nobody asked. Like most Frenchmen of his class, he never talked about himself. He understood life, and the art of pleasing, and the necessity that he should please, too well to do so. All that his companions knew of him was that he came from France, and that, when the gloomy months came on in England, the months so unfitted for a French butterfly, he packed up his azure wings and sought some more genial climate, certain to return and be seen again when the world of London became habitable. If he had means of living, no one knew it. If he was in debt, no one ever heard of it. If he had a care in the world, he concealed it. He abounded in acquaintances who were always glad to see him, and would have regarded it as quite de trop to have a friend. Nevertheless, time was flying on with him as with others, and, butterfly as he was, the idea of Miss Golightly's 20,000 pounds struck him with delightful amazement. 500,000 francs! And so he resolved to dance his very best, warm as the weather undoubtedly was at the present moment. "Ah, he was charmed to see Madame and Mademoiselle look so charmingly," he said, walking between mother and daughter, but paying apparently much the greater share of attention to the elder lady. In this respect we Englishmen might certainly learn much from the manners of our dear allies. We know well enough how to behave ourselves to our fair young countrywomen. We can be civil enough to young women, nature teaches us that, but it is so seldom that we are sufficiently complaisant to be civil to old women. And yet that, after all, is the soul of gallantry. It is to the sex that we profess to do homage. Our theory is, that feminine weakness shall receive from man's strength humble and respectful service. But where is the chivalry? Where is the gallantry if we only do service in expectation of receiving such guerdon as rosy cheeks and laughing eyes can bestow? It may be said that Victoire had an object in being civil to Mrs. Val, but the truth is, all French Victoires are courteous to old ladies. An Englishman may probably be as forward as a Frenchman in rushing into a flaming building to save an old woman's life. But then it so rarely happens that occasion offers itself for gallantry such as that. A man, however, may with ease be civil to a dozen old women in a day. And so they went on, walking through parterres and glass houses, talking of theatres, balls, dinner parties, picnics, concerts, operas, of ladies, married and single, of single gentlemen who should be married, and of married gentlemen who should be single, of everything, indeed, except the flowers, of which neither Victoire nor his companions took the slightest notice. "Ah, Madame really has a dance to-night in her own house." "Oh yes," said Mrs. Val. "That is just a few quadrilles and waltzes for Clementina. I really hardly know whether the people will take the carpet up or no." The people, consisting of the cook and the housemaid, for the page had of course come with the carriage, were at this moment hard at work wrenching up the nails, as Mrs. Val was very well aware. "It will be delightful, charming," said Victoire. "Just a few people of our own set, you know," said Mrs. Val. "No crowd or fuss, or anything of that sort. Just a few people that we know are nice, in a quiet, homely way." "Ah, that is so pleasing," said Monsieur Victoire. "That is just what I like. And is Mademoiselle engaged for—" "No, Mademoiselle was not engaged for, etc., etc., etc." And then out came the little tablets, under the dome of a huge greenhouse filled with the most costly exotics, and Clementina and her fellow labourer in the cause of terpsichore went to work to make their arrangements for the evening. And the rest of the party followed them. Gertrude was accompanied by an Englishman, just as idle and quite as useless as Monsieur Victoire, of the butterfly tribe also, but not so graceful, and without colour. And then came the Misses Neverbend, walking together, and with them, one on each side, two tall Frenchmen, whose faces had been remodelled in that mould into which so large a proportion of Parisians of the present day force their heads, in order that they may come out with some look of the Emperor about them. Were there not some machine as this in operation, it would be impossible that so many Frenchmen should appear with elongated, angular, hard faces, all as like each other as though they were brothers. The cut of the beard, the long, prickly-ended, clotted moustache, which looks as though it were being continually rolled up in saliva, the sallow, half-bronzed, apparently unwashed colour, these may all perhaps be assumed by any man after a certain amount of labour and culture. But how it has come to pass that every Parisian has been able to obtain for himself a pair of the Emperor's long, hard, bony, cruel-looking cheeks, no Englishman has yet been able to guess. That, having the power, they should have the wish to wear this mask is almost equally remarkable. Can it be that a political phase, when stamped on a people with an iron hand of sufficient power of pressure, will leave its impress on the outward body as well as on the inward soul? If so, a Frenchman may perhaps be thought to have gained, in the apparent stubborn wilfulness of his countenance, some recompense for his compelled loss of all political wilfulness whatever. Be this as it may, the two Misses Neverbend walked on, each with a stubborn, long-faced Frenchman at her side, looking altogether not ill-pleased at this instance of the excellence of French manners. After them came Linda, talking to some acquaintance of her own, and then poor dear little Katy, with another Frenchman, sterner, more stubborn-looking, more long-faced, more like the pattern after whom he and they had been remodelled than any of them. Poor little Katy! This was her first day in public. With many imploring caresses, with many half-formed tears in her bright eyes, with many assurances of her perfect health, she had induced her mother to allow her to come to the flower show, to allow her also to go to Mrs. Val's dance, at which there were to be none but such very nice people. Katy was to commence her life, to open her ball with this flower show. In her imagination it was all to be one long bright flower show, in which, however, the sweet sorrowing of the sensitive plant would ever and anon invite her to pity and tears. When she entered that narrow portal, she entered the world, and there she found herself walking on the well-mown grass, with this huge, stern, bearded Frenchman by her side. As to talking to him, that was quite out of the question. At the gate some slight ceremony of introduction had been gone through, which had consisted in all the Frenchmen taking off their hats and bowing to the two married ladies, and in the Englishmen standing behind and poking the gravel with their canes. But in this no special notice had of course been taken of Katy, and she had a kind of idea, whence derived she knew not, that it would be improper for her to talk to this man unless she were actually and bona fide introduced to him. And then again, poor Katy was not very confident in her French, and then her companion was not very intelligible in his English. So when the gentleman asked, "Is it that Mademoiselle love des fleurs?" poor Katy felt herself tremble, and tried in vain to mutter something. And when, again essaying to do his duty, he suggested that all the beauty of Londres did delight to walk itself at Chiswick, she was equally dumb, merely turning on him her large eyes for one moment, to show that she knew that he had addressed her. After that he walked on as silent as herself, still keeping close to her side, and other ladies who had not the good fortune to have male companions envied her happiness in being so attended. But Alaric and Charlie were coming, she knew. Alaric was her brother-in-law now, and therefore she would be delighted to meet him. And Charlie, dear Charlie! She had not seen him since he went away that morning, now 4 days since. And 4 days was a long time, considering that he had saved her life. Her busy little fingers had been hard at work the while, and now she had in her pocket the purse which she had been so eager to make, and which she was almost afraid to bestow. "Oh, Linda," she had said, I don't think I will after all. It is such a little thing." "Nonsense, child. You wouldn't give him a wort counterpane. Little things are best for presents." "But it isn't good enough," she said, looking at her handiwork in despair. But nevertheless she persevered, working in the golden beads with constant diligence, so that she might be able to give it to Charlie among the Chiswick flowers. Oh, what a place it was in which to bestow a present, with all the eyes of the world upon her! And then this dance to which she was going, the thought of what she would do there troubled her. Would any one ask her to dance? Would Charlie think of her when he had so many grown-up girls, girls quite grown up, all around him? It would be very sad if at this London party it should be her fate to sit down the whole evening and see others dance. It would suffice for her, she thought, if she could stand up with Linda. But she had an idea that this would not be allowed at a London party. and then Linda perhaps might not like it. Altogether she had much upon her mind, and was beginning to think that perhaps she might have been happier to have stayed at home with her mamma. She had not quite recovered from the effect of her toss into the water, or the consequent excitement, and a very little misery would upset her. And so she walked on with her Napoleonic companion, from whom she did not know how to free herself, through one glass house after another, across lawns and along paths, attempting every now and then to get a word with Linda, and not at all so happy as she had hoped to have been. At last Gertrude came to her rescue. They were all congregated for a while in one great flower house, and Gertrude, finding herself near her sister, asked her how she liked it all. "Oh, it is very beautiful," said Katie. Only what, dear?" "Would you let me come with you a little while? Look here," and she crept softly around to the other side of her sister, sidling with little steps away from the Frenchman, at whom, however, she kept furtively looking, as though she feared that he would detect her in the act. "Look here, Gertrude," she said, twitching her sister's arm. "That gentleman there, you see him, don't you? He's a Frenchman, and I don't know how to get away from him." "How to get away from him?" said Gertrude. "That's Monsieur de la Barbe de l'Empereur, a great friend of Mrs. Val's, and a very quiet sort of man, I believe. He won't eat you." "No, he won't eat me, I know. But I can't look at anything because he will walk so close to me. Mayn't I come with you?" Gertrude told her she might, and so Katie made good her escape, hiding herself from her enemy as well as she could behind her sister's petticoats. He, poor man, was perhaps as rejoiced at the arrangement as Katie herself. At any rate, he made no attempt to regain his prey, but went on by himself, looking as placidly stern as ever, till he was absorbed by Mrs. Val's more immediate party, and then he devoted himself to her, while Monsieur Jaquêtanàpe settled with Clementina the properest arrangement for the waltzes of the evening. Katie was beginning to be tranquilly happy, and was listening to the enthusiasm of Ugolina Neverbend, who declared that flowers were the female poet's fitting food. It may be doubted whether she had ever tried it, when her heart leaped within her on hearing a sharp, clear, well-known voice almost close behind her. It was Charlie Tudor. After her silent prod with Monsieur de la Barbe de l'Empereur, Katie had been well pleased to put up with the obscure but yet endurable volubility of Ugolina. But now she felt almost as anxious to get quit of Ugolina as she had before been to shake off the Frenchman. "Flowers are nature's chef d'oeuvre," said Ugolina. "They convey to me the purest and most direct essence of that heavenly power of production, which is the sweetest evidence which Jehovah gives us of his presence." "Do they?" said Katie, looking over her shoulder to watch what Charlie was doing, and to see whether he was coming to notice her. "They are the bright stars of his immediate handiwork," said Ugolina, "and if our dim eyes could read them aright, they would whisper to us the secret of his love." "Yes, I dare say they would," said Katie, who felt perhaps a little disappointed because Charlie lingered a while shaking hands with Mrs. Val and Clementina Golightly. It was, however, but for a moment. There was much shaking of hands to be done, and a considerable taking off of hats to be gone through, and as Alaric and Charlie encountered the head of the column first, it was only natural that they should work their way through it gradually. Katie, however, never guessed, how could she, that Charlie had calculated that by reaching her last he would be able to remain with her. She was still listening to Ugolina, who was mounting higher and higher up to heaven, when she found her hand in Charlie's. Ugolina might now mount up and get down as best she could, for Katie could no longer listen to her. Alaric had not seen her yet since her ducking. She had to listen to and to answer his congratulations, Charlie standing by and making his comments. "Charlie says you took to the water quite naturally, and swam like a duck," said Alaric. "Only she went in head foremost," said Charlie. "All bathers ought to do that," said Alaric. And tell me, Katy, did you feel comfortable when you were in the water?" "Indeed, I don't recollect anything about it," said she, "only that I saw Charlie coming to me, just when I was going to sink for the last time." "Sink! Why, I'm told you floated, like a deal board." "The big hat and the crinoline kept her up," said Charlie. "She had no idea of sinking." "Oh, Charlie, you know I was under the water for a long time, and that if you had not come just at that very moment, I should never have come up again." And then Alaric went on, and Charlie and Katy were left together. How was she to give him the purse? It was burning a hole in her pocket till she could do so. And yet how was she to get it out of her possession into his, and make her little speech here in the public garden? She could have done it easily enough at home in the drawing room at Surbiton Cottage. "And how do you like the gardens?" asked Charlie. "Oh, they are beautiful, but I've hardly been able to see anything yet. I have been going about with a great big Frenchman. There, that man there. He has such a queer name." "Did his name prevent your seeing?" "No, not his name. I didn't know his name then. But it seemed so odd to be walking about with such a man as that. But I want to go back and look at the black and yellow roses in the house. There, would you go with me? That is, if we may. I wonder whether we may." Charlie was clearly of opinion that they might, and should, and would. And so away they sallied back to the roses, and Katy began to enjoy the first instalment of the happiness which she had anticipated. In the Temple of the Roses the crowd at first was great, and she could not get the purse out of her pocket, nor make her speech. But after a while the people passed on, and there was a lull before others filled their places, and Katy found herself opposite to a beautiful black rose, with no one close to her but Charlie. "I have got something for you," she said, and as she spoke she felt herself to be almost hot with blushing. "Something for me?" said Charlie, and he also felt himself abashed, but he did not know why. "It's only a very little thing," said Katy, feeling in her pocket, "and I am almost ashamed to ask you to take it. But I made it all myself. No one else put a stitch in it." And so saying, and looking around to see that she was not observed, she handed her gift to Charlie. "Oh, Katy, dearest Katy," said he, "I am so much obliged to you. I'll keep it till I die." "I didn't know what to make that was better," said she. "Nothing on earth could possibly be better," said he. "A plate of bread and butter and a purse are a very poor return for saving one's life," said she, half laughing, half crying. He looked at her with his eyes full of love, and as he looked he swore within himself that come what might he would never see Nora Geraghty again, but would devote his life to an endeavour to make himself worthy of the angel that was now with him. Katy the while was looking up anxiously into his face. She was thinking of no other love than that which it became her to feel for the man who had saved her life. She was thinking of no other love, but her young heart was opening itself to a very different feeling. She was sinking deep, deep in waters which were to go near to drown her warm heart, much nearer than those other waters which she had fancied had all but closed for ever over her life. She looked into his face and saw that he was pleased, and that for the present was enough for her. She was at any rate happy now. So they passed on through the roses, and then lost themselves among the geraniums, and wondered at the gigantic rhododendrons and the beautiful azaleas, and so went on from house to house and from flower bed to flower bed, Katy talking and Charlie listening, till she began to wonder at her former supineness, and to say both to herself and out loud to her companion how very, very, very glad she was that her mother had let her come. Poor Katy! Dear, darling, bonny Katy, sweet, sweetest, dearest child, why, oh why has that mother of thine, that tender-hearted, loving mother, put thee unguarded in the way of such peril as this? Has she not sworn to herself that over thee at least she should watch as a hen does over her young, so that no unfortunate love should quench thy young spirit, or blanch thy cheek's bloom? Has she not trembled at the thought of what should have befallen thee, had thy fate been such as Linda's? Has she not often, oh, how often, on her knees thanked the Almighty God that Linda's spirit was not as thine, that this evil had happened to the lamb whose temper had been fitted by him to endure it? And yet here thou art, all unguarded, all unaided, left by thyself to drink of the cup of sweet poison, and none near to warn thee that the draught is deadly. Alas, 'twould be useless to warn thee now. The false god has been placed upon the altar. The temple, all shining with gems and gold, has been built all around him. The incense cup is already swinging. Nothing will now turn the idolater from her worship, nothing short of a miracle. Our Katie's childish days are now all gone. A woman's passion glows within her breast, though as yet she has not scanned it with a woman's intelligence. Her mother, listening to a child's entreaty, had suffered her darling to go forth for a child's amusement. It was doomed that the child should return no more, but in lieu of her a fair heart-laden maiden, whose every fondest thought must henceforth be of a stranger's welfare and a stranger's fate. But it must not be thought that Charlie abused the friendship of Mrs. Woodward, and made love to Katie, as love is usually made, with warm words, assurances of affection, with squeezing of the hand, with sighs, and all a lover's ordinary catalogue of resources. Though we have said that he was a false god, yet he was hardly to be blamed for the temple and the gems and gold with which he was endowed. Not more so, perhaps, than the unconscious bud which is made so sacred on the banks of the Egyptian river. He loved too, perhaps as warmly, though not so fatally as Katie did. But he spoke no word of his love. He walked among the flowers with her, laughing and listening to her in his usual light-hearted, easy manner. Every now and again his arm would thrill with pleasure as he felt on it the touch of her little fingers, and his heart would leap within him as he gazed on the speaking beauty of her face. But he was too honest-hearted to talk to the young girl, to Mrs. Woodward's child, of love. He talked to her as to a child, but she listened to him and loved him as a woman. And so they rambled on, till the hour appointed for quitting this Elysium had arrived. Every now and again they had a glimpse of some one of their party, which had satisfied Katie that they were not lost. At first Clementina was seen tracing with her parasol on the turf the plan of a new dance. Then Ugolina passed by them, describing the poetry of the motion of the spheres in a full flow of impassioned eloquence, to Monsieur de la Barbe de l'Empereur. "C'est toujours vrai. Ce que Mademoiselle dit, c'est toujours vrai," was the Frenchman's answer, which they had heard thrice repeated. And then Lachtimel and Captain Val were seen together, the latter having disappointed the prophecies which had been made respecting him. Lachtimel had an idea that as the Scots were great people, they were all in Parliament, and she was endeavouring to persuade Captain Val that something ought to be done for the poor. "Think," she said, "only think, Captain Scott, of all the money this fete must cost." "Ah, deuced sight," said the captain, hardly articulating from under his thick sandy-coloured moustache, which, growing downwards from his nose, looked like a heavy thatch put on to protect his mouth from the inclemency of the clouds above. "A deuced sight," said the captain. "Now suppose, Captain Scott, that all this money could be collected, the tickets, you know, and the dresses, and—" "I wish I knew how to do it," said the captain. Lachtimel went on with her little scheme for expending the cost of the flower show in bread and bacon for the poor Irish of Saffron Hill, but Charlie and Katie heard no more, for the mild philosopher passed out of hearing and out of sight. At last Katie got a poke in her back from a parasol, just as Charlie had expended half a crown, one of Mr. Marouin's last. in purchasing for her one simple, beautiful flower to put into her hair that night. "You naughty puss," said Gertrude. "We have been looking for you all over the gardens. Mrs. Val and the Miss Neverbends have been waiting this half hour." Katie looked terribly frightened. "Come along, and don't keep them waiting any longer. They are all in the passage. This was your fault, Master Charlie." "Oh no, it was not," said Katie. "But we thought—" "Never mind thinking," said Gertrude, "but come along." And so they hurried on, and were soon replaced in their respective vehicles, and then went back to town. "Well, I do think that Chiswick Gardens is the nicest place in all the world," said Katie, leaning back in the cab and meditating on her past enjoyment. "They are very pretty, very," said Lactimel Neverbend. "I only wish every cotter had such a garden behind his cottage. I am sure we might manage it, if we set about it in the right way." "What, as big as Chiswick?" said Katie. "No, not so big," said Lactimel, "but quite as nicely kept." "I think the pigs would get in," said Katie. "It would be much easier, and more important too, to keep their minds nicely," said Ugolina, "and there the pigs could never get in." "No, I suppose not," said Katie. "I don't know that," said Lactimel. Chapter 26. of the Three Clerks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry O'Neill. The Three Clerks by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 26. Katie's First Ball. In spite of Mrs. Val's oft-repeated assurance that they would have none but nice people, she had done her best to fill her rooms, and not unsuccessfully. She had, it is true, eschewed the Golightly party, who resided, some north of Oxford Street, in the purlieus of Fitzroy Square, and some even to the east of Tottenham Court Road. She had eschewed the Golightlies, and confined herself to the Scott connection. But so great had been her success in life, that even under these circumstances she had found herself able to fill her rooms respectably. If indeed there was no absolute crowding, if some space was left in the front drawing-room sufficient for the operations of dancers, she could still attribute this apparent want of fashionable popularity to the selections of the few nice people whom she had asked. The Honourable Mrs. Val was no ordinary woman, and understood well how to make the most of the goods with which the gods provided her. The Miss Neverbends were to dine with the Tudors, and go with them to the dance in the evening, and their brother Fidus was to meet them there. Charlie was, of course, one of the party at dinner, and as there was no other gentleman there, Alaric had an excellent opportunity, when the ladies went up to their toilets, to impress on his cousin the expediency of his losing no time in securing to himself Miss Golightly's £20,000. The conversation, as will be seen, at last became rather animated. "Well, Charlie, what do you think of the beautiful Clementina?" said Alaric, pushing over the bottle to his cousin as soon as they found themselves alone. "A deuced fine girl, as Captain Bell says, isn't she?" "A deuced fine girl, of course," said Charlie, laughing. "She has too much go in her for me, I'm afraid." "Marriage and children will soon pull that down. She'd make an excellent wife for such a man as you. And, to tell the truth, Charlie, if you'll take my advice, you'll lose no time in making up to her. She has got that D French fellow at her heels, and though I don't suppose she cares one straw about him, it may be well to make sure." "But you don't mean in earnest that you think that Miss Golightly would have me?" "Indeed I do. You are just the man to get on with girls, and as far as I can see, you are just the man that will never get on in any other way under the sun." Charlie sighed as he thought of his many debts, his poor prospects, and his passionate love. There seemed, indeed, to be little chance that he would ever get on at all in the ordinary sense of the word. "I'm sure she'd refuse me," said he, still wishing to back out of the difficulty. "I'm sure she would. I've not got a penny in the world, you know." That's just the reason. She has got lots of money, and you have got none. Just the reason why she should refuse me, you should say. Well, what if she does? There's no harm done. Faint heart never won fair lady. You've everything to back you. Mrs. Val is led by Undy Scott, and Undy is all on your side. But she has got guardians, hasn't she? Yes, her father's first cousin, old Sam Golightly. He is dying, or dead probably by this time. Only Mrs. Val won't have the news brought to her because of this party. He had a fit of apoplexy yesterday. Then there's her father's brother-in-law, Figgs. He's bedridden. When old Golightly is off the hooks altogether, another will be chosen, and Undy talks of putting in my name as that of a family friend, so you'll have everything to assist you. Charlie looked very grave. He had not been in the habit of discussing such matters, but it seemed to him that if Alaric was about to become in any legal manner the guardian of Miss Golightly's fortune, that in itself was reason enough why he, Alaric, should not propose such a match as this. Needy men, to be sure, did often marry rich ladies, and the world looked on and regarded it only as a matter of course. But surely it would be the duty of a guardian to protect his ward from such a fate, if it were in his power to do so. Alaric, who saw something of what was going on in his cousin's mind, essayed to remove the impression which was thus made. Besides, you know, Clementina is no chicken. Her fortune is at her own disposal. All the guardians on earth cannot prevent her marrying you if she makes up her mind to do so. Charlie gulped down his glass of wine, and then sat staring at the fire, saying nothing further. It was true enough that he was very poor, true enough that Miss Golightly's fortune would set him on his legs and make a man of him, true enough perhaps that no other expedient of which he could think would do so. But then there were so many arguments that were strong against the deed. In the first place, he thought it impossible that he should be successful in such a suit. And then again it would hardly be honest to obtain such success, if it were possible. Then, thirdly, he had no sort of affection whatsoever for Miss Golightly. And fourthly, lastly, and chiefly, he loved so dearly, tenderly, loved poor Katy Woodward. As he thought of this, he felt horror-stricken with himself at allowing the idea of his becoming a suitor to another to dwell for an instant in his mind, and looking up with all the resolution which he was able to summon, he said, "It's impossible, Alaric, quite impossible. I couldn't do it." "Then what do you mean to do?" said Alaric, who was angry at having his scheme thus thwarted. "Do you mean to be a beggar, or if not, how do you intend to get out of your difficulties?" "I trust not a beggar," said Charlie, sadly. "What other hope have you? What rational hope of setting yourself right?" "Perhaps I may do something by writing," said Charlie, very bashfully. "By writing? Ha, ha!" and Alaric laughed somewhat cruelly at the poor navvy. "Do something by writing? What will you do by writing? Will you make 20,000 pounds or 20,000 pence? Of all trades going, that, I should say, is likely to be the poorest for a poor man, the poorest and the most heartbreaking. What have you made already to encourage you?" "The editor says that Crinoline and Macassar will come to £4 10s. "And when will you get it?" "The editor says that the rule is to pay 6 months after the date of publication. The Daily Delight is only a new thing, you know. The editor says that if the sale comes up to his expectations, he will increase the scale of pay." "A prospect of £4 10s. for a fortnight's hard work. That's a bad look-out, my boy. You had better take the heiress." "It may be a bad look-out," said Charlie, whose spirit was raised by his cousin's sneers, "but at any rate it's honest. And I'll tell you what, Alaric, I'd sooner earn £50 by writing for the press than get £1,000 in any other way you can think of. It may be a poor trade in one way, and authors, I believe, are poor, but I am sure it has its consolations." "Well, Charlie, I hope with all my heart that you may find them. For my own part, seeing what a place the world is, seeing what are the aspirations of other men, seeing what, as it appears to me, the Creator has intended for the goal of our labours, I look for advancement, prosperity, and such rank and station as I may be able to win for myself. The labourer is worthy of his hire, and I do not mean to refuse such wages as may come in my way." "Yes," said Charlie, who, now that his spirit was roused, determined to fight his battle manfully. "Yes, the labourer is worthy of his hire; but if I were to get Miss Golightly's fortune, I should be taking the hire without labour." "Bah!" said Alaric. "It would be dishonest in every way, for I do not love her, and should not love her at the moment that I married her." "Honesty," said Alaric, still sneering. "There is no sign of the dishonesty of the age so strong as the continual talk which one hears about honesty." It was quite manifest that Alaric had not sat at the feet of Undy Scott without profiting by the lessons which he heard. "With what face," continued he, "can you pretend to be more honest than your neighbours? I know that it is wrong, and unmanly too, to hunt a girl down merely for what she has got." "There are a great many wrong and unmanly men about, then," said Alaric. "Look through the Houses of Parliament, and see how many men there have married for money, ay, and made excellent husbands afterwards. I'll tell you what it is, Charlie, it is all humbug in you to pretend to be better than others. You are not a bit better. Mind, I do not say you are worse. We have none of us too much of this honesty of which we are so fond of prating. Where was your honesty when you ordered the coat for which you know you cannot pay, or when you swore to the bootmaker that he should have the amount of his little bill after next quarter day, knowing in your heart at the time that he wouldn't get a farthing of it? If you are so honest, why did you waste your money to day in going to Chiswick instead of paying some portion of your debts? Honest! You are, I dare say, indifferently honest as the world goes, like the rest of us, but I think you might put the burden of Clementina's fortune on your conscience without feeling much the worse for it, after what you have already gone through." Charlie became very red in the face as he sat silent, listening to Alaric's address, nor did he speak at once at the first pause. So Alaric went on. "The truth, I take it, is that at the present moment you have no personal fancy for this girl." "No, I have not," said Charlie. "And you are so incredibly careless to all prudential considerations as to prefer your immediate personal fancies to the future welfare of your whole life. I can say no more. If you will think well of my proposition, I will do all I can to assist you. I have no doubt you would make a good husband to Miss Golightly, and that she would be very happy with you. If you think otherwise, there is an end of it. But pray do not talk so much about your honesty. Your tailor would arrest you to morrow if he heard you." "There are two kinds of honesty, I take it," said Charlie, speaking with suppressed anger and sorrow visible in his face. "That which the world sees, and that which it does not see. For myself, I have nothing to say in my own defence. I have made my bed badly, and must lie on it as it is. I certainly will not amend it by marrying a girl that I can never love. And as for you, Alaric, all who know you and love you watch your career with the greatest hope. We know your ambition, and all look to see you rise in the world. But in rising, as you will do, you should remember this, that nothing that is wrong can become right because other people do it." "Well, Charlie," said the other, "thank you for the lecture. I did not certainly expect it from you, but it is not on that account the less welcome. And now, suppose we go upstairs and dress for Mrs. Val." And so they went upstairs. Katie's heart beat high as she got out of the carriage. Mrs. Val's private carriage had been kept on for the occasion, and saw before and above her on the stairs a crowd of muslin crushing its way on towards the room prepared for dancing. Katie had never been to a ball before. We hope that the word ball may not bring down on us the adverse criticism of the Morning Post. It was probably not a ball in the strictly fashionable sense of the word, but it was so to Katie to all intents and purposes. Her dancing had hitherto been done either at children's parties, or as sort of a supplemental amusement to the evening tea gatherings at Hampton or Hampton Court. She had never yet seen the Muse worshipped with the premeditated ceremony of banished carpets, chalked floors, and hired musicians. Her heart consequently beat high as she made her way upstairs, linked arm in arm with Ugolina Neverbend. "Shall you dance much?" said Ugolina. "Oh, I hope so," said Katie. "It is an amusement of which I am peculiarly fond, and for which my active habits suit me." This was probably said with some allusion to her sister, who was apt to be short of breath. But in the dances of the present day conversation is impossible, and I look upon any pursuit as barbaric which stops the feast of reason and the flow of soul. Katie did not quite understand this, but she thought in her heart that she would not at all mind giving up talking for the whole evening if she could only get enough dancing. But on this matter her heart misgave her. To be sure, she was engaged to Charlie for the first quadrille and the second waltz, but there her engagement stopped, whereas Clementina, as she was aware, had a whole book full of them. What if she should get no more dancing when Charlie's good nature should have been expended? She had an idea that no one would care to dance with her when older partners were to be had. Ah, Katie, you do not yet know the extent of your riches, or half the wealth of your own attractions. And then they all heard another little speech from Mrs. Val. She was really quite ashamed, she really was, to see so many people. She could not wish any of her guests away. That would be impossible, though perhaps one or two might be spared. She said in a confidential whisper to Gertrude. Who the one or two might be it would be difficult to decide, as she had made the same whisper to every one. But she really was ashamed. There was almost a crowd, and she had quite intended that the house should be nearly empty. The fact was, everybody asked had come, and as she could not, of course, have counted on that, why, she had got, you see, twice as many people as she had expected. And then she went on and made the same speech to the next arrival. Katie, who wanted to begin the play at the beginning, kept her eye anxiously on Charlie, who was still standing with Lachtimel Neverbend on his arm. "Oh, now," she said to herself, "if he should forget me and begin dancing with Miss Neverbend." But then she remembered how he had jumped into the water, and determined that even with such provocation as that, she must not be angry with him. But there was no danger of Charlie's forgetting. "Come," said he, "we must not lose any more time if we mean to dance the first set. Alaric will be our vis-à-vis. He is going to dance with Miss Neverbend." And so they stood up. Katie tightened her gloves, gave her dress a little shake, looked at her shoes, and then the work of the evening began. "I shouldn't have liked to have sat down for the first dance," she said confidentially to Charlie, "because it's my first ball." "Sit down! I don't suppose you'll be let to sit down the whole evening. You'll be crying out for mercy about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning." "It's you to go on now," said Katie, whose eyes were intent on the figure, and who would not have gone wrong herself, or allowed her partner to do so, on any consideration. And so the dance went on right merrily. "I've got to dance the first polka with Miss Golightly," said Charlie. "And the next with me," said Katie. "You may be sure I shan't forget that." "You lucky man to get Miss Golightly for a partner. I am told she is the most beautiful dancer in the world." "Oh no, Mademoiselle is much better," said Charlie, naming the principal stage performer of the day. "If one is to go the whole hog, one had better do it thoroughly." Katie did not quite understand then what he meant, and merely replied that she would look at the performance. In this, however, she was destined to be disappointed, for Charlie had hardly left her before Miss Golightly brought up to her the identical Monsieur de la Barbe de l'Empereur, who had so terribly put her out in the gardens. This was done so suddenly that Katie's presence of mind was quite insufficient to provide her with any means of escape. The Frenchman bowed very low, and said nothing. Katie made a little curtsy, and was equally silent. Then she felt her own arm gathered up and put within his, and she stood up to take her share in the awful performance. She felt herself to be in such a nervous fright that she would willingly have been home again at Hampton if she could. But as this was utterly impossible, she had only to bethink herself of her steps, and get through the work as best she might. Away went Charlie and Clementina leading the throng. Away went Monsieur Jaquêtanàpe and Linda. Away went another Frenchman, clasping in his arms the happy Ugolina. Away went Lactimel with a young Weights and Measures. And then came Katie's turn. She pressed her lips together, shut her eyes, and felt the tall Frenchman's arms behind her neck, and made a start. 'Twas like plunging into the cold water on the first bathing day of the season. Ce n'est que le premier pas qui coûte. When once off, Katie did not find it so bad. The Frenchman danced well, and Katie herself was a wicked little adept. At home at Surbiton, dancing with another girl, she had, with great triumph, tired out the fingers both of her mother and sister, and forced them to own that it was impossible to put her down. Monsieur de l'Empereur, therefore, had his work before him, and he did it like a man, as long as he could. Katie, who had not yet assumed the airs or will of a grown-up young lady, thought that she was bound to go on as long as her grand partner chose to go with her. He, on the other hand, accustomed in his gallantry to obey all ladies' wishes, considered himself bound to leave it to her to stop when she pleased. And so they went on, with apparently interminable gyrations. Charlie and the heiress had twice been in motion, and had twice stopped, and still they were going on. Ugolina had refreshed herself with many delicious observations, and Lactimel had thrice paused to advocate dancing for the million, and still they went on. The circle was gradually left to themselves, and still they went on. People stood round, some admiring and others pitying, and still they went on. Katie, thinking of her steps and her business, did not perceive that she and her partner were alone, and ever and anon others of course joined in, and so they went on, and on, and on. Monsieur de la Barbe de l'Empereur was a strong and active man, but he began to perceive that the lady was too much for him. He was already melting away with his exertions, while his young partner was as cool as a cucumber. She, with her active young legs, her lightly filled veins, and small agile frame, could have gone on almost for ever. But Monsieur de l'Empereur was more encumbered. Gallantry was at last beat by nature. His overtasked muscles would do no more for him, and he was fain to stop, dropping his partner into a chair, and throwing himself in a state of utter exhaustion against the wall. Katie was hardly out of breath as she received the congratulations of her friends, but at the moment she could not understand why they were quizzing her. In after times, however, she was often reproached for having danced a Frenchman to death in the evening, in revenge for his having bored her in the morning. It was observed that Monsieur de la Barbe de l'Empereur danced no more that evening. Indeed, he very soon left the house. Katie had not been able to see Miss Golightly's performance, but it had been well worth seeing. She was certainly no ordinary performer, and if she did not quite come up to the remarkable movements which one sees on the stage under the name of dancing, the fault was neither in her will nor her ability, but only in her education. Charlie also was peculiarly well suited to give her ample verge and room enough to show off all her perfections. Her most peculiar merit consisted perhaps in her power of stopping herself suddenly while going on at the rate of a hunt one way, and, without any pause or apparent difficulty, going just as fast the other way. This was done by a jerk, which must, one would be inclined to think, have dislocated all her bones, and entirely upset her internal arrangements. But no, it was done without injury, or any disagreeable result either to her brain or elsewhere. We all know how a steamer is manoeuvred when she has to change her course, how we stop her and ease her and back her, but Miss Golightly stopped and eased and backed all at once, and that without collision with any other craft. It was truly very wonderful, and Katie ought to have looked at her. Katie soon found occasion to cast off her fear that her evening's happiness would be destroyed by a dearth of partners. Her troubles began to be of an exactly opposite description. She had almost envied Miss Golightly her little book full of engagements, and now she found herself dreadfully bewildered by a book of her own. Some one had given her a card and a pencil, and every moment she could get to herself was taken up in endeavouring to guard herself from perfidy on her own part. All down the card, at intervals which were not very far apart, there were great C's, which stood for Charlie, and her firmest feeling was that no earthly consideration should be allowed to interfere with those landmarks. And then there were all manner of hieroglyphics, sometimes unfortunately illegible to Katie herself, French names and English names mixed together in a manner most vexatious. And to make matters worse, she found that she had put down both Victoire Jaquêtanàpe and Mr. Johnson of the Waits by a great J, and she could not remember with whom she was bound to dance the Lancers, and to which she had promised the last polka before supper. One thing, however, was quite fixed. When supper should arrive, she was to go downstairs with Charlie. "What dreadful news, Linda?" said Charlie. "Did you hear it?" Linda was standing up with Miss Neverbend for a sober quadrille, and Katie also was close by with her partner. "Dreadful news indeed." "What is it?" said Linda. "A man can die but once, to be sure, but to be killed in such a manner as that is certainly very sad." "Killed? Who has been killed?" said Neverbend. "Well, perhaps I shouldn't say killed. He only died in the cab as he went home." "Died in a cab? How dreadful!" said Neverbend. Who was it? Mr. Tudor?" "Didn't you hear? How very odd! Why, Monsieur de l'Empereur, to be sure. I wonder what the coroner will bring it in." "How can you talk such nonsense, Charlie?" said Linda. "Very well, Master Charlie," said Katie. "All that comes of being a writer of romances. I suppose that's to be the next contribution to the Daily Delight." Neverbend went off on his quadrille, not at all pleased with the joke. Indeed, he was never pleased with a joke, and in this instance he ventured to suggest to his partner that the idea of a gentleman expiring in a cab was much too horrid to be laughed at. "Oh, we never mind Charlie Tudor," said Linda. "He always goes on that way. We all like him so much." Mr. Neverbend, who, though not very young, still had a susceptible heart within his bosom, had been much taken by Linda's charms. He already began to entertain an idea that as a Mrs. Neverbend would be a desirable adjunct to his establishment at some future period, he could not do better than offer himself and his worldly goods to the acceptance of Miss Woodward. He therefore said nothing further in disparagement of the family friend, but he resolved that no such alliance should ever induce him to make Mr. Charles Tudor welcome at his house. But what could he have expected? The Internal Navigation had ever been a low place, and he was surprised that the Honourable Mrs. Val should have admitted one of the navvies inside her drawing-room. And so the ball went on. Mr. Johnson came duly for the Lancers, and Mr. Jaquêtanàpe for the polka. Johnson was great at the Lancers, knowing every turn and vagary in that most intricate and exclusive of dances. And it need hardly be said that the polka with Monsieur Jaquêtanàpe was successful. The last honour, however, was not without evil results, for it excited the envy of Ugolina, who, proud of her own performance, had longed, but hitherto in vain, to be whirled around the room by that wondrously expert foreigner. "Well, my dear," said Ugolina, with an air that plainly said that Katie was to be treated as a child, "I hope you've had dancing enough." "Oh, indeed I have not," said Katie, fully appreciating the purport and the cause of her companion's remark. "Not near enough." "Ah, but my dear, you should remember," said Ugolina, "your mamma will be displeased if you fatigue yourself." "My mamma is never displeased because we amuse ourselves, and I am not a bit fatigued." And so saying, Katie walked off and took refuge with her sister Gertrude. What business had any Ugolina Neverbend to interfere between her and her mamma? Then came the supper. There was a great rush to get downstairs, but Charlie was so clever that even this did not put him off. Of course there was no sitting down, which means that the bashful, retiring, and obedient guests were to stand on their legs, while those who were forward and impudent and disobedient found seats for themselves wherever they could. Charlie was certainly among the latter class, and he did not rest therefore till he had got Katie into an old arm-chair in one corner of the room, in such a position as to enable himself to eat his own supper, leaning against the chimney-piece. "I say, Johnson," said he, "do bring me some ham and chicken. It's for a lady. I'm wedged up here and can't get out. And, Johnson, some sherry." The good-natured young Waits obeyed, and brought the desired provisions. "And, Johnson, upon my word I'm sorry to be so troublesome, but one more plateful, if you please, for another lady. A good deal, if you please, for this lady, for she's very hungry. And some more sherry." Johnson again obeyed. The Waits are always obedient, and Charlie, of course, appropriated the second portion to his own purposes. "Oh, Charlie, that was a fib, now wasn't it? You shouldn't have said it was for a lady." "But then I shouldn't have got it." "Oh, but that's no reason. According to that, everybody might tell a fib whenever they wanted anything." "Well, everybody does. Everybody except you, Katie." "Oh no," said Katie. "No, they don't. Mamma and Linda and Gertrude never do. Nor Harry Norman. He never does. Nor Alaric." "No, Harry Norman never does," said Charlie, with something like vexation in his tone. He made no exception to Katie's list of truth-tellers, but he was thinking within himself whether Alaric had a juster right to be in the catalogue than himself. "Harry Norman never does, certainly. You must not compare me with them, Katie. They are patterns of excellence. I am all the other way, as everybody knows." He was half laughing as he spoke, but Katie's sharp ear knew that he was more than half in earnest, and she felt that she had pained him by what she had said. "Oh, Charlie, I didn't mean that. Indeed I did not. I know that in all serious things you are as truthful as they are, and quite as good. That is, in many ways." Poor Katie! She wanted to console him. She wanted to be kind, and yet she could not be dishonest. "Quite as good? No, you know I am not." "You are as good-hearted, if not better, and you will be as steady, won't you, Charlie? I am sure you will, and I know you are more clever, really more clever than either of them." "Oh, Katie!" "I am quite sure you are. I have always said so. Don't be angry with me for what I said." "Angry with you? I couldn't be angry with you." "I wouldn't for the world say anything to vex you. I like you better than either of them, though Alaric is my brother-in-law. Of course I do. How could I help it when you saved my life?" "Saved your life? Pooh! I didn't save your life. Any boy could have done the same, or any waterman about the place. When you fell in, the person who was nearest you pulled you out. That was all." There was something almost approaching to ferocity in his voice as he said this, and yet when Katie timidly looked up she saw that he had turned his back to the room, and that his eyes were full of tears. He had felt that he was loved by this child, but that he was loved from a feeling of uncalled-for gratitude. He could not stop to analyze this, to separate the sweet from the bitter, but he knew that the latter prevailed. It is so little flattering to be loved when such love is the offspring of gratitude. And then, when that gratitude is unnecessary, when it has been given in mistake for supposed favours, the acceptance of such love is little better than a cheat. "That was not all," said Katie, very decidedly. "It never shall be all in my mind. If you had not been with us, I should now have been drowned, and cold, and dead. And mamma, where would she have been? Oh, Charlie, I shall think of myself so wicked if I have said anything to vex you." Charlie did not analyze his feelings, nor did Katie analyze hers. It would have been impossible for her to do so, but could she have done it, and had she done it, she would have found that her gratitude was but the excuse which she made to herself for a passionate love which she could not have excused, even to herself, in any other way. He said everything he could to reassure her and make her happy, and she soon smiled and laughed again. "Now that's what my editor would call a nemesis," said Charlie. "Oh, that's a nemesis, is it?" "Johnson was cheated into doing my work and getting me my supper, and then you scolded me and took away my appetite so that I couldn't eat it. That's a nemesis. Johnson is avenged. Only, unluckily, he doesn't know it, and wickedness is punished." Well, mind you put it into the Daily Delight. But all the girls are going upstairs. Pray let me get out." And so Katie went upstairs again. It was then past 1. About 2 hours afterwards, Gertrude, looking for her sister that she might take her home, found her seated on a bench, with her feet tucked under her dress. She was very much fatigued, and she looked to be so; but there was still a bright laughing sparkle in her eye, which showed that her spirits were not even yet weary. "Well, Katie, have you had enough dancing?" "Nearly," said Katie, yawning. "You look as if you couldn't stand." "Yes, I am too tired to stand, but I still think I could dance a little more, only " "Only what?" "Whisper," said Katie, and Gertrude put down her ear near to her sister's lips. "Both my shoes are quite worn out, and my toes are all out on the floor." It was clearly time for them to go home, and so away they all went. End of chapter 26.
Chapter 27 of the Three Clerks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Srigley, Charlottesville, Virginia, USA. The Three Clerks, by Anthony Trollope, Chapter 27. Excelsior. The last words that Katie spoke as she walked down Mrs. Val's hall, leaning on Charlie's arm, as he led her to the carriage, were these: "You will be steady, Charlie, won't you? You will try to be steady, won't you, dear Charlie?" And as she spoke, she almost imperceptibly squeezed the arm on which she was leaning. Charlie pressed her little hand as he parted from her, but he said nothing. What could he say, in that moment of time, to answer such a request? Had he made the reply which would have come most readily to his lips, it would have been this: "It is too late, Katie, too late for me to profit by a caution even from you. No steadiness now will save me." Katie, however, wanted no other answer than the warm pressure which she felt on her hand. And then, leaning back in the carriage and shutting her eyes, she tried to think quietly over the events of the night. But it was, alas, a dream, and yet so like reality that she could not divest herself of the feeling that the ball was still going on. She still seemed to see the lights and hear the music, to feel herself whirled around the room, and to see others whirling, whirling, whirling on every side of her. She thought over all the names on her card, and the little contest that had taken place for her hand, and all Charlie's jokes, and Monsieur de l'Empereur's great disaster, and then as she remembered how long she had gone on twisting round with the poor, unfortunate, ill-used Frenchman, she involuntarily burst out into a fit of laughter. "Good gracious, Katie, what is the matter? I thought you were asleep," said Gertrude. "So did I," said Linda. "What on earth can you be laughing at now?" "I was laughing at myself," said Katie, still going on with her half-suppressed chuckle, "and thinking what a fool I was to go on dancing so long with that Monsieur de l'Empereur. Oh, dear Gertrude, I am so tired. Will we be home soon?" And then she burst out crying. The excitement and fatigue of the day had been too much for her, and she was now completely overcome. Ugolina Neverbend's advice, though not quite given in the kindest way, had in itself been good. Mrs. Woodward would in truth have been unhappy could she have seen her child at this moment. Katie made an attempt to laugh off her tears, but she failed, and her sobs then became hysterical, and she lay with her head on her married sister's shoulder, almost choking herself in her attempts to repress them. "Oh, Katie, don't sob so," said Linda. "Don't cry, pray don't cry, dear Katie." "She had better let it have its way," said Gertrude. "She will be better directly, won't you, Katie?" In a little time she was better, and then she burst out laughing again. "I wonder why the man went on when he was so tired. What a stupid man he must be!" Gertrude and Linda both laughed in order to comfort her and bring her round. "Do you know, I think it was because he didn't know how to say stop in English." And then she burst out laughing again, and that led to another fit of hysterical tears. When they reached home, Gertrude and Linda soon got her into bed, and Linda was to sleep with her, and she was also not very long in laying her head on her pillow. But before she did so, Katy was fast asleep, and twice in her sleep she cried out, "Oh, Charlie! Oh, Charlie!" Then Linda guessed how it was with her sister, and in the depths of her loving heart she sorrowed for the coming grief which she foresaw. When the morning came, Katy was feverish and had a headache. It was thought better that she should remain in town, and Alaric took Linda down to Hampton. The next day Mrs. Woodward came up, and as the invalid was better she took her home. But still she was an invalid. The doctor declared that she had never quite recovered from her fall into the river, and prescribed quiet and cod liver oil. All the truth about the Chiswick fête and the 5 hours' dancing and the worn-out shoes was not told to him, or he might perhaps have acquitted the water gods of the injury. Nor was it all, perhaps, told to Mrs. Woodward. "I'm afraid she tired herself at the ball," said Mrs. Woodward. "I think she did a little," said Linda. "Did she dance much?" said Mrs. Woodward, looking anxiously. "She did dance a good deal," said Linda. Mrs. Woodward was too wise to ask any further questions. As it was a fine night, Alaric had declared his intention of walking home from Mrs. Val's party, and he and Charlie started together. They soon parted on their roads, but not before Alaric had had time to notice Charlie's perverse stupidity as to Miss Golightly. "So you wouldn't take my advice about Clementina?" said he. "It was quite impossible, Alaric," said Charlie, in an apologetic voice. "I couldn't do it, and what is more, I am sure I never shall." "No, not now. You certainly can't do it now. If I'm not very much mistaken, the chance is gone. I think you'll find she engaged herself to that Frenchman to-night." "Very likely," said Charlie. "Well, I did the best I could for you. Good night, old fellow." "I'm sure I'm much obliged to you. Good night," said Charlie. Alaric's suggestion with reference to the heiress was quite correct. Monsieur Jaquêtanàpe had that night proposed and been duly accepted. He was to present himself to his loved one's honourable mother on the following morning as her future son-in-law, comforted and supported in his task of doing so by an assurance from the lady that if her mother would not give her consent, the marriage should go on all the same without it. How delightful to have such a dancer for her lover, thought Clementina. That was her Excelsior. Charlie walked home with a sad heart. He had that day given a pledge that he would on the morrow go to the Cat and Whistle and visit his lady love. Since the night when he sat there with Nora Geraghty on his knee, now nearly a fortnight since, he had spent but little of his time there. He had, indeed, gone there once or twice with his friend Scatterall, but had contrived to avoid any confidential intercourse with either the landlady or the barmaid, alleging as an excuse for his extraordinary absence that his time was wholly occupied by the demands made on it by the editor of the Daily Delight. Mrs. Davis, however, was much too sharp, and so also, we may say, was Miss Geraghty, to be deceived. They well knew that such a young man as Charlie would go wherever his inclination led him. Till lately it had been all but impossible to get him out of the little back parlour at the Cat and Whistle. Now it was nearly as difficult to get him into it. They both understood what this meant. "You'd better take up with Peppermint and have done with it," said the widow. "What's the good of your shilly-shallying till you're as thin as a whipping-post? If you don't mind what you're after, he'll be off too." "And the d go along with him," said Miss Geraghty, who had still about her a twang of the country Clare from which she came. "With all my heart," said Mrs. Davis. "I shall save my £100. But if you'll be led by me, you'll not throw Peppermint over till you're sure of the other. And take my word for it, you're—" "I hate Peppermint." "Nonsense. He's an honest, good sort of man, and a deal more likely to keep you out of want than the other." Hereupon Nora began to cry, and to wipe her beautiful eyes with the glass cloth. Hers indeed was a cruel position. Her face was her fortune, and her fortune, she knew, was deteriorating from day to day. She could not afford to lose the lover that she loved, and also the lover that she did not love. Matrimony with her was extremely desirable, and she was driven to confess that it might very probably be either now or never. Much as she hated Peppermint, she was quite aware that she would take him if she could not do better. But then, was it absolutely certain that she must lose the lover that so completely suited her taste? Mrs. Davis said it was. Nora herself, confiding, as it is so natural that ladies should do, a little too much in her own beauty, thought that she couldn't but have a chance left. She also had her high aspirations. She desired to rise in the world, to leave goes of gin and screws of tobacco behind her, and to reach some position more worthy of the taste of a woman. Excelsior, translated doubtless into excellent Irish, was her motto also. It would be so great a thing to be the wife of Charles Tudor, Esquire, of the Civil Service, and more especially as she dearly and truly loved the same Charles Tudor in her heart of hearts. She knew, however, that it was not for her to indulge in the luxury of a heart if circumstances absolutely forbade it. To eat and drink and clothe herself, and if possible to provide eating and drinking and clothes for her future years, this was the business of life. This was the only real necessity. She had nothing to say in opposition to Mrs. Davis, and therefore she went on crying, and again wiped her eyes with the glass-cloth. Mrs. Davis, however, was no stern monitor, unindulgent to the weakness of human nature. When she saw how Nora took to heart her sad fate, she resolved to make one more effort in her favour. She consequently dressed herself very nicely, put on her best bonnet, and took the unprecedented step of going off to the Internal Navigation and calling on Charlie in the middle of his office. Charlie was poking over the Kennet and Avon lock entries with his usual official energy when the office messenger came up and informed him that a lady was waiting to see him. "A lady?" said Charlie. "What lady?" And he immediately began thinking of the Woodwards, whom he was to meet that afternoon at Chiswick. "I'm sure I can't say, sir. All that she said was that she was a lady," answered the messenger falsely, for he well knew that the woman was Mrs. Davis of the Cat and Whistle. Now the clerks at the Internal Navigation were badly off for a waiting room, and in no respect can the different ranks of different public offices be more plainly seen than in the presence or absence of such little items of accommodations as this. At the Weights and Measures there was an elegant little chamber, carpeted, furnished with leathern-bottomed chairs, and a clock supplied with cream-laid note-paper, new pens, and the Times newspaper. Quite a little Elysium in which to pass half an hour, while the secretary, whom one had called to see, was completing his last calculation on the matter of the decimal coinage. But there were no such comforts at the Internal Navigation. There was indeed a little room at the top of the stairs, in which visitors were requested to sit down, but even here two men were always at work or else at play. Into this room Mrs. Davis was shown, and there Charlie found her. Long and intimately as the young navvy had been acquainted with the landlady of the Cat and Whistle, he had never before seen her arrayed for the outer world. It may be doubted whether Sir John Falstaff would at the first glance have known even Dame Quickly, in her bonnet that is, if Dame Quickly in those days had had a bonnet. At any rate Charlie was at fault for a moment, and was shaking hands with the landlady before he quite recognized who she was. The men in the room, however, had recognized her, and Charlie well knew that they had done so. "Mr. Tudor," she began, not a bit abashed, "I want to know what it is you are going to do." Though she was not abashed, Charlie was, and very much so. However, he contrived to get her out of the room, so that he might speak to her somewhat more privately in the passage. The gentlemen of the Internal Navigation were well accustomed to this mode of colloquy, as their tradesmen not infrequently called with a view of having a little conversation, which could not conveniently be held in the public room. "And, Mr. Tudor, what are you a-going to do about that poor girl there?" said Mrs. Davis, as soon as she found herself in the passage, and saw that Charlie was comfortably settled with his back against the wall. "She may go to Hong Kong for me." That is what Charlie should have said, but he did not say it. He had neither the sternness of heart nor the moral courage to enable him to do so. He was very anxious, it is true, to get altogether quit of Nora Geraghty, but his present immediate care was confined to a desire of getting Mrs. Davis out of the office. "Do," said Charley. "Oh, I don't know. I'll come and settle something some of these days. Let me see when. Say next Tuesday." "Settle something?" said Mrs. Davis. "If you are an honest man, as I take you, there's only one thing to settle. When do you mean to marry her?" "Hush!" said Charley, for as she was speaking Mr. Snape came down the passage leading from Mr. Oldeschol's room. "Hush!" Mr. Snape, as he passed, walked very slowly and looked curiously round into the widow's face. "I'll be even with you, old fellow, for that," said Charley to himself, and it may be taken for granted that he kept his word before long. "Oh, it is no good hushing any more," said Mrs. Davis, hardly waiting till Mr. Snape's erect ears were out of hearing. "Hushing won't do no good. There's that girl a-dying, and her grave will be atop of your head, Mr. Tudor. Mind I tell you that fairly. So now I want to know what it is you're a-going to do." And then Mrs. Davis lifted up the lid of a market basket which hung on her left arm, took out her pocket handkerchief, and began to wipe her eyes. Unfortunate Charley! An idea occurred to him that he might bolt and leave her, but then the chances were that she would make her way into his very room and tell her story there, out before them all. He well knew that this woman was capable of many things if her temper were fairly roused, and yet what could he say to her to induce her to go out from that building and leave him alone to his lesser misfortunes? "She's a-dying, I tell you, Mr. Tudor," continued the landlady, "and if she do die, be sure of this, I won't be slow to tell the truth about it. I'm the only friend she's got, and I'm not going to see her put upon. So just tell me this in 2 words. What is it you're going to do?" And then Mrs. Davis replaced her kerchief in the basket, stood boldly erect in the middle of the passage, waiting for Charley's answer. Just at this moment Mr. Snape again appeared in the passage, going toward Mr. Oldeschol's room. The pernicious old man! He hated Charley Tudor, and to tell the truth there was no love lost between them. Charley, afflicted and out of spirits as he was at the moment, could not resist the opportunity of being impertinent to his old foe. "I'm afraid you'll make yourself very tired, Mr. Snape, if you walk about so much," said he. Mr. Snape merely looked at him, and then hard at Mrs. Davis, and passed on to Mr. Oldeschol's room. "Well, Mr. Tudor, will you be so good as to tell me what it is you're going to do about this poor girl?" "My goodness, Mrs. Davis, you know how I am situated. How can you expect me to give an answer to such a question in such a place as this? I'll come to the Cat and Whistle on Tuesday." "Gammon," said the eloquent lady. "You know you means gammon." Charley perhaps did mean gammon, but he protested that he had never been more truthfully in earnest in his life. Mr. Oldeschol's door opened, and Mrs. Davis, perceiving it, whipped out her handkerchief in haste, and again began wiping her eyes, not without audible sobs. "Confound the woman," said Charley to himself. "What on earth shall I do with her?" Mr. Oldeschol's door opened, and out of it came Mr. Oldeschol and Mr. Snape, following him. What means the clerk had used to bring forth the secretary need not now be inquired. Forth they both came, and passed along the passage, brushing close by Charley and Mrs. Davis. Mr. Oldeschol, when he saw that one of the clerks was talking to a woman who apparently was crying, looked very intently on the ground, and passed by with a quick step. Mr. Snape looked as intently at the woman, and passed very slowly. Each acted according to his lights. "I don't mean gammon at all, Mrs. Davis. Indeed I don't. I'll be there on Tuesday night, certainly, if not sooner. I will indeed. I shall be in a desperate scrape if they see me here talking to you any longer. There is a rule against women being in the office at all." "And there's a rule against clerks marrying, I suppose," said Mrs. Davis. The colloquy ended, and Charley promising to spend the Saturday night at the Cat and Whistle, with the view of then and there settling what he meant to do about that there girl. Nothing short of such an undertaking on his part would induce Mrs. Davis to budge. Had she known her advantage, she might have made even better terms. He would almost rather have given her a written promise to marry her barmaid than have suffered her to remain there till Mr. Oldeschol should return and see her there again. So Mrs. Davis, with her basket and pocket handkerchief, went her way about her marketing, and Charley, as he returned to his room, gave the strict strictest injunctions to the messenger that not on any ground or excuse whatever was any woman to be again allowed to see him at the office. When, therefore, on the fine summer morning, with the early daylight all bright around him, Charlie walked home from Mrs. Val's party, he naturally felt sad enough. He had 1 6d left in his pocket. He was engaged to spend the evening of the following day with the delightful Nora at the Cat and Whistle, then and there to plight her his troth in whatever formal and most irretrievable manner Mrs. Davis might choose to devise. And as he thought of these things, he had ringing in his ears the last sounds of that angel voice. "You will be steady, Charlie, won't you? I know you will, dear Charlie. Won't you now?" Steady! Would not the best thing for him be to step down to Waterloo Bridge and throw himself over? He still had money enough left to pay the toll, though not enough to hire a pistol, and so he went home and got into bed. On that same day, the day that was to witness Charlie's betrothal to Miss Geraghty, and that of Monsieur Jaquêtanàpe with Miss Golightly, Alaric Tudor had an appointment with Sir Gregory Hardlines at the new office of the Civil Service Examination Board. Alaric had been invited to wait upon the great man, in terms which made him perfectly understand that the communication to be made was one which would not be unpleasing or uncomplimentary to himself. Indeed, he pretty well guessed what was to be said to him. Since his promotion at the Weights and Measures he had gone on rising in estimation as a man of value to the civil service at large. Nearly 2 years had now passed since that date, and in these pages nothing has been said of his official career during that time. It had, however, been everything that he or his friends could have wished it to be. He had so put himself forward as absolutely to have satisfied the actual chief clerk of his office, and was even felt by some of the secretaries to be treading very closely on their heels. And yet a great portion of his time had been spent, not at the Weights and Measures, but in giving some sort of special assistance to Sir Gregory's board. The authorities at the Weights and Measures did not miss him. They would have been well content that he should have remained for ever with Sir Gregory. He had also become somewhat known to the official world, even beyond the confines of the Weights and Measures or the Examination Board. He had changed his club, and now belonged to the Downing. He had there been introduced by his friend Undy to many men, whom to know should be the very breath in the nostrils of a rising official aspirant. Mr. Whip Vigil of the Treasury had more than once taken him by the hand, and even the Chancellor of the Exchequer usually nodded to him whenever that o'ertasked functionary found a moment to look in at the official club. Things had not been going quite smoothly at the Examination Board. Tidings had got about that Mr. Jobbles was interfering with Sir Gregory, and that Sir Gregory didn't like it. To be sure, when this had been indiscreetly alluded to in the House by one of those gentlemen who pass their leisure hours in looking out for raws in the hide of the Government carcass, some other gentleman, some gentleman from the Treasury bench, had been able to give a very satisfactory reply. For why, indeed, should any gentleman sit on the Treasury bench if he be not able, when so questioned, to give very satisfactory replies? Giving satisfactory replies to ill-natured questions is, one may say, the constitutional work of such gentlemen, who have generally well learned how to do so, and earned their present places by asking the self-same questions themselves when seated as younger men in other parts of the House. But though the answer given in this instance was so eminently satisfactory as to draw down quite a chorus of triumphant acclamations from the official supporters of government, nevertheless things had not gone on at the board quite as smoothly as might have been desirable. Mr. Jobbles was enthusiastically intent on examining the whole adult male population of Great Britain, and had gone so far as to hint that female competitors might at some future time be made subject to his all-measuring rule and compass. Sir Gregory, however, who, having passed his early days in an office, may perhaps be supposed to have had some slight prejudice remaining in favour of ancient customs, was not inclined to travel so quickly. Moreover, he preferred following his own lead to taking any other lead whatever that Mr. Jobbles might point out as preferable. Mr. Jobbles wanted to crush all patronage at a blow. Any system of patronage would lamentably limit the number of candidates among whom his examination papers would be distributed. He longed to behold crowding around him an attendance as copious as Mr. Spurgeon's, and to see every head bowed over the posing questions which he should have dictated. No legion could be too many for him. He longed to be at this great work, but his energies were crushed by the opposition of his colleagues. Sir Gregory thought, and Sir Warwick, though he hardly gave a firm support to Sir Gregory, would not lend his countenance to Mr. Jobbles. Sir Gregory thought that enough would be done for the present if they merely provided that every one admitted into the service should be educated in such a manner as to be fit for any profession or calling under the sun, and that with this slight proviso the question of patronage might for the present remain untouched. "Do you," he would have said to the great officers of government, "appoint whom you like. In this respect remain quite unfettered. I am the St. Peter to whom are confided the keys of the Elysium. Do you send whatever candidates you please. It is for me merely to say whether or not they shall enter." But Mr. Jobbles would have gone much further. He would have had all mankind for candidates, and have selected from the whole mass those most worthy of the high reward. And so there was a split at the examination board, which was not to be healed even by the very satisfactory reply given by the Treasury gentleman in the House of Commons. Neither Sir Gregory nor his rival were men likely to give way, and it soon appeared manifest to the powers that be that something must be done. It therefore came to light that Mr. Jobbles had found that his clerical position was hardly compatible with a seat at a lay board, and he retired to the more congenial duties of a comfortable prebendal stall at Westminster. So that by his close vicinity, as was observed by a newspaper that usually supported the government, he might be able to be of material use whenever his advice should be required by the Board of Commissioners. Sir Gregory in the meantime was instructed to suggest the name of another colleague, and therefore he sent for Alaric Tudor. Alaric, of course, knew well what had been going on at the board. He had been Sir Gregory's confidential man all through, had worked out cases for him, furnished him with arguments, backed his views, and had assisted him whenever such a course had been necessary in holding Mr. Jobbles' head under the pump. Alaric knew well on which side his bread was buttered, and could see with a glance which star was in the ascendant. He perfectly understood the points and merits of the winning horse. He went in to win on Sir Gregory, and he won. When Mr. Jobbles made his last little speech at the board, and retired to his house in the Dean's Yard, Alaric felt tolerably certain that he himself would be invited to fill the vacant place. And he was so invited. "That is £1,200 a year, at any rate," said he to himself, as with many words of submissive gratitude he thanked his patron for the nomination. "That is £1,200 a year. So far so good. And now what must be the next step? Excelsior! It is very nice to be a commissioner, and sit at a board at Sir Gregory's right hand. Much nicer than being a junior clerk at the Weights and Measures, like Harry Norman. But there are nicer things even than that. There are greater men even than Sir Gregory, richer figures than even £1,200 a year." So he went to his old office, wrote his resignation, and walked home, meditating to what next step above he should now aspire to rise. "Excelsior!" he still said to himself. "Excelsior!" At the same moment Charlie was leaving the Internal Navigation, and as he moved with unusual slowness down the steps, he bethought himself how he might escape from the fangs of his Nora, how, if such might still be possible, he might fit himself for the love of Katy Woodward. Excelsior! Such also was the thought of his mind, but he did not dare to bring the word to utterance. It was destined that his thoughts should be interrupted by no very friendly hand. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of The Three Clerks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rosie. The Three Clerks by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 28. Outerman versus Tudor. Charlie sat at his office on the Saturday afternoon, very meditative and unlike himself. What was he to do when his office hours were over? In the first place, he had not a shilling in the world to get his dinner. His habit was to breakfast at home at his lodgings with Harry, and then to dine, as best he might, at some tavern, if he had not the good fortune to be dining out. He had a little dinner bill at a house which he frequented in the Strand, but the bill he knew had reached its culminating point. It would, he was aware, be necessary that it should be decreased, not augmented, at the next commercial transaction which might take place between him and the tavern keeper. This was not the first time by many in which he had been in a similar plight, but his resource in such case had been to tell the truth gallantly to his friend Mrs. Davis, and some sort of viands, not at all unprepossessing to him in his hunger, would always be forthcoming for him at the Cat and Whistle. This supply was now closed to him. Were he, under his present circumstances, to seek for his dinner from the fair hands of Nora Geraghty, it would be tantamount to giving himself up as lost for ever. This want of a dinner, however, was a small misfortune in comparison with others which afflicted him. Should or should he not keep his promise to Mrs. Davis, and go to the Cat and Whistle that evening? That was the question which disturbed his equanimity, and hindered him from teasing Mr. Snape in his usual vivacious manner. And here let it not be said that Charlie must be altogether despicable in being so weak, that he is not only a vulgar rake in his present habits, but a fool also, and altogether spiritless, and of a low disposition. Persons who may so argue of him, who so argue of those whom they meet in the real living world, are ignorant of the twists and turns and rapid changes in character which are brought about by outward circumstances. Many a youth, abandoned by his friends to perdition on account of his folly, might have yet prospered, had his character not been set down as gone, before, in truth, it was well formed. It is not one calf only that should be killed for the returning prodigal. O fathers, mothers, uncles, aunts, guardians, and elderly friends in general, kill 7 fatted calves, if 7 should unfortunately be necessary. Charlie had, at this moment, in his pocket a certain document, which, in civil but still somewhat peremptory language, invited him to meet a very celebrated learned pundit, being no less than one of Her Majesty's puisne judges, at some court in Westminster, to explain why he declined to pay to one Nathaniel Outerman, a tailor, the sum of etc., 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 and the document then went on to say that any hesitation on Charlie's part to accept this invitation would be regarded as great contempt shown to the said learned pundit, and would be treated accordingly. Now Charlie had not paid the slightest attention to this requisition from the judge. It would, he conceived, have been merely putting his head into the lion's mouth to do so. But yet he knew that such documents meant something, that the day of grace was gone by, and that Mr. Nathaniel Outerman would very speedily have him locked up. So Charlie sat meditative over his lock entries, and allowed even his proposed vengeance on Mr. Snape to be delayed. "I say, Charlie," said Scatterall, coming over and whispering to him, "you couldn't lend me half a crown, could you?" Charlie said nothing, but looked on his brother Navvy in a manner that made any other kind of reply quite unnecessary. "I was afraid it was so," said Scatterall in a melancholy voice, and then, as if by the brilliance of his thought he had suddenly recovered his spirits, he made a little proposition. "I'll tell you what you might do, Charlie. I put my watch up the spout last week. It's a silver turnip, so I only got 15 shillings. Yours is a Coxon Savoury, and it's gold." "I'm sure you'd get £3 for it easily, perhaps £3 3 shillings. Now, if you'll do that, and take my turnip down, I'll let you have the turnip to wear, if you'll let me have 10 shillings of the money. You see, you'd get clear. Let me see how much." And Scatterall went to work with a sheet of foolscap paper, endeavouring to make some estimate of what amount of ready cash Charlie might have in his pocket on completion of this delicate little arrangement. "You be damned," said Charlie. "You'll not do it, then?" said Dick. Charlie merely repeated with a little more emphasis the speech which he had just before made. "Oh, very well," said Scatterall. "There couldn't have been a fairer bargain. At least it was all on your side, for you would have had the watch to wear, and nearly all the money too." Charlie still repeated the same little speech. This was uncivil, for it had evidently been looked on by Scatterall as unsatisfactory. "Oh, very well," said that gentleman, now in a state of mild anger. "Only I saw that you had a fine new purse, and I thought you'd wish to have something to put in it." Charlie again repeated his offensive mandate, but he did it in a spirit of bravado, in order to maintain his reputation. The allusion to the purse made him sadder than ever. He put his hand into his breast pocket, and felt that it was near his heart, and then he fancied that he again heard her words, "You will be steady, won't you, dear Charlie?" At 4 o'clock he was by no means in his usual hurry to go away, and he sat there drawing patterns on his blotting paper, and chopping up a stick of sealing wax with his penknife in a very disconsolate way. Scatterall went. Corkscrew went. Mr. Snape, having carefully brushed his hat and taken down from its accustomed peg the old cotton umbrella, also took his departure, and the fourth navvy, who inhabited the same room, went also. The iron-fingered hand of time struck 4:15 on the Somerset House clock, and still Charlie Tudor lingered at his office. The maid who came to sweep the room was thoroughly amazed, and knew that something must be wrong. Just as he was about to move, Mr. Oldschool came bustling into the room. "Where is Corkscrew?" said he. "Gone," said Charlie. "And Scatterall?" asked Oldschool. "Gone, sir," said Charlie. "And Mr. Snape?" said the secretary. "Oh, he is gone, of course," said Charlie, taking his revenge at last. "Then, Mr. Tudor, I must trouble you to copy these papers for me at once. They are wanted immediately for Sir Gregory Hardlines." It was quite clear that Mr. Oldschool was very much in earnest about the job, and that he was rejoiced to find that he still had one clerk to aid him. Charlie sat down and did the required work. On any other day he would gravely have disliked such a summons, but now he did not care much about it. He made the copies, however, as quickly as he could, and then took them in to Mr. Oldschool. The worthy secretary rewarded him by a lecture, however, which, as Charlie well understood, was intended all in kindness. He told him how Mr. Snape complained of him, how the office books told against him, how the clerks talked, and all Somerset House made stories of his grotesque iniquities. With penitential air, Charlie listened and promised. Mr. Oldschool promised also that bygones should be bygones. "I wonder whether the old cock would lend me a £5 note. I dare say he would," said Charlie to himself, as he left the office. He abstained, however, from asking for it. Returning to his room, he took his hat and went downstairs. As he was sauntering forth through the archway into the Strand, a man with a decent coat but a very bad hat came up to him. "I'm afraid I must trouble you to go with me, Mr. Tudor," said the man. "All right," said Charlie. "Outerman, I suppose, isn't it?" "All right," said the bailiff. And away the two walked to a sponging house in Cursitor Street. Charlie had been arrested at the suit of Mr. Outerman the tailor. He perfectly understood the fact, and made no special objection to following the bailiff. One case was at any rate off his mind. He could not now, be his will to do so ever so good, keep his appointment with Nora Garrity. Perhaps it was quite as well for him to be arrested just at this moment as be left at liberty. It must have come sooner or later. So he walked on with the bailiff, not without some feeling of consolation. The man had suggested to him a cab, but Charlie had told him, without the slightest mauvaise honte, that he had not about him the means of paying for a cab. The man again suggested that perhaps he had better go home and get some money, as he would find it in Cursitor Street very desirable to have some. To this Charlie replied that neither had he any money at home. "That's blue," said the man. "It is rather blue," said Charlie, and on they went very amicably, arm in arm. We need not give any detailed description of Charlie's prison house. He was luckily not detained there so long as to make it necessary that we should become acquainted with his fellow captives, or even have much intercourse with his jailers. He was taken to the sponging house, and it was there imparted to him that he had better send for two things. First of all for money, which was by far the more desirable of the two, and secondly for bail, which, even if forthcoming, was represented as being at best but a dubious advantage. "There's Mrs. Davis, she'd bail you, of course, and willing," said the bailiff. "Mrs. Davis!" said Charlie, surprised that the man should know aught of his personal acquaintances. "Yes, Mrs. Davis of the Cat and Whistle. She'd do it in course, along of Miss Garrity." Charlie perceived with a shudder that his matrimonial arrangements were known and talked of even in the distant world of Cursitor Street. He declined, however, the assistance of the landlady, which no doubt would have been willingly forthcoming, and was divided between his three friends, Alaric, Harry, and Mr. Merewin. Alaric was his cousin and his natural resource in such a position, but he had lately rejected Alaric's advice, and now felt a disinclination to call upon him in his difficulty. Harry he knew would assist him, would at once pay Mr. Outerman's bill, and relieve him from all immediate danger, but the sense of what he already owed to Norman made him unwilling to incur further obligations. So he decided on sending for Mr. Maroon. In spite of his being so poorly supplied with immediate cash, it was surmised from his appearance, clothes, and known rank, that any little outlay made in his behalf would be probably repaid, and he was therefore furnished with a messenger on credit. This man was first to call at Mr. Maroon's with a note, and then to go to Charlie's lodgings and get his brushes, razors, etc., these being the first necessities of life for which a man naturally looks, when once overtaken by such a misfortune as that with which Charlie was now afflicted. In the process of time the brushes and razors came, and so did Mr. Maroon. "This is very kind of you," said Charlie, in rather a doleful voice, for he was already becoming tired of Cursitor Street. Mr. Maroon twisted his head round inside his cravat, and put out 3 fingers by way of shaking hands with the prisoner. "You seem pretty comfortable here," said Maroon. Charlie dissented to this, and said that he was extremely uncomfortable. "And what is it that I can do for you, Mr. Tudor?" said Maroon. "Do for me? Why, bail me, to be sure. They won't let me out unless somebody bails me. You know I shan't run away." "Bail you?" said Maroon. "Yes, bail me," said Charlie. "You don't mean to say that you have any objection?" Mr. Maroon looked very sharply at his young client from head to foot. "I don't know about bail," he said. "It's very dangerous, very. Why didn't you send for Mr. Norman or your cousin?" "Because I didn't choose," said Charlie. "Because I preferred sending to someone I could pay for the trouble." "Ha, ha, ha!" laughed Maroon. "But that's just it. Can you pay? You owe me a great deal of money, Mr. Tudor. You are so unpunctual, you know." "There are 2 ways of telling that story," said Charlie. "But come, I don't want to quarrel with you about that now. You go bail for me now, and you'll find your advantage in it. You know that well enough." "Ha, ha, ha!" laughed the good-humoured usurer. "Ha, ha, ha! Well, upon my word, I don't know. You owe me a great deal of money, Mr. Tudor. Now what o'clock is it by you, I wonder?" Charlie took out his watch, the Cox and Savary, before alluded to, and said that it was past 7. "Aye, you've a very nice watch, I see. Come, Mr. Tudor, you owe me a great deal of money, and you are the most unpunctual young man I know, but yet I don't like to see you distressed. I'll tell you what now. Do you hand over your watch to me, just as a temporary loan, you can't want it here, you know, and I'll come down and bail you out to-morrow." Charlie declined dealing on these terms, and then Mr. Maroon at last went away, leaving Charlie to his fate, and lamenting quite pathetically that he was such an unpunctual young man, so very unpunctual that it was impossible to do anything to assist him. Charlie, however, manfully resisted the second attack upon his devoted watch. "That's very blue indeed," said the master of the house, as Mr. Maroon took his departure. "Han't you got no huncles nor hants, nor nothing of that sort?" Charlie declared that he had lots of uncles and aunts, grandfathers and grandmothers, and a perfect wealth of cousins, and that he would send for some of the leading members of his family to-morrow. Satisfied with this, the man supplied him with bread and cheese, gin and water, and plenty of tobacco, and, fortified with these comforts, Charlie betook himself at last very lugubriously to a filthy, uninviting bed. He had, we have seen, sent for his brushes, and hence came escape, but in a manner that he had little recked of, and of which, had he been asked, he would as little have approved. Mrs. Richards, his landlady, was not slow in learning from the messenger how it came to pass that Charlie wanted the articles of his toilet so suddenly demanded. "Why, you see, he's just been quodded," said the boy. Mrs. Richards was quite enough up to the world, and had dealt with young men long enough to know what this meant, nor indeed was she much surprised. She had practical knowledge that Charlie had no strong propensity to pay his debts, and she herself was not unaccustomed to answer the emissaries of Mr. Outerman and other greedy tradesmen who were similarly situated. To Mrs. Richards herself Charlie was not in debt, and she had therefore nothing to embitter her own feelings against him. Indeed, she had all that fondness for him which a lodging-house keeper generally has for a handsome, dissipated, easy-tempered young man, and when she heard that he had been quodded, immediately made up her mind that steps must be taken for his release. But what was she to do? Norman, who she was aware would unquod him immediately if he were in the way, was down at Hampton, and was not expected to be at his lodgings for 2 or 3 days. After some cogitation, Mrs. Richards resolved that there was nothing for it but to go down to Hampton herself and break the news to his friends. Charlie would not have been a bit obliged to her had he known it, but Mrs. Richards acted for the best. There was a train down to Hampton Court that night, and a return train to bring her home again, so off she started. Mrs. Woodward had on that same afternoon taken down Katy, who was still an invalid. Norman had gone down with them, and was to remain there for some days, going up and down every morning and evening. Mrs. Woodward was sitting in the drawing-room. Linda and Katy were with her, the latter lying in a state on her sofa, as invalid young ladies should do. Captain Cutwater was at Hampton Court, and Norman was on the water, when a fly from the railway made its way up to the door of the cottage. "Mrs. Richards, ma'am," said the demure parlour-maid, ushering in the lodging-house keeper, who, in her church-going best, made a very decent appearance. "Oh, Mrs. Richards, how are you?" said Mrs. Woodward, who knew the woman very well. "Pray sit down. Are there any news from London?" "Oh, ma'am, such news! Such bad news! Mr. Charlie—" Up jumped Katy from her sofa and stood erect upon the floor. She stood there with her mouth slightly open, with her eyes intently fixed on Mrs. Richards, with her little hands each firmly clenched, drawing her breath with hard, short, palpitating efforts. There she stood, but said nothing. "Oh, Mrs. Richards, what is it?" said Mrs. Woodward. "For heaven's sake, what is the matter?" "Oh, ma'am, he's been took," said Mrs. Richards. "Took!" repeated Mrs. Woodward. "Katy, dear Katy, sit down, my child, sit down." "Oh, mamma! Oh, mamma!" said she, apparently unable to move, and certainly all but unable to stand. "Tell us, Mrs. Richards, what is it? What has happened to Mr. Tudor?" And as she spoke, Mrs. Woodward got up and passed her arm around her younger daughter's waist. Linda also got up and joined the group. "Why, ma'am," said Mrs. Richards, "he's been took by the bailiffs, and now he's in prison." Katy did not faint. She had never fainted, and probably did not know the way, but she clenched her hands still tighter, breathed harder than before, and repeated her appeal to her mother in a voice of agony. "Oh, mamma! Oh, mamma!" Katy had no very accurate conception of what an arrest for debt meant. She knew that next to death, imprisonment was the severest punishment inflicted on erring mortals, and she now heard that Charlie was in prison. She did not stop to think whether it was for his life or for some more limited period. It was enough for her to know that this terrible misfortune had come upon him, to him who, to her young fancy, was so bright, so good, so clever, so excellent, upon him who had saved her life, upon him whom she so dearly loved. "Oh, mamma! Oh, mamma!" she said, and then in agony she shut her eyes and shuddered violently. Mrs. Woodward was greatly afflicted. She was indeed sorry to hear such tidings of Charlie Tudor, but her grief was now deeper even than that. She could not be longer blind to the sort of feeling which her child evinced for this young man. She could not think that these passionate bursts of overpowering sorrow were the result of mere childish friendship. She could not but see that her Katy's bosom now held a woman's heart, and that that heart was no longer her own. And then Mrs. Woodward reflected of what nature, of what sort, was this man whom she had allowed to associate with her darling, almost as a brother does with his sister, whom she had warmed in her bosom till he had found an opportunity of inflicting this deadly wound. With terrible bitterness she upbraided herself as she sat down, and bade Mrs. Richards go on with her tale. She knew that nothing which could now be said would add to Katy's anguish. Mrs. Richards' story was soon told. It simply amounted to this, that Mr. Charlie, as she always called him, had been arrested for debt at the suit of a tailor, and that she had learnt the circumstances from the fact of the prisoner having sent for his brushes. "And so I thought the best thing was to come and tell Mr. Norman," said Mrs. Richards, concluding her speech. Nothing could be done till Norman came in. Linda went out with Mrs. Richards to get some refreshment in the dining-room, and Mrs. Woodward sat with her arm round Katy's neck on the sofa, comforting her with kisses and little caressing touches, but saying nothing. Katy, still unconscious of her passion, gave way to spasmodic utterance of her own grief. "Oh, mamma," she said, "what can be done? What can we do? You will do something, mamma, won't you? Poor Charlie, dear Charlie! Harry will do something, won't he? Won't Harry go to London and do something?" Mrs. Woodward did what she could to quiet her. Something should be done, she said. They must wait till Harry came in, and then settle what was best. Nothing could be done till Harry came in. You must be patient, Katy, or else you will make yourself really ill. Katy became afraid that she would be sent off to bed on the score of her illness before Harry had come, and thus lose the advantage of hearing what was the step decided on. So she sat silent in the corner of her sofa, feigning to be asleep, but pondering in her mind what sort of penalties were the penalties of imprisonment. How dreadful, how endurable, or how unendurable? Would they put chains on him? Would they starve him? Would they cut off his beautiful brown hair? Mrs. Woodward sat silent, waiting for Harry's return. When first she had watched Katie's extreme misery, and guessed the secret of her child's heart, she had felt something like hard, bitter anger against Charlie. But by degrees this feeling softened down. It was by no means natural to her, nor akin to her usual tenderness. After all, the fault hitherto was probably more her own than his. Mrs. Richards was sent back to town. She was thanked for the trouble she had taken, and told that Mr. Norman would do in the matter all that was necessary to be done. So she took her departure, and Linda returned to the drawing-room. Unfortunately, Captain Cutwater came in first. They none of them mentioned Charlie's misfortune to him. Charlie was no favourite with Uncle Bat, and his remarks would not have been of the most cheering tendency. At last Norman came also. He came, as was his wont, through the drawing-room window, and throwing himself into a chair, began to tell the girls how much they had lost by not joining him on the river. "Harry," said Mrs. Woodward, "step into the dining-room with me for a moment." Harry got up to follow her. Katie and Linda also instantly jumped from their seats to do the same. Mrs. Woodward looked round, and motioned to them to stay with their uncle. Linda obediently, though reluctantly, remained, but Katie's impulse was too strong for her. She gave one imploring look at her mother, a look which Mrs. Woodward well understood, and then taking silence for consent, crept into the dining-room. "Harry," said Mrs. Woodward, as soon as the dining-room door was closed, "Charlie has been arrested." And then she told him how Mrs. Richards had been at the cottage, and what was the nature of the tidings she had brought. Norman was not much surprised, nor did he feign to be so. He took the news so coolly that Katie almost hated him. "Did she say who had arrested him, or what was the amount?" he asked. Mrs. Woodward replied that she knew no more than what she had already told. Katie stood in the shade with her eyes fixed upon her cousin, but as yet she said nothing. How cruel, how stony-hearted must he be to hear such dreadful tidings and remain thus undisturbed! Had Charlie heard that Norman was arrested, he would have been halfway to London by this time. So, at least, thought Katie. "Something can be done for him, Harry, can there not? We must contrive to do something. Harry?" said Mrs. Woodward. "I fear it is too late to do anything to-night," said Harry, looking at his watch. "The last train is gone, and I could not possibly find him out before 12. "And to-morrow is Sunday," said Mrs. Woodward. "Oh, Harry, pray do something," said Katie. "Pray, pray, pray do. Oh, Harry, think of Charlie being in prison. Oh, Harry, he would do anything for you." And then she burst into tears, and caught hold of Harry's arm and the front of his coat, to add force to her entreaty. "Katie," said her mother, "don't be so foolish. Harry will, of course, do whatever is best." "But, mamma, he says he will do nothing. Why does he not go at once?" "I will go at once, dear Katie," said he. "I will go now directly. I don't know whether we can set him free to-night, or even to-morrow, as to-morrow is Sunday, but it certainly shall be done on Monday, you may be sure of that at any rate. Whatever can be done shall be done." And without further talk upon the subject, he took his hat and went away. "May God Almighty bless him," said Mrs. Woodward. "How infinitely greater are truth and honesty than any talent, however brilliant." She spoke only to herself, and no one even guessed what was the nature of the comparison which she thus made. As soon as Norman was gone, poor Mrs. Woodward was in a dreadful state of doubt as to what it now behoved her to do. She felt that, however anxious she might be to assist Charlie for his own sake, it was her bounden duty to separate him from her child. Whatever merits he might have, and in her eyes he had many, at any rate he had not those which a mother would desire to see in the future husband of her daughter. He was profligate, extravagant, careless, and idle. His prospects in life were in every respect bad. He had no self-respect, no self-reliance, no moral strength. Was it not absolutely necessary that she should put a stop to any love that might have sprung up between such a man as this and her own young, bright-eyed darling? Put a stop to it. Yes, indeed, most expedient, nay, absolutely necessary, if it were only possible. Now, when it was too late, she began to perceive that she had not known of what material her own child was formed. At 16, Gertrude and Linda had in reality been little more than children. In manner, Katie had been more childish even than them, and yet Mrs. Woodward, as she thought of these things, felt her heart faint within her. She was resolved that, cost what it might, Charlie must be banished from the cottage. But at the first word of assumed displeasure that she uttered, Katie fell into such an agony of grief that her soft heart gave way, and she found herself obliged to promise that the sinner should be forgiven. Katie, the while, was entirely unconscious of the state of her own feelings. Had she thought that she loved him as women love, Had any thought of such love and of him together even entered her mind, she could not have talked of him as she now talked. Had he been her brother, she could not have been less guarded in her protestations of affection, or more open in her appeals to her mother, that he might be forgiven. Such was her present state, but it was doomed that her eyes should soon be opened, and that she should know her own sorrow. On the Sunday afternoon Norman returned to Hampton with the tidings that Charlie was once more a free man. The key of gold which he had taken with him had been found potent enough to open all barriers, even those with which the sanctity of Sunday had surrounded the prisoner. Mr. Outerman and the bailiff and the messenger had all been paid their full claims, and Charlie, with his combs and brushes, had returned to the more benign custody of Mrs. Richards. "And why didn't he come down with you?" said Katy to Norman, who had gone up to her bedroom to give her the good tidings. Norman looked at Mrs. Woodward, but made no reply. "He would probably prefer remaining in town at present," said Mrs. Woodward. "It will be more comfortable for him to do so." And then Katy was left alone to meditate why Charlie should be more comfortable after his arrest in London than at Hampton, and after a while she thought that she had surmised the truth. Poor Charlie! Perhaps he is ashamed. He need not be ashamed to come at any rate to me. End of Chapter 28. Recording by Rosie.
Chapter 29 of the Three Clerks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please contact LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry O'Neill. The Three Clerks by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 29. Easy is the slope of hell. The electors for the Tillietudlem district boroughs, disgusted by the roguery of Mr. Mabuffer, and anxiously on the alert to replace him by a strictly honest man, returned our friend Undy by a glorious majority. He had no less than 312 votes, as opposed to 297, and though threatened with the pains and penalties of a petition, he was not a little elated by his success. A petition with regard to the Tillietudlem boroughs was almost as much a matter of course as a contest. At any rate, the threat of a petition was so. Undy, however, had lived through this before, and did not fear but that he might do so again. Threatened folks live long. Parliamentary petitions are very costly, and Undy's adversaries were, if possible, even in more need of money than himself. He communicated his good fortune to his friend Alaric in the following letter: Bellenden Arms, Tillietudlem, July, 1850 . My dear Director, here I am, once more a constituent part of the legislative wisdom of the United Kingdom, thanks to the patriotic discretion of the potwallopers, burgage tenants, and £10 freeloaders of these loyal towns. The situation is a proud one. I could only wish that it had been less expensive. I am plucked as clean as ever was pigeon. And, over and above the loss of every feather I carried, old Macleury, my agent here, will have a bill against me that will hardly be settled before the next election. I do not complain, however. A man cannot have luxuries without paying for them, and this special luxury of serving one's country in Parliament is one for which a man has so often to pay, without the subsequent fruition of the thing paid for, that a successful candidate should never grumble, however much he may have been mulcted. They talk of a petition, but, thank God, there are still such things as recognizances. And, moreover, to give Macleury his due, I do not think that he has left a hole open for them to work at. He is a thorough rascal, but no man does better work. I find there is already a slight rise in the West Corks. Keep your eye open. If you find you can realize £4, 4s, or even £4, sell, and let the west of Cork and Ballydehob go straight to the devil. We should then be able to do better with our money. But I doubt of such a sale with so large a stock as we hold. I got a letter yesterday from that Cork attorney, and I find that he is quite prepared to give way about the branch. He wants his price, of course, and he must have it. When once we have carried out that point, then it will be plain sailing. Our only regret then will be that we didn't go further into it. The calls, of course, must be met. I shall be able to do something in October, but shall not have a shilling sooner, unless I sell, which I will not do under 80s. I was delighted to hear of your promotion, not that you'll remain in the shop long, but it gives you a better name and a better claim. Old Golightly was buried yesterday, as of course you have heard. Mrs. Val quite agrees with me that your name had better be put in as that of Clem's trustee. She's going to marry that D Frenchman. What an unmitigated ass that cousin of yours must be. I can't say I admire her taste. But, nevertheless, she is welcome for me. It would, however, be most scandalous if we were to allow him to get possession of her money. He would, as a matter of course, make ducks and drakes of it in no time. Speculate probably in some Russian railway or Polish mine, and lose every shilling. You will, of course, see it tied up tight in the hands of the trustees, and merely pay him, or if possible her, the interest of it. Now that I am once more in, I hope we shall be able to do something to protect the fortunes of married women. You will be quite safe in laying out Clem's money, or a portion of it, in the West Corks. Indeed, I don't know how you could well do better with it. You will find figs a mere shadow. I think we can pull through in this manner. If not, we must get to take your joint bill. He would sooner do that than have the work stopped, but then we should have to pay a tremendous price for it. So we were well out of the Mary Janes at last. The take last month was next to nothing, and now she's full of water. Many loads hung on till just the last, and yet got out on his feet after all. That fellow will make a mint of money yet. What a pity he should be such a rogue. If he were honest enough, I mean, to be trusted, he might do anything. I shall leave on this Wednesday night, take the O's on Thursday, and will see you in the evening. McCarthy Desmond will at once move that I be put on the West Cork Committee in place of No-Go, who won't act. My shares are all at present registered in Val's name. It will be well, however, to have them all transferred to you. Yours ever, U.S. McClurry has pledged himself to put me in again without further expense, if I have to stand before the next general election, in consequence of taking place under government. I earnestly hope his sincerity may be tried. During the month of July, Alaric was busy enough. He had to do the work of his new office, to attend to his somewhat critical duties as director of the West Cork Railway, to look after the interests of Miss Golightly, whose marriage was to take place in August, and to watch the parliamentary career of his friend Undy, with whose pecuniary affairs he was now bound up in a manner which he could not avoid feeling to be very perilous. July passed by, and was now over, and members were looking to be relieved from their sultry labours, and to be allowed to seek air and exercise in the mountains. The Ballydehob branch line had received the sanction of Parliament through the means which the crafty Undy had so well understood how to use. But from some cause hitherto not sufficiently fathomed, the shares had continued to be depressed in value in spite of that desirable event. It was necessary, however, that calls should be paid up to the amount of £5 a share, and as Undy and Alaric had nearly 1,000 shares between them, a large amount of money was required. This, however, was to be made forthcoming from Miss Golightly's fortune. On the 1st of August, that interesting young lady was to be married to the man, shall we say, of her heart or of her feet? The marriage went off very nicely, but as we have already had one wedding, and others may perhaps be before us, we cannot spare much time or many pages to describe how Miss Golightly became Madame Jaquêtanàpe. The lady seemed well pleased with everything that was done, and had, even in secret, but one care in the world. There was to be a dance after she and her Victoire were gone, and she could not join in it. We, however, are in the position, as regards Clementina, in which needy gentlemen not infrequently place themselves with reference to rich heiresses. We have more concern with her money than herself. She was married, and Monsieur Jaquêtanàpe became the happy possessor of an income of £800 a year. Everybody conceived him to behave well on the occasion. He acknowledged that he had very little means of his own, about 4,000 francs a year, from rents in Paris. He expressed himself willing to agree to any settlement, thinking, perhaps with wisdom, that he might in this way best make sure of his wife's income, and was quite content when informed that he would receive his quarterly payments from so respectable a source as one of Her Majesty's Commissioners for the regulation of the civil service. The Bank of France could not have offered better security. Thus Alaric obtained full control of Miss Golightly's fortune. For Figgs, his co-trustee, was, as had been said, a shadow. He obtained the full control of £20,000, and out of it he paid the calls due upon the West Cork shares, held both by himself and Undy Scott. But he put a salve upon his conscience, and among his private memoranda appertaining to that lady's money affairs he made an entry, intelligible to any who might read it, that he had so invested this money on her behalf. The entry was in itself a lie, a foolish, palpable lie, and yet he found in it something to quiet remorse and stupefy his conscience. Undy Scott had become tyrannical in his logic as soon as he had persuaded Alaric to make use of a portion of Madame Jaquêtanàpe's marriage portion. "You have taken part of the girl's money," was Undy's argument. "You have already converted to your own purposes so much of her fortune. It is absurd for you now to talk of conscience and honesty, of your high duties as a trustee, of the inviolable distinction between meum and tuum. You have already shown that the distinction is not inviolable. Let us have no more such nonsense. There are still left £15,000 on which we can trade. Open the till, and let us go on swimmingly with the business." Alaric was not addressed absolutely in these words. He would not probably have allowed the veil with which he still shrouded his dishonesty to be withdrawn with so rough a hand. But that which was said was in effect the same. In September he left town for a few weeks, and went down to Scotland, still with Undy Scott. He had at first much liked this man's society, for Scott was gay, lively, clever, and a good companion at all points. But latterly he had become weary of him. He now put up with him as men in business have to put up with partners whom they may not like, or, perhaps, to speak the truth openly, he bore with him as a rogue bears with his confederate, though he absolutely hates his brother rogue on account of his very roguery. Alaric Tudor was now a rogue. Despite his high office, his grand ideas, his exalted ambition, despite his talent, zeal, and well-directed official labours, he was a rogue. A thief, a villain, who had stolen the money of the orphan, who had undertaken a trust merely that he might break it. A robber, doubly disgraced by being a robber with an education. A Bill Sikes, without any of those excuses which a philanthropist cannot but make for wretches brought up in infamy. Alas, alas! How is it that in these days such men become rogues? How is it that we see in such frightful instances the impotency of educated men to withstand the allurements of wealth? Men are not now more keen after the pleasures which wealth can buy than were their forefathers. One would rather say that they are less so. The rich labour now, and work with an assiduity that often puts to shame the sweat in which the poor man earns his bread. The rich rogue, or the rogue that would be rich, is always a laborious man. He allows himself but little recreation, for dishonest labour admits of no cessation. His wheel is one which cannot rest without disclosing the nature of the works which move it. It is not for pleasure that men put rancours in the vessel of their peace, nor yet primarily for ambition. Men do not wish to rise by treachery, or to become great through dishonesty. The object, the ultimate object, which a man sets before himself, is generally a good one. But he sets it up in so enviable a point of view, his imagination makes it so richly desirable. By being gazed at, it becomes so necessary to existence, that its attainment is imperative. The object is good, but the means of attaining it, the path to the object, there is the slip. Expediency is the dangerous wind by which so many of us have wrecked our little boats. And we do so more now than ever, because great ships swimming in deepest waters have unluckily come safe to haven, though wafted there by the same pernicious wind. Every great man who gains a great end by dishonest means does more to deteriorate his country and lower the standard of his countrymen than legions of vulgar thieves or nameless unaspiring rogues. Who has injured us so much in this name as he whose name still stands highest among modern politicians? Who has given us so great a blow to political honesty, has done so much to banish from men's minds the idea of a life-ruling principle, as Sir Robert Peel? It would shock many were we to attribute to him the roguery of the Sadleirs and the Camerons, of the Robsons and Redpaths of the present day. But could we analyse causes and effects, we might perhaps do so with no injustice. He has taught us a great lesson, that a man who has before him a mighty object may dispense with those old-fashioned rules of truth to his neighbours and honesty to his own principles, which should guide us in ordinary life. At what point ordinary life ends, at what crisis objects may be considered great enough to justify the use of a dispensing power, that he has not taught us. That no Sir Robert Peel can teach us. That must unfortunately be left to the judgment of the individual. How prone we are, each of us, to look on our own object as great. How ready to make excuses for receiving such a lesson for our guide. How willing to think that we may be allowed to use this dispensing power ourselves. This experience teaches us in very plain language. Thrice in his political life did Sir Robert Peel change his political creed, and carry, or assist to carry, with more or less of self-gratulation, the measures of his adversaries. Thrice by doing so he kept to himself that political power which he had fairly forfeited by previous opposition to the requirements of his country. Such an apposition of circumstances is at any rate suspicious. But let us give him credit for the expression of a true belief, of a belief at first that the Corn Laws should be maintained, and then of a belief that they should not. Let us, with a forced confidence in his personal honesty, declare so much of him. Nevertheless, he should surely have felt, had he been politically as well as personally honest, that he was not the man to repeal them. But it was necessary, his apologist will say, that the Corn Laws should be repealed. He saw the necessity, and yielded to it. It certainly was necessary, very unavoidable, absolutely necessary, one may say, a fact which the united efforts of all the Peels of the day could in no wise longer delay, having already delayed it to the utmost extent of their power. It was necessary, it was essential that the Corn Laws should be repealed, but by no means essential that this should be done by Sir Robert Peel. It was a matter of indifference to us Englishmen who did the deed. But to Sir Robert Peel it was a matter of great moment that he should do it. He did it, and posterity will point at him as a politician without policy, as a statesman without principle, as a worshipper at the altar of expediency, to whom neither vows sworn to friends, nor declarations made to his country, were in any way binding. Had Sir Robert Peel lived, and did the people now resolutely desire that the Church of England should be abandoned, that Lords and Commons should bow the neck, that the crown should fall, who can believe that Sir Robert Peel would not be ready to carry out their views? Readers, it may be that to you such deeds as those are horrible even to be thought of or expressed. To me, I own that they are so. So also to Sir Robert Peel was Catholic emancipation horrible. So was reform of Parliament. So was the Corn Law repeal. They were horrible to him, horrible to be thought of, horrible to be expressed. But the people required these measures, and therefore he carried them, arguing on their behalf with all the astuteness of a practised statesman. That Sir Robert Peel should be a worshipper of expediency might be a matter of small moment to any but his biographer, were it not that we are so prone to copy the example of those whose names are ever in our mouths. It has now become the doctrine of a large class of politicians that political honesty is unnecessary, slow, subversive of a man's interests, and incompatible with quick onward movement. Such a doctrine in politics is to be deplored. But alas, who can confine it to politics? It creeps with gradual, but still with sure and quick motion, into all the doings of our daily life. How shall the man who has taught himself that he may be false in the House of Commons, how shall he be true in the Treasury chambers? Or, if false there, how true on the Exchange? And, if false there, how shall he longer have any truth within him? And thus Alaric Tudor had become a rogue, and was obliged, as it were in his own defence, to consort with a rogue. He went down to Scotland with Undy, leaving his wife and child at home, not because he could thus best amuse his few leisure days, but because this new work of his, this laborious trade of roguery, allowed him no leisure days. When can villainy have either days or hours of leisure? Among other things to be done in the north, Alaric was to make acquaintance with the constituents of the little borough of Strathbogie, which it was his ambition to represent in the next Parliament. Strathbogie was on the confines of the Gaberlunzie property, and indeed the Lord's eldest son, who was the present member, lived almost within the municipal boundary. Costock's cottage, as his residence was called, was but a humble house for a peer's eldest son. But Mr. Scott was not ashamed to live there, and there for a while he entertained his brother Undy and Alaric Tudor. Mr. Scott intended, when the present session was over, to retire from the labours of parliamentary life. It may be that he thought that he had done enough for his country. It may be that the men of Strathbogie thought that he had not done enough for them. It may be that there was some family understanding between him and his brother. This, however, was clear, that he did not intend to stand again himself, and that he professed himself ready to put forward Alaric Tudor as a worthy successor, and to give him the full benefit and weight of the Gaberlunzie interest. But not for nothing was Alaric to receive such important assistance. "There are but 312 electors altogether," said Undy one morning as they went out shooting, "and out of these we can command 120. It must be odd if you could not get enough outsiders to turn them into a majority. Indeed, you may look on it as a certain seat. No man in England or Scotland could give you one more certain." This was not the first occasion on which Undy had spoken of all that he was doing for his friend, and Alaric, therefore, somewhat disgusted with the subject, made no reply. "I never had things made so easy for me when I wasn't in," continued Undy, "nor have I ever found them so easy since. I don't suppose it will cost you above £500, or at most 600 altogether." "Well, that will be a comfort," said Alaric. "A comfort! Why, I should say it would. What with the election and petition together, Tillietudlem never cost me less than £2,000. It cost me just as much, too, when I was thrown out." "That was a bore for you," said Alaric. "Upon my word, you take it rather coolly," said Undy. "Another man would thank a fellow for putting such a nice thing in his way." "If the obligation be so deep," said Alaric, becoming very red in the face, "I would rather not accept it. It is not too late for you to take the cheaper seat to yourself, if you prefer it, and I will look elsewhere." "Oh, of course; perhaps at Tillietudlem. But for heaven's sake, my dear fellow, don't let us quarrel about it. You are perfectly welcome to whatever assistance we can give you at Strathbogie. I only meant to say that I hope it will be efficacious. And on the score of expense, I'll tell you what we'll do, that is, if you think it fair, we'll put the cost of the 2 elections together, and share alike." "Considering that the election will not take place for at least more than 12 months, there will be time enough to settle that," said Alaric. "Well, that's true too," said Undy. And then they went on, and for some time separated on the mountain, complaining, when they met again, of the game being scarce and the dogs wild, as men always do. But as they walked home, Undy, who regretted the loss of good time, again began about money matters. "How many of those bridge shares will you take?" said he. This was a projected bridge from Poplar to Rotherhithe, which had been got up by some city gentleman, and as to which Undy Scott was, or pretended to be, very sanguine. "None," said Alaric, "unless I can get rid of those confounded West Cork and Ballydehobs. I can buy nothing more of anything." "Believe me, my dear fellow, the Ballydehobs are no such confounded things at all. If you are ever a rich man, it will be through the Ballydehobs. But what you say about the bridge shares is nonsense. You have a large command of capital, and you cannot apply it better." Alaric winced, and wished in his heart that Clementina Jaquanape, née Golightly, with all her money, was buried deep in the bogs of Ballydehob. Though he was a rogue, he could not yet bear his roguery with comfort to himself. It sat, however, as easy on Undy as though he had been to the manor born. "I have no capital now at my disposal," said he, "and I doubt whether I should be doing right to lay out a ward's money in such a manner." A slight smile came over Undy's gay, unconcerned features. It was very slight, but nevertheless it was very eloquent, and very offensive also. Alaric understood it well. It made him hate the owner of it, but it made him hate himself still more. "It is as well to be hung for a sheep as well as a lamb," said Undy's smile. "And, moreover," continued the smile, "is it not ridiculous enough for you, Alaric Tudor, rogue as you are, to profess to me, Undy Scott, rogue as I am, any solicitude as to your ward's welfare, seeing that you have already taken to yourself, for your own dishonest purposes, a considerable slice of the fortune that has been trusted to your keeping? You have done this, and yet you talk to me of not having capital at your disposal. You have capital, and you will dispose of that capital for your own purposes, as long as a shilling remains uninvested of your ward's money. We are both rogues. God knows it, and you and I know it. But I am not such a hypocritical rogue as to make mock boasts of my honesty to my brother rogue." This was certainly a long speech to have been made by a smile which crossed Mr. Scott's face but for a moment. But every word of it was there expressed, and every word of it was there read. Alaric did not at all like being addressed so uncivilly. It seemed to tend but little to that excelsior for which his soul panted. But what could he do? How could he help himself? Was it not all true? Could he contradict the smile? Alas, it was true. It was useless for him now to attempt even to combat such smiles. Excelsior, indeed! His future course might now probably be called by some very different designation. Easy, Very easy is the slope of hell. Before they had returned to Castock's cottage, Undy had succeeded in persuading his friend that the game must be played on and out. If a man intends to make a fortune in the share markets, he will never do it by being bold one day and timid the next. No turf betting book can be made up safely except on consistent principles. Half measures are always ruinous. In matters of speculation, one attempt is made safe by another. No man, it is true, can calculate accurately what may be the upshot of a single venture, but a sharp fellow may calculate with a fair average of exactness what will be the aggregate upshot of many ventures. All mercantile fortunes have been made by the knowledge and understanding of this rule. If a man speculates but once and again, now and then as it were, he must of course be a loser. He will be playing a game which he does not understand, and playing it against men who do understand it. Men who so play always lose. But he who speculates daily puts himself exactly in the reversed position. He plays a game which experience teaches him to play well, and he plays generally against men who have no such advantage. Of course he wins. All these valuable lessons did Undy Scott teach to Alaric Tudor, and the result was that Alaric agreed to order, for self and partner, a considerable number of shares in the Limehouse Bridge Company. Easy, very easy is the slope of hell. And then in the evening, on this evening and other evenings, on all evenings, they talked over the prospects of the West Cork and Ballydehob branch, and of the Limehouse Bridge, which, according to Undy's theory, is destined to work quite a revolution in the East End circles of the metropolis. Undy had noble ideas about this bridge. The shares at the present moment were greatly at a discount. So much the better, for they could be bought at a cheaper rate. And they were sure to rise to some very respectable figure as soon as Undy should have played out, with reference to them, the parliamentary game which he had in view. And so, from morning to morning, and from night to night, they talked over their unholy trade, till the price of shares and the sounds of sums of money entered into Alaric's soul. And this, perhaps, is one of the greatest penalties to which men who embark in such trade are doomed. And this, perhaps, is one of the greatest penalties to which men who embark in such trade are doomed, that they can never shake off the remembrance of their calculations. They can never drop the shop. They have no leisure, no ease. They can never throw themselves with loose limbs and vacant mind at large upon the world's green sward, and call children to come and play with them. At the Weights and Measures, Alaric's hours of business had been from 10 to 5. In Undy's office they continued from one noon till the next, incessantly. Even in his dreams he was working in the share market. On his return to town, Alaric found a letter from Captain Cutwater, pressing very urgently for the repayment of his money. It had been lent on the express understanding that it was to be repaid when Parliament broke up. It was now the end of October, and Uncle Bat was becoming uneasy. Alaric, when he received the letter, crushed it in his hand, and cursed the strictness of the man who had done so much for him. On the very next day, another slice was taken from the fortune of Madame Jaqueminape, and his money, with the interest, was remitted to Captain Cutwater. End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of The Three Clerks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. The Three Clerks, Chapter 30, Mrs. Woodward's Request. We will now go back for a while to Hampton. The author, for one, does so with pleasure. Though those who dwell there be not angels, yet it is better to live with the Woodwards and Harry Norman, with Uncle Bat, or even with the unfortunate Charlie, than with such as Alaric and Undy Scott. The man who is ever looking after money is fitting company only for the devils, of whom, indeed, he is already one. But Charlie cannot any longer be called one of the cottage circle. It was now the end of October, and since the day of his arrest he had not yet been there. He had not been asked, nor could he go uninvited, as after what had passed at Hampton Court Bridge he surely might have done. And consequently they were all unhappy. No one was more so than Charlie. When the prospect of the happy evening with Nora had been so violently interrupted by his arrest, he had, among his other messages, sent word to the Cat and Whistle, excusing his absence by a statement of the true cause. From that day to this, of which we are now speaking, he had seen neither Mrs. Davis nor her fair protégée. Nor were they better contented at the cottage. Mrs. Woodward was harassed by different feelings and different fears, which together made her very unhappy. Her Katy was still ill. Not ill indeed, so that she was forced to keep her bed and receive daily visits from pernicious doctors, but nevertheless so ill as to make a mother very anxious. She had never been quite strong, quite herself, from the night of Mrs. Val's dance. The doctor who had attended her declared that her ducking in the river had given her cold, and that this, not having been duly checked, still hung about her. Then she had been taken to a physician in London, who poked her on the back and tapped her on the breast, listened to her lungs through a wooden pipe, such was the account which Katy gave herself when she returned home, and prescribed rum and milk and cod-liver oil, declaring, with an authoritative nod, that there was no organic disease, as yet. "And what shall we do with her, doctor?" asked Mrs. Woodward. "Oh, go on with the rum and milk and cod-liver oil. You can't do better." "And the cough, doctor?" "Why, if that doesn't go before the cold weather begins, you may as well take her to Torquay for the winter." Oh, consumption, thou scourge of England's beauty! How many mothers, gasping with ill-suppressed fears, have listened to such words as these, have listened and then hoped, listened again and hoped again with fainter hopes, have listened again and then hoped no more. But there was much on Mrs. Woodward's mind which she could not bring herself to tell to any doctor, but which still left in her breast an impression that she was perhaps keeping back the true cause of Katy's illness. Charlie had not been at Hampton since his arrest, and it was manifest to all that Katy was therefore wretched. "But why do you not ask him, mamma?" she had urged, when her mother suggested that he stayed away because he did not like to show himself after what had occurred. "What will he think of us? He that saved my life, mamma. Oh, mamma, you promised to forgive him. Do ask him. You know he will come if you ask him." Mrs. Woodward could not explain to any one, why she did not invite him. Norman guessed it all, and Mrs. Woodward saw that he had done so, but still she could not talk to him of Katy's feelings, could not tell him that she feared her child was heart-laden with so sad a love. So Mrs. Woodward had no confidant in her sorrow, no counsel which she could seek to aid her own wavering judgment. It was prudent, she thought, that Katy and Charlie should be kept apart. Prudent? Was it not even imperative on her to save her child from such a fate? But then, when she saw the rosy cheek grow pale by degrees, as she watched the plump little arms grow gradually thin and wan, as those high spirits fell, and that voice which had ever been so frequent in the house and so clear, when the sound of it became low and rare, then her heart would misgive her, and she would all but resolved to take the only step which she knew would bring a bright gleam on her child's face and give a happy tone to her darling's voice. During the early portion of these days, Katy had with eager constancy reiterated her request that Charlie should be asked to Hampton, but of a sudden her prayers ceased. She spoke no more of Charlie, asked no longer after his coming, ceased even to inquire frequently of his welfare. But yet when his name was mentioned, she would open wide her bright eyes, would listen with all her ears, and show only too plainly to one who watched her, as a mother only can watch, what were the thoughts which filled her heart. "Linda," she had said one night, as they sat in their room preparing themselves for bed, "Linda, why does not mamma invite Charlie to come down to Hampton?" "Oh, I don't know," said Linda, who, however, if she did not know, was not far wrong in the guess she made. "I suppose she thinks he'd be ashamed to show himself after having been in prison." "Ashamed? Why should he be ashamed after so long? Didn't you hear Harry say that the same thing often happens to young men? Is he never going to come here again? Dear Linda, I know you do, but do you please tell me?" "Well, I'm sure I do not know, if that's not the reason." "Oh, Linda, dear Linda, yes, you do," said Katy, throwing herself on her knees, resting her arms on her sister's lap, and looking up wistfully into her sister's face. Her long hair was streaming down her back, her white, naked feet peeped out from beneath her bedroom dress, and large tears glistened in her eyes. Who could have resisted the prayers of such a suppliant? Certainly not Linda, the soft-hearted Linda. "Do tell me," continued Katy, "do tell me. I'm sure you know. And, Linda, if it is wrong to ask mamma about it, I'll never ask her again. I know mamma is unhappy about it. If my asking is wrong, I'll not make her unhappy any more in that way." Linda, for a while, did not know what to answer. Her hesitating manner immediately revealed to Katy that there was a secret, and that her sister could tell it if she would. "Oh, Linda, do tell me, dear Linda. You ought to tell me for mamma's sake." At last, with much hesitation, Linda told her the whole tale. "Perhaps mamma thinks that you are too fond of Charlie." An instant light flashed across Katy's heart, across her heart and brain and senses. Not another word was necessary to explain to her the whole mystery, to tell the whole tale, to reveal to her the secret of her own love, of her mother's fears, and of his assumed unwillingness. She got up slowly from her knees, kissed her sister's cheek and neck, smiled at her so sweetly, so sadly, and then, sitting on her old seat, began playing with her long hair and gazing at vacancy. "It is only what I guess, you know, Katy. You would make me tell you, but I'm sure there is nothing in it." "Dear Linda," said she, "you are so good. I'm so much obliged to you." After that Katy spoke no further of Charlie, but it was evident to them all that though she said nothing, she had not ceased to think of him. Nor did her cheek again become rosy, nor her arm round, nor her voice happy. She got weaker than ever, and poor Mrs. Woodward was overcome with sorrow. Nor was this the only cause of grief at Surbiton Cottage. During the last few weeks a bitter estrangement had taken place between the Woodwards and the Tudors, Alaric Tudor, that is, and Gertrude. 2 years had now passed since Norman had chosen to quarrel with Alaric, and during all that period the two of them had never spoken amicably together, though they had met on business very frequently. On all such occasions Alaric had been unperturbed and indifferent, whereas Norman had been gloomy, and had carried a hostile brow and angry eye. At their period of life 2 years generally does not much to quiet feelings of ill will and pacify animosity. But Norman's feelings had by no means been quieted, nor his animosity pacified. He had loved Alaric with a close and a manly love. Now he hated him with a close, and I fear I may say, a manly hatred. Alaric had, as he thought, answered his love by treachery, and there was that in Norman's heart which would not allow him to forgive one who had been a traitor to him. He had that kind of selfishness so common to us, but of which we are so unconscious, which will not allow us to pardon a sin against our own amour propre. Alaric might have been forgiven, though he had taken his friend's money, distanced himself in his office, though he committed against him all offences which one friend can commit against another. All but this. Norman had been proud of his love, and yet ashamed of it, proud of loving such a girl as Gertrude, and ashamed of being known to be in love at all. He had confided his love to Alaric, and Alaric had robbed him of his love, and wounded both his pride and his shame. Norman lacked the charity which should have been capable of forgiving even this. He now looked at all Alaric's doings through a different glass from that which he had used when Alaric had been dear to him. He saw, or thought that he saw, that his successful rival was false, ambitious, treacherous, and dishonest. He made no excuses for him, gave him no credit for his industry, accorded no admiration to his talent. He never spoke ill of Alaric Tudor to others, but he fed his own heart with speaking and thinking ill of him to himself. Of Gertrude he thought very differently. He had taught himself to disconnect her from the treachery of her husband, or rather her memory, for from the day on which he had learnt that she was engaged to Alaric, he had never seen her. He still loved the remembrance of her. In his solitary walks with Mrs. Woodward he would still speak of her as he might of one in some distant clime for whose welfare he was deeply interested. He had seen and caressed her baby at Hampton. She was still dear to him. Had Alaric been called to his long account, it would have been his dearest wish to have become at some future tune the husband of his widow. To all these feelings on Norman's part Alaric was very indifferent, but their existence operated as a drawback on his wife's comfort, and to a certain degree on his own. Mrs. Woodward would not banish Norman from the cottage, even for her daughter's sake, and it came by degrees to be understood that the Tudors, man and wife, should not go there unless they were aware that Norman was absent. Norman, on the other hand, did absent himself when it was understood that Alaric and Gertrude were coming, and thus the Woodwards kept up their intercourse with both. But this was a bore. Alaric thought it most probable that Norman would marry one of the younger sisters, and he knew that family quarrels are uncomfortable and injudicious. When, therefore, he became a civil service commissioner, and was thus removed from business intercourse with Norman, he conceived that it would be wise to arrange a reconciliation. He discussed the matter with Gertrude, and she, fully agreeing with him, undertook the task of making the proposal through her mother. This she did with all the kindness and delicacy of a woman. She desired her mother to tell Harry how much she had valued his friendship, how greatly she regretted the loss of it, how anxious her husband was to renew, if possible, their former terms of affection. Mrs. Woodward, by no means sanguine, undertook the commission. She undertook it and utterly failed. And when Gertrude, in her disappointment, spoke bitterly of Norman's bitterness, both mother and sister, both Mrs. Woodward and Linda, took Norman's part. "I wish it could be otherwise," said Mrs. Woodward. "I wish it for all our sakes, but he is a man not easily to be turned, and I cannot blame him. He has suffered very much." Gertrude became very red. Her mother's words contained a reproach against herself, tacit and unintended indeed, but not the less keenly felt. "I am not aware that Mr. Norman has any cause of just complaint," she said, "against anyone, unless it be himself. For the sake of charity and old associations, we have wished that all ideas of injury should be forgiven and forgotten. If he chooses still to indulge his rancour, he must do so. I had taken him to be a better Christian." More words had sprung from these. Mrs. Woodward, who in truth loved Norman the better for the continuance of his sorrow, would not give up his part. And so the mother and child parted, and the two sisters parted, not quarrelling indeed, not absolutely with angry words, but in a tone of mind towards each other widely differing from that of former years. Mrs. Woodward had lost none of the love of the parent, but Gertrude had forgotten somewhat of the reverence of the child. All this had added much to the grief created by Katie's illness. And then of a sudden Katie became silent, as well as sad and ill. Silent and sad, but so soft, so loving in her manner. Her gentle little caresses, the tender love ever lying in her eye, the constant pressure of her thin, small hand, would all but break her mother's heart. Katie would sit beside her on the sofa in the drawing-room for hours. A book, taken up as an excuse, would be in her lap, and she would sit there gazing listlessly into the vacant daylight till the evening would come. And then, when the room was shaded and sombre, when the light of the fire merely served to make the objects indistinct, she would lean gently and by degrees upon her mother's bosom, would coax her mother's arm round her neck, and would thus creep, as it were, into her mother's heart of hearts. And then slow tears would trickle down her cheeks, very slow, one by one, till they would fall as tell-tales on her mother's hand. "Katie, my darling Katie," the mother would say. "I'm only tired, mamma," would be her answer. "Don't move, mamma, pray don't move. I am so comfortable." And then at night she would put herself to rest, close circled in Linda's arms. She would twist up her little feet and lie so quiet there that Linda would remain motionless that she might not disturb her Katie's sleep. But soon warm tears would be running on her bosom, and she would know that Katie was still thinking of her love. Linda, among all her virtues, had not that of reticence, and her mother had soon learned from her what had been said that night in her bedroom about Charlie. But this violation of confidence, if it was a violation, was hardly necessary to make Mrs. Woodward aware of what was passing in her daughter's bosom. When Katy ceased to ask that Charlie might be sent for, when she ceased to plead for his pardon and to praise his virtues, Mrs. Woodward knew well the cause of her silence. It was not that others suspected her love, but that she had learned to suspect it herself. It was not that she was ashamed of loving Charlie, but that she felt at once that such love would distress her mother's heart. As she sat there that night fingering her silken hair, she had asked herself whether in truth this man was master of her heart. She had probed her young bosom, which now by a sudden growth became quick with a woman's impulse, and she had owned to herself that she did love him. He was dearer to her, she found, than all the world beside. Fondly as she loved her sister, sweet to her as were her mother's caresses, their love was not as precious to her as his might be. And then she remembered what he was, what was the manner of his life, what his character, how different he was from Alaric or Harry Norman. She remembered this, and knew that her love was an unhappy passion. Herself she would have sacrificed. Prisoner as he had been, debtor as he was, drunkard, penniless, and a spendthrift, she would not have hesitated to take him for her guide through life, and have done what a woman might to guide him in return. But she would not sacrifice her mother. She saw now why Charlie was not asked, and silently acquiesced in his banishment. She was not yet quite 17. Not yet 17, the reader will say. She was still such a child, and yet arguing to herself about spendthrifts, debtors, and self-sacrifice. All this bombast at 16.5. No, my ungentle reader, not all this bombast at 16.5. The bombast is mine. It is my fault if I cannot put into fitting language the thoughts which God put into her young heart. In her mind's soliloquy, Charlie's vices were probably all summed up in the one word, unsteady. Why is he so unsteady? Why does he like those wicked things? And then, as regarded Mrs. Woodward, she did but make a resolve that not even for her love would she add to the unhappiness of that loving, tenderest mother. There was no bombast in Katy, either expressed or unexpressed. After much consideration on the matter, Mrs. Woodward determined that she should ask Charlie down to the cottage. In the first place, she felt bitterly her apparent ingratitude to him. When last they had been together, the day after Katy's escape at the bridge, when his tale had just been read, she had told him with the warmth of somewhat more than friendly affection that henceforth they must be more than common friends. She had promised him her love, she had almost promised him the affection and care of a mother. And now, how was she to keep her promise? He had fallen into misfortune, and she had immediately deserted him. Over and over again she said to herself that her first duty was to her own child, but even with this reflection she could hardly reconcile herself to her neglect of him. And then, moreover, she felt that it was impossible that all their friendship, all their mutual regard, should die away suddenly without any explanation. An attempt to bring about this would not cure Katy's love. If this were done, would not Katy always think of Charlie's wrong? And lastly, it was quite clear that Katy had put a check on her own heart. A meeting now might be the reverse of dangerous. It would be well that Katy should use herself to be with him now again. Well, at any rate, that she should see him once before their proposed journey to Torquay. For, alas, the journey to Torquay was now insisted on by the London physician. Insisted on, although he opined with a nod somewhat less authoritative than his former nod, that the young lady was touched by no organic disease. And then, said Mrs. Woodward to herself, his heart is good, and I will speak openly to him. And so Charlie was again invited to the cottage. After some demurring between him and Norman, he accepted the invitation. Mrs. Fowle's dance had taken place in June, and it was now late in October. 4 months had intervened, and during that period Charlie had seen none of the Woodwards. He had over and over again tried to convince himself that it was his own fault, and that he had no right to accuse Mrs. Woodward of ingratitude. But he was hardly successful. He did feel, in spite of himself, that he had been dropped because of the disgrace attaching to his arrest, that Mrs. Woodward had put him aside as being too bad to associate with her and her daughters, and that it was intended that henceforth they should be strangers. He still had Katie's purse, and he made a sort of resolve that as long as he kept that in his possession, as long as he had that near his heart, he would not go near Nora Geraghty. This resolution he had kept, but though he did not go to the Cat and Whistle, he frequented other places which were as discreditable, or more so. He paid many very fruitless visits to Mr. Maroon, contrived to run up a score with the proprietor of the dancing saloon in Holborn, and was as negligent as ever in the matter of the lock entries. "It's no use now," he would say to himself, when some aspirations for higher things came across his heart. "It's too late now to go back. Those who once cared for me have thrown me over." And then he would again think of Waterloo Bridge and the Monument, and of what might be done for threepence or fourpence in a pistol gallery. And then at last came the invitation to Hampton. He was once more to talk to Mrs. Woodward and associate with Linda, to see Katie once more. When he had last left the house, he had almost been as much at home as any one of the family, and now he was to return to it as a perfect stranger. As he travelled down with Norman by the railway, he could not help feeling that the journey was passing over too quickly. He was like a prisoner going to his doom. As he crossed the bridge and remembered how Katie had looked when she lay struggling in the water, how he had been feted and caressed after pulling her out, he made a bitter contrast between his present position and that which he then enjoyed. Were it not for very shame, he would have found it in his heart to return to London. And then in a moment they were at the cottage door. The road had never been so short. Norman, who had not fathomed Charlie's feelings, was happy and light-hearted, more so than was usual with him, for he was unaffectedly glad to witness Charlie's return to Hampton. He rang sharply at the door, and when it was opened, walked with happy confidence into the drawing-room. Charlie was bound to follow him, and there he found himself again in the presence of Mrs. Woodward and her daughters. Katie would fain have absented herself, but Mrs. Woodward knew that the first meeting could take place in no more favourable manner. Mrs. Woodward bade him welcome with a collected voice and assured, if not easy, manner. She shook hands with him cordially, and said a few words as to her pleasure of seeing him again. Then he next took Linda's hand, and she too made a little speech, more awkwardly than her mother, saying something mal à propos about the very long time he had been away, and then she laughed with a little titter, trying to recover herself. And at last he came to Katie. There was no getting over it. She also stretched out her now thin hand, and Charlie, as he touched it, perceived how altered she was. Katie looked up into his face and tried to speak, but she could not articulate a word. She looked into his face, and then at Mrs. Woodward, as though imploring her mother's aid to tell her how to act or what to say, and then, finding her power of utterance impeded by rising sobs, she dropped back again on her seat and hid her face upon the arm of the sofa. Katie is not so well as when you last saw her, is she, Charlie?" said Mrs. Woodward. "She is very weak just now, but thank God she has, we believe, no dangerous symptoms about her. You have heard, perhaps, that we are going to Torquay for the winter." And so they went on talking. The ice was broken, and the worst was over. They did not talk, it was true, as in former days. There was no confidence between them now, and each of them felt that there was none. But they nevertheless fell into a way of unembarrassed conversation, and were all tolerably at their ease. And then they went to dinner, and Charlie was called on to discuss property matters with Uncle Bat. And then he and Norman sat after dinner a little longer than usual, and then they had a short walk, during which Katie remained at home. But short as it was quite long enough, for it was very dull. And then there was tea, and then more constrained conversation, in which Katie took no part whatever, and then Mrs. Woodward and the girls took their candles, and Charlie went over to the inn on the other side of the road. Oh, how different was this from the former evenings at Surbiton Cottage! Charlie had made no plan for any special interview with Katie, but indeed not specially thought about it at all. But he could not but feel an intense desire to say one word to her in private, and learn whether all her solicitude for him was over. "Dear Charlie, you will be steady, won't you?" Those had been her last words to him. Nothing could have been sweeter. Although they brought before his mind the remembrance of his own unworthy career, they had been inexpressibly sweet, as testifying the interest she felt in him. And was that all over now? Had it all been talked away by Mrs. Woodward's cautious wisdom, because he had lain for one night in a sponging-house? But the next day came, and as it passed, it appeared to him that no opportunity of speaking one word to her was to be allowed to him. She did not, however, shun him. She was not up at breakfast, but she sat next to him at lunch, and answered him when he spoke to her. In the evening they again went out to walk, and then Charlie found that Linda and Norman went one way, and that he was alone with Mrs. Woodward. It was manifest to him that this arrangement had been made on purpose, and he felt that he was to undergo some private conversation, the nature of which he dreaded. He dreaded it very much when he heard it. It made him feel wretched, but it was not the less full of womanly affection and regard for him. "I cannot let you go from us, Charlie," began Mrs. Woodward, "without telling you how deep a sorrow it has been to me to be so long without seeing you. I know you have thought me very ungrateful." "Ungrateful, Mrs. Woodward? Oh, no, I have done nothing to make gratitude necessary." "Yes, Charlie, you have. You have done much, too much. You have saved my child's life." "Oh, no, I did not," said he. Besides, I hate gratitude. I don't want anyone to be grateful to me. Gratitude is almost as offensive as pity. Of course, I pulled Kate out of the water when she fell in, and I would have done as much for your favourite cat." He said this with something of bitterness in his tone. It was not much, for though he felt bitterly, he did not intend to show it. But Mrs. Woodward's ears did not fail to catch it. "Don't be angry with us, Charlie. Don't make us more unhappy than we already are." "Unhappy?" said he, as though he thought that all the unhappiness in the world was at the present moment reserved for his own shoulders. "Yes, we are not so happy now as we were when you were last with us. Poor Katy is very ill." "But you don't think there is any danger, Mrs. Woodward?" There are many tones in which such a question may be asked, and is asked from day to day, all differing widely from each other, and giving evidence of various shades of feeling in the speaker. Charlie, involuntarily, put his whole heart into it. Mrs. Woodward would not but love him for feeling for her child, though she would have given so much that the two might have been indifferent to each other. "I do not know," she said. "We hope not, but I should not be sent with her to Torquay if she were not very ill. She is very ill, and it is absolutely essential that nothing should be allowed to excite her painfully. I tell you this, Charlie, to excuse our apparent unkindness in not having you here sooner." Charlie walked by her in silence. Why should his coming excite her more than Norman's? What could there be painful to her in seeing him? Did the fact of his having been arrested attach to his visit any peculiar probability of excitement? "Do not suppose that we have not thought of you," continued Mrs. Woodward. "We have all done so daily. Nay, I have done so myself all but hourly. Ah, Charlie, you will never know how much truly I love you." Charlie's heart was as soft as it was inflammable. He was utterly unable to resist such tenderness as Mrs. Woodward showed to him. He had made a little resolution to be stiff and stern, to ask for no favour, and to receive none, not to palliate his own conduct, or to allow Mrs. Woodward to condemn it. He felt that, as the Woodwards had given him up, they no longer had any right to criticise him. To them at least, one and all, to Mrs. Woodward and her daughters, his conduct had been sans reproche. They had no cause to upbraid him on their own account, and they had now abandoned the right to do so on his own. With such assumed sternness he began his walk, but now it had all but melted before the warmth of one tender word from a woman's mouth. "I know I am not worth thinking about," said he. "Do not say so. Pray do not say so. Do not think that we say so to ourselves. I grieve for your faults, Charlie. I know they are grievous and wicked, but I know how much there is of good in you. I know how clever you are, how excellent your heart is, how sweet your disposition. I trust in God you may reform and be the pride of your friends. I trust that I yet may be proud of knowing you." "No one will ever be proud of me," said Charlie. "We shall all be proud of you if you will resolve to turn away from childish things now that you are no longer a child. Your faults are faults which as yet may be so easily relinquished. But, oh, Charlie!" And then Mrs. Woodward paused and looked wistfully into his face. She had now come to the point at which she had to make her prayer to him. She had resolved to tell him the cause of her fears, and to trust to his honour to free her from them. Now was the moment for her to speak out. But now that the moment was come, the words were wanting. She looked wistfully into his face, but he did not even guess what was her meaning. He knew the secret of his own love, but he did not know that Katy also had her secret. He had never dreamt that his faults, among all their ill effects, had paled her cheek, made wan her arm, silenced her voice, and dimmed her eye. When he had heard Katy cough, he had in no wise connected the hated sound with his own arrest. He had thought only of his own love. "Oh, Charlie, I know I can trust you," said Mrs. Woodward. "I know you are gentle and good. You will be gentle and good to us, will you not? You will not make us all wretched?" Charlie declared that he would not willingly do anything to cause pain to any of them. "No, I am sure you will not, and therefore, Charlie, you must not see Katy any more." At this time they had turned off the road into a shady lane in which the leaves of autumn were beginning to fall. A path led over a stile away from the lane into the fields, and Mrs. Woodward had turned towards it, as though intending to continue their walk in that direction. But when she had reached the stile, she had sat down upon the steps of it, and Charlie had been listening to her, standing by, leaning on the top rail. "And therefore, Charlie, you must not see Katy any more." So much she said, and then she looked into his face with imploring eyes. It was impossible that he should answer her at once. He had to realize so much that had hitherto not been expressed between them before he could fully understand what she meant. And then he was called on to give up so much that he now learned for the first time was within his reach. Before he could answer her, he had to assure himself that Katy loved him. He had to understand that her love for one so abandoned was regarded as fatal, and he had to reply to a mother's prayer that he would remove himself from the reach of a passion which to him was worth all the world beside. He turned his face away from her, but still stood leaning on the stile with his arms folded on it. She watched him for a while in silence, and at last she saw big tears drop from his face onto the dust of the path on the farther side. There they came rolling down, large globules of sorrow. Nothing is so painful to a woman as a man in tears, and Mrs. Woodward's heart was wrung to its very core. Why was he not like Alaric or Norman, so that she might make him welcome to her daughter's heart? She leant towards him and put her hand caressingly on his arm. "It shall be so, shall it not, Charlie?" "Oh, of course, if you say so." "I have your word, then?" "If I have your word, that will be a perfect bond. I have your word, have I not, Charlie?" "What, never see her in my life?" said he, turning almost fiercely on Mrs. Woodward. "That, you know, is more than you can promise," said she very gently. "It is not to the letter of the promise that I would bind you, but to its spirit. You understand well what I mean. You know what I wish, and why I wish it. Say that you will obey my wish, and I will leave the mode of doing it to your own honour. Have I your promise?" He shook her hand off his arm almost roughly, though unintentionally, and turning sharply round, leant with his back against the stile. The traces of tears were still on his cheeks, but he was no longer crying. There was, however, a look on his face of heart-rending sorrow, which Mrs. Woodward could hardly endure. "I do understand you," said he, "and since you demand it, I will promise." And they walked home side by side, without interchanging a single word. When they reached the house, Mrs. Woodward went to her room, and Charlie found himself alone with Katy. "I hope you find yourself better this evening," said he. "Oh, I am quite well," she answered, with her sweetest, kindest voice. "I am quite well, only sometimes I am a little weak." He walked up to the window as though to pass on to the lawn, but the season was too far advanced for that, and the window was locked. He retraced his steps, therefore, and passing out of the drawing-room into the hall, stood at the open front door till he heard Mrs. Woodward come down. Then he followed her into the room. "Good-bye," he said to her suddenly. "I shall start by the early train to-morrow, and shall not see you." She pressed his hand, but he in no wise returned the pressure. "Good-bye, Linda. Good-bye, Katy. Good night, Captain Cutwater." And so he went his way, as Adam did when he was driven out of paradise. Early on the following morning, the cook, while engaged in her most matutinal duties, was disturbed by a ring at the front door. She, and she only of the household, was up, and as she had not completed her toilet with much minuteness, she was rather embarrassed when, on opening the door, she saw Mr. Charles Tudor. "I beg your pardon, cook, for troubling you so early, but I have left something in the drawing-room. I can find it myself." And so saying, he hurried into the room so as to prevent the servant from following him. Katy had a well-worn, well-known little work-box, which in years now long past had been given to her either by Alaric or Harry. Doubtless she now had both work-boxes grander both in appearance and size, but nevertheless, whether from habit or from choice, her custom was, in her daily needlework, to use this old friend. Often and often had Charlie played with it many wicked pranks. Once, while Katy had as yet no pretension to be grown up, he put a snail into it, and it had incurred her severe displeasure. He had stuffed it full of acorns, and been rewarded by being pelted with them round the lawn, and had filled it with nuts, for which we had not found it difficult to obtain pardon. He knew every hole and corner in it. He was intimate with all her little feminine knick-knacks, her silver thimble, her scissors, her bit of wax, and the yard measure, which twisted itself in and out of an ivory cottage. He knew them all as well as though they were his own, and he knew also where the work-box stood. He closed the door behind him, and then, with his quickest motion, raised the lid, and put within the box, just under the piece of work on which he was employed, a light, small, paper parcel. It contained the purse which she had worked for him, and had given to him with such sweet affection at the Chiswick Flower Show. End of Chapter 30. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 31 of The Three Clerks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. The Three Clerks by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 31. How Apollo Saved the Navy. About the middle of November, the Woodwards went to Torquay, and remained there till the following May. Norman went with them to see them properly settled in their new lodgings, and visited them at Christmas, and once again during their stay there. He then went down to fetch them home, and when they all returned, informed Charlie, with whom he was still living, that he was engaged to Linda. It was arranged, he said, that they were to be married in August. On the whole, the journey to Torquay was considered to have been successful. Katy's health had been the only object in going there, and the main consideration while they remained. She returned, if not well, at any rate not worse. She had got through the winter, and her lungs were still pronounced to be free from those dreadful signs of decay, the name of which has broken so many mothers' hearts, and sent dismay into the breasts of so many fathers. During her sojourn at Torquay she had grown much, and, as is often the case with those who grow quickly, she had become weak and thin. People at Torquay are always weak and thin, and Mrs. Woodward had not therefore been greatly frightened at this. Her spirits, though by no means such as they had been in former days, had improved. She had occupied herself more than she had done during the last 2 months at Hampton, and had, at least so Mrs. Woodward fondly flattered herself, ceased to be always thinking of Charlie Tudor. It was quite clear that she had firmly made up her mind to some certain line of conduct with reference to him. She never mentioned his name, nor was it mentioned in her hearing by either her mother or sister during their stay at Torquay. When Norman came down, she always found some opportunity of inquiring from him as to Charlie's health and welfare, but she did this in a manner which showed that she succeeded in placing her feelings wonderfully under control. On that Monday morning, on which Charlie had returned to town after his early visit to her work-box, she had not failed to find the purse. Linda was with her when she did so, but she had contrived so to conceal her emotion that nothing was seen and nothing suspected. She felt at once that it was intended that all intercourse should be broken off between them. She knew instinctively that this was the effect of some precaution on her mother's part, and with a sad bosom and a broken heart she acquiesced in it. She said nothing even to herself of the truth and constancy of her love. She made no mental resolution against any other passion. She did not even think whether or not she might even be tempted to love another. But she felt a dumb, aching numbness about her heart, and looking round about her, she seemed to feel all that was dark and dismal. And so they sojourned through the winter at Torquay. The effort which Katy made was undoubtedly salutary to her. She took again to her work and her lessons, studies we should probably now call them, and before she left Torquay she had again learned how to smile, but not to laugh with that gay, ringing, silver laughter, ringing but yet not loud, which to Charlie's ear had been as sweet as heavenly music. During this time Uncle Bat remained at Hampton, keeping bachelor's house by himself. And then, while they were at Torquay, Linda and Norman became engaged to each other. Their loves were honest, true, and happy, but not of a nature to give much scope to a novelist of a romantic turn. Linda knew that she was not Norman's first love, and requited Norman, of course, by telling him something, not much, of Alaric's falseness to her. Norman made but one ungenerous stipulation. It was this, that in marrying him Linda must give up all acquaintance with her brother-in-law. He would never, he said, be the means of separating two sisters. She and Gertrude might have such intercourse together as their circumstances might render possible, but it was quite out of the question that either he, Harry Norman, or his wife should ever again associate with Alaric Tudor. In such matters Linda had always been guided by others, so she sighed and promised, and the engagement was duly ratified by all the parties concerned. We must now return to Charlie. When he got back to town he felt that he had lost his amulet. His charm had gone from him, and he had nothing now left whereby to save himself from ruin and destruction. He was utterly flung over by the Woodwards. That now was to him an undoubted fact. When Mrs. Woodward told him that he was never again to see Katy, that was of course tantamount to turning him out of the cottage. It might be all very well to talk to him of affection and friendship, but it was manifest that no further signs of either were to be shown to him. He proved himself to be unworthy, and was no more to be considered as one of the circle which made the drawing-room at Surbiton Cottage its centre. He could not quite explain all this to Norman, as he could not tell him what had passed between him and Mrs. Woodward, but he said enough to make his friend know that he intended to go to Hampton no more. It would be wrong, perhaps, to describe Charlie as being angry with Mrs. Woodward. He knew that she was only doing her duty by her child. He knew that she was actuated by the purest and best of motives. He was not able to say a word against her even to himself, but nevertheless he desired to be revenged on her, not by injuring her, nor by injuring Katy, but by injuring himself. He would make Mrs. Woodward feel what she had done by rushing himself on his own ruin. He would return to the Cat and Whistle. He would keep his promise and marry Nora Geraghty. He would go utterly to destruction, and then Mrs. Woodward would know and feel what she had done in banishing him from her daughter's presence. Having arrived at this magnanimous resolution after a fortnight's doubt and misery, he proceeded to put his purpose into execution. It was now some considerable time since he had been at the Cat and Whistle. He had had no further visit from Mrs. Davis, but he had received one or two notes both from her and Nora, to which, as long as he had Katy's purse, he was resolute in not replying. Messages also had reached him from the landlady through Dick Scatterall, in the last of which he was reminded that there was a trifle due at the bar, and another trifle for money lent. One night, having lashed himself up to a fit state of wretched desperation, he found himself at the well-known corner of the street leading out of the Strand. On his journey thither he had been trying to realize to himself what it would be to be the husband of Nora Geraghty, what would be the joy of returning to a small house in some dingy suburb and finding her to receive him. Could he really love her, when she would be bone of his bone and flesh of his flesh, the wife of his bosom and the mother of his children? In such a case, would he ever be able to forget that he had known Katy Woodward? Would those words of hers ever ring in his ears, then as now? "You will be steady, dear Charlie, won't you?" There are those who boast that a gentleman must always be a gentleman, that a man, let him marry whom he will, raises or degrades his wife to the level of his own condition, and that King Cophetua could share his throne with a beggar woman without sullying its splendour or diminishing its glory. How a king may fare in such a condition, the author, knowing little of kings, will not pretend to say. Nor yet will he offer an opinion whether a lowly match be fatally injurious to a marquis, duke, or earl. But this he will be bold to affirm, that a man from the ordinary ranks of the upper classes, who has had the nurture of a gentleman, prepares for himself a hell on earth in taking a wife from any rank much below his own. A hell on earth, and alas, too often another hell elsewhere also. He must either leave her or loathe her. She may be endowed with all those moral virtues which should adorn all women, and which, thank God, are common to women in this country. But he will have to endure habits, manners, and ideas which the close contiguity of married life will force upon his disgusted palate, and which must banish all love. Man, by instinct, desires in his wife something softer, sweeter, more refined than himself. And though in failing to obtain this the fault may be all his own, he will not on that account the more easily reconcile himself to the want. Charlie knew that he was preparing such misery for himself. As he went along, determined to commit a moral suicide by allying himself to the barmaid, he constrained himself to look with his mind's eye upon this picture and on that. He had felt of what nature was the sort of love with which Katy Woodward had inspired his heart, and he felt also what was that other sort of love to which the charms of Nora Geraghty had given birth. Nora was a fine girl, smart enough in her outward apparel, but apt occasionally to disclose uncomfortable secrets, if from any accident more than her outward apparel might momentarily become visible. When dressed up for a Sunday excursion, she had her attractions, and even on ordinary evenings a young man such as Charlie, after imbibing 2 or 3 glasses of spirits and water, and smoking 2 or 3 cigars, might find her to be what some of her friends might be called very good company. As to her mind, had Charlie been asked about it, he would probably have said that he was ignorant whether she had any. But this he did know, that she was sharp and quick, alert in counting change, and gifted with a peculiar power of detecting bad coin by the touch. Such was Nora Geraghty, whom Charlie was to marry. And then that other portrait was limned with equal accuracy before his eyes. Katy, with all her juvenile spirit, was delightfully feminine. Every motion of hers was easy, and every form into which she could twist her young limbs was graceful. She had all the nice ideas and ways which a girl acquires when she grows from childhood to woman's stature under the eye of a mother who is a lady. Katy could be untidy on occasions, but her very untidiness was inviting. All her belongings were nice. She had no hidden secrets, the chance revealing of which would disgrace her. She might come in from her island palaces in a guise which would call down some would-be censorious exclamation from her mother, but all others but her mother would declare that Katy in such moments was more lovely than ever. And Katy's beauty pleased more than the eye. It came home to the mind and heart of those who saw her. It spoke at once to the intelligence, and required for its full appreciation an exercise of the mental faculties as well as animal senses. If the owner of that outward form were bad or vile, one would be inclined to say that nature must have lied when she endowed her with so fair an index. Such was Katy Woodward, whom Charlie was not to marry. As he turned down Norfolk Street, he thought of all this, as the gambler, sitting with his razor before him with which he intends to cut his throat, may be supposed to think of the stakes which he has failed to win and the fortune he has failed to make. Nora Geraghty was Charlie's razor, and he plunged boldly into the Cat and Whistle, determined to draw it at once across his weasand, and sever himself for ever from all that is valuable in the world. It was now about 11 o'clock, at which hour the Cat and Whistle generally does its most stirring trade. This Charlie knew, but he also knew that the little back parlour, even if there should be an inmate in it at the time of his going in, would soon be made private for his purposes. When he went in, Mrs. Davis was standing behind the counter, dressed in a cap of wonderful grandeur, had a red tabinet gown which rustled among the pots and jars, sticking out from her to a tremendous width, inflated by its own magnificence and a substratum of crinoline. Charlie had never before seen her arrayed in such royal robes. Her accustomed maid was waiting as usual on the guests, and another girl was also assisting. But Nora did not appear to Charlie's first impatient glance. He at once saw that something wonderful was going on. The front parlour was quite full, and the ministering angel was going in and out quickly, with more generous supplies of the gifts of Bacchus than were usual at the Cat and Whistle. Gin and water was the ordinary tipple in the front parlour, and any one of its denizens inclined to cut a dash above his neighbours generally did so with a bottle of brandy. But now Mrs. Davis was mixing port wine negus as fast as her hands could make it. And then there were, standing round the counter, 4 or 5 customers, faces well known to Charlie, all of whom seemed to be dressed with a splendour second only to that of the landlady. One man had on an almost new brown frock-coat with a black velvet collar and white trousers. 2 had blue swallow-tailed coats with brass buttons, and a 4th, a dashing young lawyer's clerk from Clement's Inn, was absolutely stirring a mixture, which he called a mint julep, with a yellow kid glove dangling out of his hand. They all stood back when Charlie entered. They had been accustomed to make way for him in former days, and though he had latterly ceased to rule at the Cat and Whistle as he once did, they were too generous to trample on fallen greatness. He gave his hand to Mrs. Davis across the counter, and asked her in the most unconcerned a voice which he could assume what was in the wind. She tittered and laughed, told him he had come too late for the fun, and then retreated into the little back parlour, whither he followed her. She was at any rate in a good humour, and seemed quite inclined to forgive his rather uncivil treatment of her notes and messages. In the back parlour Charlie found more people drinking, and among them 3 ladies of Mrs. Davis's acquaintance. They were all very fine in their apparel, and very comfortable as to their immediate employment, for each had before her a glass of hot tipple. One of them, a florid-faced dame of about 50, Charlie had seen before, and knew to be the wife of a pork butcher and sausage-maker in the neighbourhood. Directly he entered the room, Mrs. Davis formally introduced him to them all. "A very particular friend of mine, Mrs. Allchops, and of Nora's too, I can assure you," said Mrs. Davis. "Ah, Mr. Tudor, and how be you? A sight of you is good for sore eyes," said she of the sausages, rising with some difficulty from her chair, and grasping Charlie's hand with all the pleasant cordiality of old friendship. "The gentleman seems to be a little too late for the fair," said a severe lodging-house keeper from Cecil Street. "Them as wills not, when they may, when they wills, they shall have nay," said a sarcastic rival barmaid from a neighbouring public, to whom all Nora's wrongs and all Mr. Tudor's false promises were fully known. Charlie was not the fellow to allow himself to be put down even by feminine raillery, so he plucked up his spirit, sad as he was at heart, and replied to them all en masse. "Well, ladies, what's in the wind now? You seem to be very cosy here, all of you. Suppose you allow me to join you?" "With a heart and a half," said Mrs. Allchops, squeezing her corpulence up to the end of the horsehair sofa, so as to make room for him between herself and the poetic barmaid. "I'd sooner have a gentleman next to me nor have a lady any day of the week, so come and sit down, my birdie." But Charlie, as he was about to accept the invitation of his friend Mrs. Allchops, caught Mrs. Davis's eye, and followed her out of the room into the passage. "Step up to the landing, Mr. Tudor," said she, and Charlie stepped up. "Come in here, Mr. Tudor, you won't mind my bedroom for once." And Charlie followed her in, not minding her bedroom. "Of course you know what has happened, Mr. Tudor?" said she. "Devil a bit," said Charlie. "Laws, now, don't you indeed? Well, that is odd." "How the deuce should I know? Where's Nora?" "Why, she's at Gravesend." "At Gravesend? You don't mean to say she's—" "I just do then. She's just gone and got herself spliced to peppermint this morning. They had the band said these last 3 Sundays. This morning they was at St. Martin's at 8 o'clock, and has been here junketing ever since. And now they're away to Gravesend." "Gravesend?" said Charlie, struck by the suddenness of his rescue, as the gambler would have been had some stranger seized the razor at the moment when it was lifted to his throat. "Yes, Gravesend," said Mrs. Davis, "and they'll come up home to this house by the first boat to-morrow." "So Nora's married," said Charlie, with a slight access of sentimental softness in his voice. "She's been and done it now, Mr. Tudor, and no mistake. And it's better so, ain't it? Why, Lord love you, she'd never have done for you, you know. And she's the very article for such a man as Peppermint." There was something good-natured in this, and so Charlie felt it. As long as Mrs. Davis could do anything to assist her cousin's views, by endeavouring to seduce or persuade her favourite lover into a marriage, she left no stone unturned, working on her cousin's behalf. But now that all these hopes were over, now that Nora had consented to sacrifice love to prudence, why should Mrs. Davis quarrel with an old friend any longer? Why should not things be made pleasant to him as to the others? "And now, Mr. Tudor, come down and drink a hot glass to their healths, and wish them both well, and don't mind what them women says to you. You're well out of a mess, and now it's all over, I'm glad it is as it is." Charlie went down and took his glass and drank prosperity to the bride and bridegroom. The sarcastic rival barmaid said little snappish things to him, offered him a bit of green ribbon, and told him that if he minded himself, somebody might perhaps take him yet. But Charlie was proof against this. He sat there about half an hour, and then went his way, shaking hands with all the ladies and bowing to the gentlemen. On the following day, as soon as he left his office, he called at the Cat and Whistle, and paid his little bill there, and said his last farewell to Mrs. Davis. He never visited the house again. Now that Nora was gone, the attractions were not powerful. Reader, you and I will at the same time say our farewells to Mrs. Davis, to Mr. Peppermint also, and to his bride. If thou art an elegant reader, unaccustomed to the contamination of pipes and glasses, I owe thee an apology in that thou hast been caused to linger a while among things so unsavoury. But if thou art one who of thine own will hast taken thine ease in thine inn, hast enjoyed the freedom of a sanded parlour, hast known that ginger is hot in the mouth, and made thyself light-hearted with a yard of clay, then thou wilt confess that there are worse establishments than the Cat and Whistle, less generous landladies than Mrs. Davis. When all this happened, the Woodwards had not been long at Torquay. Mr. Peppermint was made a happy man before Christmas, and therefore Charlie was left to drift before the wind without the ballast of any lady's love to keep him in sailing trim. Poor fellow! He'd had wealth on one side, beauty and love on another, and on the third all those useful qualities which Miss Geraghty had been described as possessing. He had been thus surrounded by feminine attractions, and had lost them all. Two of those from whom he had to choose had married others, and he was banished from the presence of the third. Under such circumstances, what could he do but drift about the gulfs and straits of the London Ocean, without compass or rudder, and bruise his timbers against all the sunken rocks that might come in his way? And then Norman told him of his coming marriage, and Charlie was more sad than ever. And thus matters went on with him, till the period at which our story would be resumed, at the return of the Woodwards to Hampton. In the meantime, another winter and another spring had passed over Adric's Head, and now the full tide of the London season found him still rising, and receiving every day more of the world's homage. Sir Gregory Hardlines had every reason to praise his own judgment in selecting Mr. Tudor for the vacant seat among the Magi. From that moment all had gone smooth with Sir Gregory. There was no one to interfere with his hobby or run counter to his opinion. Adric was all that was conciliatory and amiable in a colleague. He was not submissive and cringing, and had he been so, Sir Gregory, to do him his justice, would have been disgusted. But neither was he self-opinionated nor obstinate like Mr. Jobbies. He insisted on introducing no crotchets of his own, and allowed Sir Gregory all the credit of the commission. This all went on delightfully for a while. But on one morning early in May, Alaric somewhat disturbed the equanimity of his chief by communicating to him his intention of becoming a candidate for the representation of the borough of Strathbogie at the next general election, which was to take place very shortly after the close of the session. Sir Gregory was dumbfounded, and expressed himself as incapable of believing that Tudor really meant to throw up £1,200 a year on the mere speculation of its being possible that he should get into Parliament. Men in general, as Sir Gregory endeavoured to explain with much eloquence, go into Parliament for the sake of getting places of £1,200 a year. For what earthly reason should Alaric again be going to the bottom of the ladder, seeing that he had already attained a rung of such very respectable altitude? Alaric said to himself, "Excelsior!" To Sir Gregory he suggested that it might be possible that he should get into Parliament without giving up his seat at the board. Earth and heaven, it might be hoped, would not come together, even though so great a violence as this should be done to the time-honoured practices of the government. Sir Gregory suggested that it was contrary to the Constitution. Alaric replied that the Constitution had been put upon to as great an extent before this, and had survived. Sir Gregory regarded it as all but impossible, and declared it to be quite unusual. Alaric rejoined that something of the same kind had been done at the Poor Law Board. To this Sir Gregory replied, gently pluming his feathers with conscious greatness, that at the Poor Law Board the chief of the commission was the parliamentary officer. Alaric declared that he was perfectly willing to give way if Sir Gregory would go into the House himself. To this Sir Gregory demurred, not feeling himself called on to change the sphere of his utility. And so the matter was debated between them, till at last Sir Gregory promised to consult his friend the Chancellor of the Exchequer. The ice was thus broken, and Alaric was quite contented with the part which he had taken in the conversation. With his own official prospects, in spite of the hazardous step which he now meditated, he was quite contented. He had an idea that in the public service of the government, as well as in all other services, men who were known to be worth their wages would find employment. He was worth his wages. Men who could serve their country well, who could adapt themselves to work, who were practical, easy in harness, able to drive, and patient to be driven, were not, unfortunately, as plentiful as blackberries. He began to perceive that a really useful man could not be found miscellaneously under every hat in Pall Mall. He knew his own value, and did not fear but that he should find a price for it in some of the world's markets. He would not, therefore, allow himself to be deterred from further progress by any fear that in doing so he risks the security of his daily bread. No, not though the risk extended to his wife. She had taken him for better or worse. If the better came, she should share it. If the worse, why let her share that also with such consolation as his affection might be able to offer. There was something noble in this courage, in this lack of prudence. It may be a question whether men, in marrying, do not become too prudent. A single man may risk anything, says the world, but a man with a wife should be sure of his means. Why so? A man and a woman are but 2 units, a man and a woman with 10 children are but 12 units. It is sad to see a man starving, sad to see a woman starving, very sad to see children starving. But how often does it come to pass that the man who will work is seen begging his bread? We may almost say never, unless indeed he be a clergyman. Let the idle man be sure of his wife's bread before he marries her. But the working man, one would say, may generally trust to God's goodness without fear. With his official career, Alaric was, as we have said, well contented. In his stock-jobbing line of business he also had had moments of great exultation, and some moments of considerable depression. The West Corks had vacillated. Both he and Undy had sold and bought and sold again, and on the whole their stake in that stupendous national line of accommodation was not so all-absorbing as it had once been. But if money had been withdrawn from this, it had been invested elsewhere, and the great sum borrowed from Madame Jaquetanap's fortune had been in no part replaced. One full moiety of it had been taken, may one not say stolen, to enable Alaric and Undy to continue their speculations. The undertaking to which they were now wedded was the Limehouse and Rotherhithe Bridge. Of this Undy was chairman and Alaric was a director, and at the present moment they looked for ample fortune, or what would nearly be ample ruin, to the decision of a committee of the House of Commons which was about to sit with the view of making inquiry as to the necessity of the bridge in question. Mr. Nogo, the member for Mile End, was the parent of this committee. He asserted that the matter was one of such vital importance not only to the whole metropolis but to the country at large, that the government were bound in the first place to give a large subsidy towards building the bridge, and afterwards to pay a heavy annual sum towards the amount which it was be necessary to raise by tolls. Mr. Whip Vigil, on the other hand, declared on the part of Government that the bridge was wholly unnecessary, that if it were built it ought to be pulled down again, and that not a stiver could be given out of the public purse with such an object. On this they joined issue. Mr. Nogo prayed for a committee, and Mr. Vigil, having duly consulted his higher brethren in the Government, conceded his point. It may easily be conceived how high were now the hopes both of Undy Scott and Adarig Tudor. It was not at all necessary for them that the bridge should ever be built. That probably was out of the question. That very likely neither of them regarded as a possibility. But if a committee of the House of Commons could be got to say that it ought to be built, they might safely calculate on selling out at a large profit. But who were to sit on the committee? That was now the all-momentous question. End of chapter 31. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 32 of The Three Clerks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. The Three Clerks by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 32. The Parliamentary Committee. There is a sport prevalent among the Downs in Hampshire to which, though not of a high degree, much interest is attached. Men and boys, with social glee and happy boyish shouts, congregate together on a hillside at the mouth of a narrow hole, and proceed with the aid of a well-trained bulldog to draw a badger. If the badger be at all commendable in his class, this is by no means an easy thing to do. He is a sturdy animal and well fortified with sharp and practised teeth. His hide is of the toughest, his paws of the strongest, and his dead power of resistance so great as to give him more than an equal chance with the bulldog. The delighted sportsmen stand round listening to the growls and snarls, the tearings, gnawings, and bloody struggles of the combatants within. "Well done, Badger!" "Well done, Bulldog!" "Draw him, Bulldog!" "Bite him, Badger!" Each has his friends, and the interest of the moment is intense. The badger, it is true, has done no harm. He has been doing as it was appointed for him to do, poor badger, in that hole of his. But then, why were badgers created but to be drawn? Why, indeed, but to be drawn or not to be drawn, as the case may be? See, the bulldog returns, minus an ear, with an eye hanging loose, his nether lip torn off, and one paw bitten through and through. Limping, dejected, beaten, glaring fearfully from his one remaining eye, the dog comes out, and the badger within rolls himself up with affected ease, hiding his bloody wounds from the public eye. So it is that the sport is played in Hampshire, and so also at Westminster, with a difference, however. In Hampshire the two brutes retain ever their appointed natures. The badger is always a badger, and the bulldog never other than a bulldog. At Westminster there is a juster reciprocity of position. The badger, when drawn, has to take his place outside the hole and fight again for the home of his love, while the victorious bulldog assumes a state of badgerdom, dons the skin of his enemy, and in his turn submits to be baited. The pursuit is certainly full of interest, but it is somewhat deficient in dignity. The Parliamentary Committee, which was to sit with reference to the Limehouse and Rotherhithe Bridge, had been one of the effects of a baiting match such as that above described. In this contest the enemies of the proud occupier of the den on the mountain-side had not been contented to attempt to expel him with a single bulldog. A whole pack had been let loose at his devoted throat. Bulldogs had been at him, and terriers, mastiffs, bloodhounds, lurchers, and curs. But so accustomed was he to the contest, so knowing in his fence, so ready with all the weapons given to him by nature, that, in spite of the numbers and venom of his enemies, he had contrived to hold his own. Some leading hounds had fallen to rise no more. Others had retreated yelping to their kennels, to lie quiet for a while, till time might give them courage for a new attack. The country round was filled with the noise of their plaints, and the yowling and howling of canine defeat. The grey old badger, meanwhile, sat proud in his hole, with all his badger kin around him, and laughed his well-known badger laugh at his disconsolate foes. Such a brock had not for years been seen in the countryside, so cool, so resolute, so knowing in his Badger ways, so impregnable in his Badger hull, and so good-humoured withal. He could bite full sore with those old teeth of his, and yet he never condescended to show them. A Badger, indeed, of whom the country might well be proud. But in the scramble of the fight, some little curs had been permitted to run away with some little bones, and in this way Mr. No-Go, the member for Mile End, had been allowed to carry his motion for a committee to inquire as to the expediency of the Government's advancing £250,000 towards the completion of that momentous national undertaking, the building of a bridge from Limehouse to Rotherhithe. Very much had been said about this bridge, till men living out of the light of parliamentary life, 999 men, that is, out of every 1,000 in the Queen's dominions, had begun to think that it was the great want of the age. Men living in the light, the supporters of the bridge as well as its enemies, knew very well that such an erection was quite unneeded, and would in all probability never be made. But then the firm of Blocks, Piles, and Cofferdam, who held a vast quantity of the bridge shares, and who were to be the contractors for building it, had an all-powerful influence in the borough of Limehouse. Where would Mr. No-Go be if he did not cultivate the friendship of such men as Blocks, Piles, and Cofferdam? And so Mr. No-Go, and those who acted with Mr. No-Go, men, that is, who had little jobs of their own to do, and in the doing of which Mr. No-Go occasionally assisted, Andy Scott, for instance, and such like, these men, I say, had talked much about the bridge, and gentlemen on the Treasury bench who could have afforded to show up the folly of the scheme, and to put Mr. No-Go down at once, had he been alone, felt themselves under the necessity of temporising. As to giving a penny of the public money for such a purpose, that, they knew, was out of the question. That Mr. No-Go never expected. That they all knew Mr. No-Go never expected. But as Mr. No-Go's numbers were so respectable, it was necessary to oppose him in a respectable, parliamentary, steady manner. He had 15 with him. Had he been quite alone, Mr. Vigil would have sneered him off. Had he had but 4 to back him, the old Badger would have laughed them out of face with a brace of grins. But 15! Mr. Whip Vigil thought that the committee would be the most safe. So would the outer world be brought to confess that the interests of Limehouse and Poplar, Rotherhithe and Deptford had not been overlooked by a careful government. But of whom was the committee to be made up? That was now the question which to Mr. No-Go, in his hour of temporary greatness, was truly momentous. He, of course, was to be the chairman, and to him appertained the duty of naming the other members, of naming them, indeed, so much he could undoubtedly do by the strength of his own privilege. But of what use to name a string of men to whom Mr. Vigil would not consent? Mr. No-Go, did he do so, would have to divide on every name, and be beaten at every division. There would be no triumph in that. No, Mr. No-Go fully understood that his triumph must be achieved, if he were destined to a triumph, by an astute skill in his selection, not by an open choice of friends. He must obtain a balance on his side, but one in which the scale would lean so slightly to his side that Mr. Vigil's eyes might be deceived. Those who knew Mr. Vigil best were inclined to surmise that such an arrangement was somewhat beyond Mr. No-Go's political capacity. There is a proverb which goes to show that a certain little lively animal may be shaved if he be caught napping, but then the difficulty of so catching him is extreme. Mr. No-Go, at the head of the list, put Mr. Vigil himself. This, of course, was a necessity to him. Would that he could have dispensed with it. Then he named sundry supporters of the government, sundry members also of the opposition, and he filled up the list with certain others who could not be regarded as sure supporters of one side or the other, but with whom, for certain reasons, he thought he might in this particular case be safe. Andy Scott was of course not among the number, as Mr. No-Go would only have damaged his cause by naming a man known to have a pecuniary interest in the concern. The member for Mile End was doubtless sharp, but Mr. Vigil was sharper. His object was, in fact, merely to do his duty to the country by preventing a profuse and useless expenditure of money. His anxiety was a perfectly honest one, to save the exchequer, namely. But the circumstances of the case required that he should fight the battle according to the tactics of the House, and he well understood how to do so. When the list was read, he objected to 2 or 3 names. Only to 2 or 3. They were not those of staunch enemies of the government, nor did he propose in their places the names of staunch supporters. He suggested certain gentlemen who, from their acquaintance with bridges, tolls, rivers, etc., would, as he said, be probably of use. He also was sure of his men, and as he succeeded with 2 of them, he was also pretty sure of his committee. And then the committee met, and a lot of witnesses were in attendance. The chairman opened his case and proceeded to prove by the evidence of sundry most respectable men connected with Limehouse, and with the portions of Surrey and Kent lying immediately opposite to it, that the most intense desire for friendly and commercial intercourse was felt, but that, though absolutely close to each other, the districts were so divided by adverse circumstances which were monstrous considering the advance of science in the 19th century, that the dearest friends were constrained to perpetual banishment from each other, and that the men of Kent were utterly unable to do any trade at Limehouse, and the Limehousians equally unable to carry on traffic in Surrey. It was wonderful that the narrow river should be so effective for injury. One gentleman from Poplar proved that, having given his daughter in marriage to a man of Deptford 2 years since, he had not yet been able to see her since that day. Her house by the crow's flight was but 7 furlongs from his own, but, as he kept no horse, he could not get to her residence without a 4 hours' walk, which he felt himself to be too old. He was, however, able to visit his married daughter at Reading, and be back to tea. The witness declared that his life was made miserable by his thus being debarred from his child, and he wiped his eyes with his pocket-handkerchief piteously, sitting there in front of the committee. In answer to Mr. Vigil, he admitted that there might be a ferry, but stated that he did not know. Having had from childhood an aversion to the water, he had not inquired. He was aware that some rash people had gone through the tunnel, but for himself he did not think the tunnel a safe mode of transit. Another gentleman belonging to Rotherhithe, who was obliged to be almost daily at Blackwall, maintained 2 horses for the express purpose of going backwards and forwards round by London Bridge. They cost him £70 per annum each. Such a bridge as that now proposed, and which the gentleman declared that he regarded as an embryo monument of national glory, would save him £140 per annum. He then proceeded to make a little speech about the spirit of the age and the influence of routine, which he described as a gloomy gnome. But his oratory was cruelly cut short by Mr. Vigil, who demanded of him whether he ever used the river steamers. The witness shuddered fearfully as he assured the committee that he never did, and referred to the Cricket, whose boilers burst in the year 1842. Besides, he had, he said, his things to carry with him. Another witness told how unsafe was the transit of heavy goods by barge from one side of the river to the other. He had had a cargo of marine stores which would go to the sea before their time. The strong ebb of the tide, joined to the river current, had positively carried the barge away, and its course had not been stopped till it had drifted on shore at Purfleet. He acknowledged that something had transpired of the bargemen being drunk, but he had no knowledge himself that such had been the case. No other cargoes of his own had been carried away, but he had heard that such was often the case. He thought that the bridge was imperatively demanded. Would the tolls pay? He felt sure that they would. Why then should not the bridge be built as a commercial speculation without government aid? He thought that in such cases a fostering government was bound to come forward and show the way. He had a few shares in the bridge himself. He had paid up £1 a share. They were now worth 2 shillings and 6pence each. They had been worth nothing before the committee had been ordered to sit. He declined to give any opinion as to what the shares would be worth if the money were granted. Ladies at Limehouse proved that if there were a bridge they could save 30 shillings a year each by buying their tea and sugar at Rotherhithe, and so singular are the usages of trade that the ladies of Rotherhithe would benefit their husbands equally and return the compliment by consuming the bread of Limehouse. The shores of Kent were pining for the beef of the opposite bank, and only too anxious to give in return the surplus stock of their own poultry. Let but a bridge be opened, as was asserted by one animated vendor of rope, and Poplar would soon rival Pimlico. Perhaps that might not be desirable in the eyes of men who lived in the purlieus of the court, and who were desirous to build no new bridge, except that over the ornamental water in St. James's Park. upon uttering which the rope vendor looked at Mr. Vigil as though he expected him to sink at once under the table. Mr. Blocks, of the great firm of Blocks, Piles and Cofferdam, then came forward. He declared that a large sum of money was necessary before this great national undertaking could be begun in a spirit worthy of the 19th century. It was intended to commence the approaches on each side of the river a quarter of a mile from the first abutment of the bridge, in order to acquire the necessary altitude without a steep ascent. He then described what a glorious bridge this bridge would be, how it would eclipse all bridges that had ever been built, how the fleets of all nations would ride under it, how many 100,000 square feet of wrought iron would be consumed in its construction, how many tons of Portland stone in the abutments, parapets, and supporting walls, how much timber would be buried 20 fathoms deep in the mud of the river, how many miles of paving stones would be laid down. Mr. Blocks went on with his astonishing figures till the committee were bewildered, and even Mr. Vigil, though well used to calculations, could hardly raise his mind to the dimensions of the proposed undertaking. The engineer followed, and showed how easily this great work could be accomplished. There was no difficulty, literally none. The patronage of the Crown was all that was required. The engineer was asked whether by the word patronage he meant money, and after a little laughing and a few counter-questions he admitted that, in his estimation, patronage and money did mean the same thing. Such was the case made out by the promoters of the bridge, and the chairman and his party were very sanguine of success. They conceived that Mr. Blocks's figures had completely cowed their antagonists. Mr. Vigil then took his case in hand and brought forth his witnesses. It now appeared that the intercourse between the people living on each side of the river was immense, and ever on the increase. Limehouse, it would seem, had nothing to do but to go to Deptford, and that Deptford consumed all its time in returning the visit. Little children were sent across continually on the most trifling errands, going and coming for one halfpenny. An immense income was made by the owners of the ferry. No two adjacent streets in London had more to do with each other than had the lanes of Rotherhithe and the lanes of Limehouse. Westminster and Lambeth were further apart, and less connected by friendly intercourse. The frequenters of the ferry were found to outnumber the passengers over Waterloo Bridge by 10 to 1. Indeed, so lamentable a proposition as this of building a bridge across the river had never before been mooted by the public. Men conversant with such matters gave it as their opinion that no amount of tolls that could reasonably be expected would pay 1% of the money which it was proposed to expend. That sum, however, they stated, would not more than half cover the full cost of the bridge. Traffic would be prohibited by the heavy charges which would be necessary, and the probability would be that the ferry would still continue to be the ordinary mode of crossing the river. A gentleman, accustomed to use strong figures of speech, declared that if such a bridge were built, the wisest course would be to sow the surface with grass and let it out for grazing. This witness was taken specially in hand by Mr. Nogo and charged very tightly. Mr. Vigil had contrived to prove, out of the mouths of inimical witnesses, the very reverse of that which had been summoned thither to assert. The secret of the ferry had been first brought to the light by the gentleman who could not visit his daughter at Deptford, and so on. These triumphs had evidently been very pleasant to Mr. Vigil, and Mr. Nogo thought that he might judiciously take a leaf out of the Treasury book. Actuated by this ambition, he, with the assistance of his friend, the McCarthy Desmond, put no less than 2,250 questions to the gentleman who suggested the grazing, in order to induce him to say that if there were a bridge, men would probably walk over it. But they could not bring him to own to a single passenger unless they would abandon the tolls. The most that they could get from him was that perhaps an old woman with more money than wit might go over it on a Sunday afternoon, if, which he did not believe, any old woman existed in that part of the world who had more money than wit. This witness was kept in the chair for 3 days, during which Mr. Vigil was nearly driven wild by the loss of his valuable time. But he did not complain, nor would he have complained, though he might have absented himself, had the witness been kept in the chair 3 weeks instead of 3 days. The expense of the committee, including witnesses, shorthand writers, and printing, was about £60 a day, but it never occurred to any one of the number to get up and declare with indignation that such a waste of money and time on so palpably absurd a scheme was degrading, and to demand an immediate close of their labours. It all went smoothly to the end, and Mr. Nogo walked off from his task with the approving conscience of a patriotic legislator. At the close the members met to prepare their report. It was then the first week in August, and they were naturally in a hurry to finish their work. It was now their duty to decide on the merits of what they had heard, to form a judgment as to the veracity of the witnesses, and declare on behalf of the country which they had represented whether or no this bridge should be built at the expense of the nation. With his decision each was ready enough, but not one of them dreamed of being influenced by anything which had been said before them. All the world, that is, all that were in any way concerned in the matter, knew that the witnesses for the bridge were anxious to have it built, and that the witnesses against the bridge were anxious to prevent the building. It would be the worst of ignorance, ignorance of the usage of the world we live in, to suppose that any member of Parliament could be influenced in such manoeuvres. Besides, was not the mind of each man fully known before the committee met? Various propositions were made by the members among themselves, and various amendments moved. The balance of the different parties had been nearly preserved. A decided victory was not to be expected on either side. At last the resolution to which the committee came was this: that this committee is not prepared, under existing circumstances, to recommend a grant of public money for the purpose of erecting a bridge at Limehouse, but that the committee consider that the matter is still open to consideration should further evidence be adduced. Mr. Vigil was perfectly satisfied. He did not wish to exacerbate the member for Mile End, and was quite willing to give him a lift towards keeping his seat for the borough, if able to do so without cost to the public exchequer. At Limehouse the report of the committee was declared by certain persons to be as good as a decision in their favour. It was only postponing the matter for another season. But Mr. Vigil knew that he had carried his point, and the world soon agreed with him. He at least did his work successfully, and considering the circumstances of his position, he did it with credit to himself. A huge blue volume was then published, containing, among other things, all Mr. Nogo's 2,250 questions and their answers. And so the Limehouse and Rotherhithe Bridge dropped into oblivion and was forgotten. End of chapter 32. Recording by Simon Evers.
Chapter 33 of The Three Clerks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tim Quinn. The Three Clerks by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 33. To Stand or Not to Stand. Sir Gregory Hardlines had been somewhat startled by Alaric's announcement of his parliamentary intentions. It not unnaturally occurred to that great man that should Mr. Tudor succeed at Strathbogie, and should he also succeed in being allowed to hold his office and seat together, he, Tudor, would very soon become first fiddle at the Civil Service Examination Board. This was a view of the matter which was by no means agreeable to Sir Gregory. Not for this had he devoted his time, his energy, and the best powers of his mind to the office of which he was at present the chief. Not for this had he taken by the hand a young clerk, and brought him forward, and pushed him up, and seated him in high places. To have kept Mr. Jobbles would have been better than this. He, at any rate, would not have aspired to parliamentary honours. And when Sir Gregory came to look into it, he hardly knew whether those bugbears with which he had tried to frighten Tudor were good, serviceable bugbears, such as would stand the strain of such a man's logic and reason. Was there really any reason why one of the commissioners should not sit in Parliament? Would his doing so be subversive of the Constitution? Or would the ministers of the day object to an additional certain vote? This last point of view was one in which it did not at all delight Sir Gregory to look at the subject in question. He determined that he would not speak on the matter to the Chancellor of the Exchequer, or to any of the government Whigs who might be considered to be bigger Whigs than himself. And Alaric thought over the matter coolly also. He looked at it till the bugbear shrank into utter insignificance. till they became no more than forms of shreds and patches put up to frighten birds out of cherry orchards. Why should the Constitution be wounded by the presence of one more commissioner in Parliament? Why should not he do his public duty and hold his seat at the same time, as was done by so many others? But he would have to go out if the ministry went out. That was another difficulty, another bugbear, more substantial perhaps than the others. But he was prepared to meet even that. He was a poor man. His profession was that of the civil service. His ambition was to sit in Parliament. He would see whether he could not combine his poverty with his profession, and with his ambition also. Sir Gregory resolved in his fear that he would not speak to the Chancellor of the Exchequer on the matter. Alaric, on the other hand, in his audacity, resolved that he would do so. It was thus that Sir Gregory regarded the matter. "See all that I have done for this man," said he to himself. "See how I have warmed him in my bosom, how I have lifted him to fortune and renown, how I have heaped benefits on his head. If gratitude in this world be possible, that man should be grateful to me. If one man can ever have another's interest at heart, that man should have a heartfelt anxiety as to my interest. And yet how is it? I have placed him in the chair next to my own, and now he is desirous of sitting above me." 'Twas thus Sir Gregory communed with himself. But Alaric's soliloquy was very different. A listener who could have overheard both would hardly have thought that the same question was being discussed by the two. "I have got so high," said Alaric, "by my own labour, by my own skill and tact. And why should I stop here? I have left my earliest colleagues far behind me, have distanced those who were my competitors in the walk of life. Why should I not still go on and distance others also? Why stop when I am only second or third? It is very natural that Sir Gregory should wish to keep me out of Parliament. I cannot in the least blame him. Let us all fight as best each may for himself. He does not wish a higher career. I do. Sir Gregory will now do all that he can to impede my views, because they are antagonistic to his own. Very well. I must only work the harder to overcome his objections." There was no word in all of this of gratitude. There was no thought in Alaric's mind that it behoved him to be grateful to Sir Gregory. It was for his own sake, not for his pupils, that Sir Gregory had brought this pupil forward. Grateful indeed! In public life, when is there time for gratitude? Who ever thinks of other interest than his own? Such was Alaric's theory of life. But not the less would he have expected gratitude from those whom he might serve. Such also very probably was Sir Gregory's theory when he thought of those who had helped him, instead of those whom he himself had helped. And so they met, and discussed Alaric's little proposition. "Since I saw you yesterday," said Sir Gregory, "I have been thinking much of what you were saying to me of your wish to go into Parliament." "I am very much obliged to you," said Alaric. "I need hardly tell you, Tudor, how anxious I am to further your advancement. I greatly value your ability and diligence, and have shown that I am anxious to make them serviceable to the public. I am fully aware that I owe you a great deal, Sir Gregory." "Oh, I don't mean that. That's nothing. I'm not thinking of myself. I only want you to understand that I am truly anxious to see that you take that line in public matters which may make your services most valuable to the public, and which may redound the most to your own advantage. I have thought of what you said to me with the most mature deliberation, and I am persuaded that I shall best do my duty to you and to the service by recommending you to abandon altogether your idea of going into Parliament." Sir Gregory said this in his weightiest manner. He endeavoured to assume some of that authority with which he had erst cowed the young Tudor at the Weights and Measures, and as he finished his speech he assumed a profound look which ought to have been very convincing. But the time was gone by with Alaric when such tricks of legerdemain were convincing to him. A grave brow, compressed lips, and fixed eyes had no longer much effect upon him. He had a point to gain, and he was thinking of that, and not of Sir Gregory's grimaces. "Then you will not see the Chancellor of the Exchequer on the subject?" "No," said Sir Gregory. "It would be useless for me to do so. I could not advocate such a scheme, feeling certain that it would be injurious both to yourself and to the service, and I would not desire to see the Chancellor with a view of opposing your wishes." "I am much obliged to you for that, at any rate," said Alaric. "But I do hope that you will not carry your plan any farther. When I tell you, as I do with the utmost sincerity, that I feel that an attempt to seat yourself in Parliament can only lead to the ruin of your prospects as a civil servant, prospects which are brighter now than those of any other young man in the service, I cannot but think that you must hesitate before you take any step which will, in my opinion, render your resignation necessary." "I shall be sorry to resign, Sir Gregory, as I have such true pleasure in serving with you." "And I presume a salary of £1,200 a year is not unacceptable," said Sir Gregory, with the very faintest of smiles. "By no means," said Alaric. "I am a poor man, depending altogether on my own exertions for an income. I cannot afford to throw away a chance." "Then take my word for it, you should give up all idea of Parliament," said Sir Gregory, who thought that he had carried his point. "But I call a seat in Parliament a chance," said Alaric, "the best chance that a man, circumstanced as I am, can possibly have. I have the offer of a seat, Sir Gregory, and I can't afford to throw it away." "Then it is my duty to tell you, as the head of your office, that it will be your duty to resign before you offer yourself as a candidate." "That, you mean, is your present opinion, Sir Gregory?" "Yes, Mr. Tudor, that is my opinion, an opinion which I shall be forced to express to the Chancellor of the Exchequer if you persist in this infatuation." Alaric looked very grave, but not a whit angry. "I am sorry for it, Sir Gregory, very sorry. I had hoped to have had your countenance. I would give it to you, Mr. Tudor, if I could consistently with my duty as a public servant. But as I cannot, I am sure you will not ask for it." How Phoebus Neverbend would have admired the Chief Commissioner could he have seen and heard him at that moment! "But," he continued, relaxing for a while the muscles of his face, I do hope you will think better of this. What are you to gain? Come, Tudor, think of it that way. What are you to gain? You with a wife and young family coming up about your heels. What are you to gain by going into Parliament? That is what I ask you. What are you to gain?" It was delightful to see how pleasantly practical Sir Gregory could become when he chose to dismount from his high horse. "It is considered a high position in this country, that of a member of Parliament," said Alaric. "A man in gaining that is generally supposed to have gained something." "True, quite true. It is a desirable position for a rich man, or a rich man's eldest son, or even for a poor man, if by getting into Parliament he can put himself in the way of improving his income. But, my dear Tudor, you are in none of these positions. Abandon the idea, my dear Tudor. Pray abandon it. If not for your own sake, at any rate do so for that of your wife and child." Sir Gregory might as well have whistled. Not a word that he said had the slightest effect on Alaric. How was it possible that his words should have any effect, seeing that Alaric was convinced that Sir Gregory was pleading for his own advantage, and not for that of his listener? Alaric did listen. He received all that Sir Gregory said with the most profound attention, schooled his face into a look of the most polite deference, and then, with his most cruel tone, informed Sir Gregory that his mind was quite made up, and that he did intend to submit himself to the electors of Strathbogie. "And as to what you say about my seat at the board, Sir Gregory, you may probably be right. Perhaps it will be as well that I should see the Chancellor of the Exchequer myself." "Who will to Coupar, maugre to Coupar," said Sir Gregory. "I can only say, Mr. Tudor, that I am very sorry for you, and very sorry for your wife. Very sorry indeed." "And who will to Strathbogie, maugre to Strathbogie," said Alaric, laughing. "There is certainly an air of truth about the proverb as applied to myself just at present. But the fact is, whether for good or for bad, I maugre to Strathbogie. That is my present destiny. The fact that I have a wife and a child does make the step a most momentous one. But, Sir Gregory, I should never forgive myself were I to throw away such an opportunity." "Then I have nothing more to say, Mr. Tudor." "Of course I shall try to save my place," continued Alaric. "I look upon that as quite impossible," said Sir Gregory. "It can do me no harm at any rate to see the Chancellor of the Exchequer. If he tells me that a seat in Parliament and a seat at the board are incompatible, and that as one of the Civil Service Commissioners I am not free to stand for the borough, I will, in that case, Sir Gregory, put my resignation in your hands before I publish my address." And so they parted, each determined to do all that in him lay to thwart the wishes of the other. Alaric was not in the least influenced by anything that Sir Gregory had said to him. He had made up his mind, and was determined to be turned from it by no arguments that his colleague could use. But nevertheless, he could not but be meditative, as, walking home across the parks, he thought of his wife and child. It is true that he had a second trade. He was a stock jobber as well as a Civil Service Commissioner. But he already perceived how very difficult it was to realize an income to which he could trust from that second precarious pursuit. He had also lived in a style considerably beyond that which his official income would have enabled him to assume. He had, on the whole, he thought, done very well. But yet it would be a dreadful thing to have to trust to so precarious a livelihood. He had realized nothing. He had not yet been able to pay back the money which he had so fraudulently taken, and to acquit himself of a debt which now lay daily heavier and heavier on his soul. He felt that he must repay not only that, but Undy's share also, before he could again pass a happy day or a quiet night. This plan of throwing up £1,200 a year would badly assist him in getting rid of this incubus. But still that watchword of his goaded him on. Excelsior, he still said to himself, Excelsior. If he halted now, when the ball was at his foot, he might never have another chance. Very early in life, before a beard was on his chin, before he could style himself a man according to the laws of his country, he had determined within himself that a seat in Parliament was the only fitting ambition for an Englishman. That was now within his reach. Would he be such a dastard as to draw back his hand and be deterred from taking it by old women's tales of prudence and the self-interested lectures of Sir Gregory Hardlines? Excelsior! There was not much that could be so styled in that debt of his to Monsieur and Madame Jaquetanap. If he could only pay that off, he felt that he could brave the world without a fear. Come what come might, he would sell out and do so. The bridge committee was sitting, and his shares were already worth more than he had paid for them. Mr. Blocks had just given his evidence, and the commercial world was willing enough to invest in the Limehouse Bridge. He would sell out and put his conscience at rest. But then to do so successfully, he must induce Undy to do so too, and that he knew would not at present be an easy task. Who had ever been successful in getting money back from Undy Scott? He had paid the last half-year's interest with most commendable punctuality, and was not that a great deal from Undy Scott? But what if this appropriation of another's money, what if this fraud should be detected and exposed before he had succeeded in paying back the £10,000? What if he should wake some morning and find himself in the grip of some Newgate myrmidon? A terrible new law had just been passed for the protection of trust property, a law in which he had not felt the slightest interest when he had first seen in the daily newspapers some tedious account of the passing of the various clauses, but which was now terrible to his innermost thoughts. His walk across the parks was not made happy by much self-triumph. In spite of his commissionership and coming parliamentary honours, his solitary moments were seldom very happy. It was at his club, when living with Undy and Undy's peers, that he was best able to throw off his cares and enjoy himself. But even then, high as he was mounted on his fast-trotting horse, Black Care would sit behind him, ever mounted on the same steed. And bitterly did poor Gertrude feel the misery of these evenings which her husband passed at his club. But she never reviled him or complained. She never spoke of her sorrow even to her mother or sister. She did not even blame him in her own heart. She knew that he had other business than that of his office, higher hopes than those attached to his board, and she taught herself to believe that his career required him to be among public men. He had endeavoured to induce her to associate constantly with Mrs. Val, so that her evenings might not be passed alone. But Gertrude, after trying Mrs. Val for a time, had quietly repudiated the closeness of this alliance. Mrs. Val had her ideas of Excelsior, her ambition to rule, and these ideas and this ambition did not at all suit Gertrude's temper. Not even for her husband's sake, could she bring herself to be patronized by Mrs. Val. They were still very dear friends, of course, but they did not live in each other's arms as Alaric had intended they should do. He returned home after his interview with Sir Gregory, and found his wife in the drawing-room with her child. He usually went down from his office to his club, and she was therefore the more ready to welcome him for having broken through his habit on the present occasion. She left her infant sprawling on the floor, and came up to greet him with a kiss. "Gurr," said he, putting his arm round her and embracing her, "I have come home to consult you on business." And then he seated himself on the sofa, taking her with him, and still in his arms. There was but little doubt that she would consent to anything which he could propose to her after such a fashion, in such a guise as this, and he knew full well. "Well, love," said she, "and what is the business about? You know that I always think that to be best, which you think to be best." "Yes, Gurr, but this is a very important matter." And then he looked grave, but managed at the same time to look happy and contented. "This is a matter of vital importance to you, and I will do nothing in it without your consent." "What is best for you must be best for me," said Gertrude, kissing his forehead. Then he explained to her what had passed between himself and Sir Gregory, and what his own ideas were as regarded the borough of Strathbogie. "Sir Gregory," said he, "is determined that I shall not remain at the board and sit in Parliament at the same time. But I do not see why Sir Gregory is to have his own way in everything. If you are not afraid of the risk, I will make up my mind to stand it at all events, and to resign if the minister makes it imperative. If, however, you fear the result, I will let the matter drop, and tell the Scots to find another candidate. I am anxious to go into Parliament, I confess, but I will never do so at the expense of your peace of mind." The way in which he put upon her the whole weight of the decision was not generous, nor was the mode he adopted of inducing her to back his own wishes. If there were risk to her, and in truth there was fearful risk, it was his duty to guard her from the chance, not hers to say whether such danger should be encountered or no. The nature of her answer may be easily surmised. She was generous, though he was not. She would never retard his advance, or be felt as a millstone round his neck. She encouraged him with all her enthusiasm, and bade him throw prudence to the winds. If he rose, must she not rise also? Whatever step in life was good for him, must it not be good for her as well? And so that matter was settled between them, pleasantly enough. He endured a fortnight of considerable excitement, during which he and Sir Gregory did not smile at each other, and then he saw the Chancellor of the Exchequer. That gentleman promised to speak to the Prime Minister, feeling himself unable to answer the question put to him definitely out of his own head. And then another fortnight passed on. At the end of that time the Chancellor of the Exchequer sent for Alaric, and they had a second interview. "Well, Mr. Tudor," said the great man, "this is a matter of very considerable importance, and one on which I am not even yet prepared to give you a positive answer." This was very good news for Alaric. Sir Gregory had spoken of the matter as one on which there could be no possible doubt. He had asserted that the British lion would no longer sleep peaceably in his lair if such a violence were put on the constitution as that meditated by the young commissioner. It was quite clear that the Chancellor of the Exchequer, and the Prime Minister also, looked at it in a very different light. They doubted, and Alaric was well aware that their doubt was as good as certainty to him. The truth was that the Prime Minister had said to the Chancellor of the Exchequer, in a half-serious, half-jocular way, that he didn't see why he should reject a vote when offered to him by a member of the civil service. The man must of course do his work, and should it be found that his office work and his seat in Parliament interfered with each other, why, he must take the consequences. And if X or Y or Z made a row about it in the House and complained, why, in that case also Mr. Tudor must take the consequences. And then, enough having been said on that matter, the conversation dropped. "I am not prepared to give a positive answer," said the Chancellor of the Exchequer, who of course did not choose to commit himself. Alaric assured the great man that he was not so unreasonable as to expect a positive answer. Positive answers, as he well knew, were not often forthcoming among official men. Official men, as he had already learnt, prefer to do their business by answers which are not positive. He himself had become averse to positive answers since he had become a commissioner, and was quite prepared to dispense with them in the parliamentary career which he hoped that he was now about to commence. This much, however, was quite clear, that he might offer himself as a candidate to the electors of Strathbogie without resigning, and that Sir Gregory's hostile remonstrance on the subject, should he choose to make one, would not be received as absolute law by the greater powers. Accordingly, as Alaric was elated, Sir Gregory was depressed. He had risen high, but now this young tyro whom he had fostered was about to climb above his head. Oh, the ingratitude of men! Alaric, however, showed no triumph. He was more submissive, more gracious than ever to his chief. It was only to himself that he muttered, "Excelsior." End of chapter 33.